Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzle. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all. Just in case you didn't know it, man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, pop, pop, and try to blind me. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool, he didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been 100, man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie. And man, you know I keep it 100.
Man, peace and love, y'all. It's your boy OTK, man. Open the knowledge. Man, I hope y'all doing good on this beautiful Tuesday. Started out kind of rainy around here, you know what I mean? But everything good. Through the rainy days, you know, it's always sunshine. And you know, it's at the end of the rainbow. You know what I'm talking about? You always know what you will find. Man, y'all already know. I hope y'all told somebody out there that y'all loved them. Somebody, someone, or something, because they need it, man. And shouts out to the armed forces, man, for the veterans who served in the past and for those who are still serving now. And man, shouts out to y'all for giving us the opportunity to walk out our door and decide our destiny versus other countries that get told what their destiny gonna be. So shouts out to y'all, man. You know, I always got to give y'all respect. Man, but we're going to keep on going. Yesterday, I didn't quite get into my bill because, boy, we had a nice bill yesterday as the fellas was going in. But we're going to do a little more today, man. But let's get it on.
Shit getting out of control, I mean we been there. Hate, they disguise it as love, we call it sincere. They took us to a place where ain't none of this shit clear, and we just look stupid, wondering how we get here. This government got us in chains cause they don't love us. They got us separated by gangs over some colors. What hurts more is we keep trusting these motherfuckers and putting bullshit that they say over each other. It's a bad world. Many cry in this sad world. A unicorn is compared to a black girl, or any child when you mix it, making life swirl. Gems meet a diamond and dance to make the ice swirl. Nigga, don't waste your time trying to hate on me. If you can't deal with your pride, then stay away from me. I don't fuck with none of that dumb shit. You heard that? Don't believe we live on the globe, nigga. The earth flat. First you gotta love yourself, then take the earth back. Find what's really important and make it worth that. Too much time in your hands lead to a dirt nap, but niggas don't keep the same energy to exert that.
What kind of freedom is that? What kind of social or political system is it when a black man has no voice in court, has nothing on his side other than what the white man chooses to give him? My brothers and sisters, we have to put a stop to this, and it will never be stopped until we stop it ourselves.
Mind over matter, but none of that'll matter when in life you're trying to climb and a nigga pull a ladder, believing in the myth when reality is shattered. The lies never end unless you serve it on a platter. America made you a slave, then call you monster. Erase everything that we paved and say we conquered. Willie lynching is a system that really harmed us. It raped women, left children without their fathers. America, land of the free, home of the great. America, cage of the beast, home of the snake. But the fight don't stop when you gone. This shit a marathon. Everything they touched in this world, they made it terraform. The best piece of advice, stay about these pigs sight. Fuck what goes on in the street. Nigga, just live life. You only get one of those, nigga. Don't play with that. Trying to dance away in the dark and never make it back. We got a lot of loving to do. Shit is getting worse. Hate run deep in these roots. It's like the shit is cursed. Murder everything you can name. The world gone berserk. Pedophilia real as fuck. It's even in the church. Music, we've been flaming it. No, it ain't no game with it. Just know I put my soul on the beat. When you banging it, this is for the shit that I see and won't play with it. Hood Politics Part 3. My name Dangerous.
They attacked the victim, and then the criminal who attacked the victim accuses the victim of attacking him. This is American justice. This is American democracy. And those of you who are familiar with it know that in America, democracy is hypocrisy. Now, if I'm wrong, put me in jail. But if you can't prove that a democracy is not hypocrisy, then don't put your hands on me.
Who they think they better than? Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine, it make they world in. I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this the execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sowing seeds. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the machine. We put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life. I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping holes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd warm when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun, the poverty point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is where you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. We'll bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here. This shit hit hard like Spence on the speed bag. I blow his legs off, he gon' need a knee tag. You niggas sound worse than Eminem on relapse. And Burna Boy, he's trash. You thought I was gonna let you ease past? Running your mouth while taking our culture. Treat this nigga like brisket and slow roast him. Roll up an Akon pack. I ain't ducking smoke, I just inhale and blow. I'm on demon time and I got a hellish flow. The 40 spiritual, I make them see the Holy Ghost. Let's bury these niggas and raise a toast to the Aborigines. That's from time immemorial. A tauntaun is from the soil. Every rhyme is that cook coke, that hard boil. My energy is unattainable. And for you $5 Indians, I might have to flame a few. Run up on the reds, you know what blazing through. Turn your gang into turtle soup. I aim for the head when I shoot. I take your top off like you do the coop. I took a drink from the fountain of truth. Now these bars is the burden of proof. They say the pen is mightier than the sword. So you gon' have to acknowledge the God. Drake Cobbs, I take your face off. My style is like cocaine raw. You gon' have to bow down to my Jaguar paw. Or I'm coming like Leatherface with the chainsaw. I ride for my road dog like a new age outlaw. I do it to death like Chief Cornstalk. So fuck all your tough talk. You little pigeons can't fly with hawks. That'll get you outlined in chalk. It's the supreme being here to electrify your chakra. Any drama is mask on like the Phantom of the Opera. I got the hunger and you niggas looking like pasta. Shrimp over the lobster and I'm smoking like a roster. Check my posture. It's only one American, the rest of y'all imposters. Cause you don't want Dre to pop up. Cause it's like boys in the hood. I'm out the window with the shoddy, nigga. When it comes to the mic, I'm like the coroner. All I catch is bodies, niggas. So look away before you come in my lane. It's arrows up. I just get it and aim. Yeah.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feel it when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air,
just that job theft, that child main, that papa bull, that towel main since sunset in the arc of Wayne. My brain moving like towel saying so ass above, it's so below. That up and that down thing, this flow is atmospheric. I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing and current? See the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ethers. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police pop the pastor, yes yesterday for pushing Perico. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door stop. And the 4 million I make, I'm giving the doctor my oh yeah. Yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a ennui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you make it Salat. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make the method Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah. Yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.
How in the fuck is you hustling with these grams, man? I know it's all cap. All of my fish with the fake smile, yeah, you can't get no dab. I got niggas that are shooters, all in your head like a nap. Hop on the scene with them 2, 2, 3s and edit bitch out. No games, man, yeah, I got no time for this shit. I be the one to blame, so please don't you make me click. Hit the block like a march, yeah, it's like a parade. Drunk sound and you ducking and hiding, nigga, better cover your face. Hip hop used to be so hard, now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. Way too far, 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 way too far. Niggas still killing niggas. Pay your partner to hit ya. Hoes still fucking with niggas, never raising their children. Cluckers still paying deals, trying to catch them a feeling. I know a bunch of people who ain't never gonna have it. Pants way up their leg, crazy colors in their head, mumbling, rapping shit. Make the niggas say what it said. I know you think I'm tripping, this boy going fed, but I'm just telling you some of the things bouncing in my head. Hip hop used to be so hard, now they dressing funny, driving fancy cars. Hoes used to be hoes, but now they stars. Man, I swear this shit done went way too far. Way too far, 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 way too far. Man, y'all got an old nigga singing and sweating in the booth trying to get this shit heard. Way too far. Put the bump your brakes, partner.
It's just nights like this, days like that. Just sipping this brown, nigga, blowing this loud, rolling up these checkers. It's hard to stay sober cause I can't keep signing in your nights like this, I wish. Nights like this, I wish. Nights like this, I wish that I could shake all of my problems. Nights like this, I wish that I could shake all of my problems. Made it to the top in front of bottom. Even though they want to send me starving. Nights like this, I wish that I could shake all of my problems. Made it to the top in front of bottom. But these niggas rather see me starving. Nights like this. Bad bitches and gold bottles. At 17, I have more money than my role model. They always told me the more money, the more problems. But money helped me get rid of my old problems. Moving and calculated step because the folks watch. Dirty motherfucker there, strip all the clothes off. The shit that I've been going through, they be going hard. I hope I make it so my son don't have the wrong father. Ay, still doing for my goddaughter. When my funds get low, I hit the block harder. Why you got your hands on me, nigga? Shit to offer. Feeling like Bruce, you keep me devil off us. Real people shit, nigga. Real people shit, nigga. Real people shit. Let's try and duck the reaper, nigga. I live my life. 2 $8 on my mind. On the daily, nigga. I got the gold for nights like this. I wish that I can shake all of my problems. Made it to the top in front of bottom. Even though they want to see me starving. Nights like this, I wish that I can shake all of my problems. Made it to the top in front of bottom. But these niggas rather see me starving. Nights like this.
Nights like this, nigga came up from a 20 goddamn double up. None of dog going upright. Long flights gotta get right. Doing more cook-ups. Got a little bit of money. But it's promise. They keep on coming. Can't shake up for shit. I'm a little girl. She need them dollars. Little folks still watching. Old folks still talking about bitch still jumping. But I don't need them hoes. Cause the check, I still keep coming. Every time I get a gun come up, gotta kick out more. Gotta kick out more. Button up on the road. All alone. Trying to get this dope. Cause I take dope. If my funds get low and the blow too slow, it's a draw. Then my city can't get no dough. Can't get no dough. Can't get no dough. Yeah, man. Nigga make $1,000. Gotta kick out 800. What type of shit that is, man? Nigga kicking up more than he profit out this bitch right now, man. Too much problems, man. Nigga can't take it. Oh, man.
Nights like this, I wish that I can shake all of my problems. Made it to the top in front of bottom. Even though they want to see me starving. Nights like this, I wish that I can shake all of my problems. Made it to the top in front of bottom. But these niggas rather see me starving. Nights like this.
BG to a quarter key, I've been pumping breath. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder, murder shit. BG to a quarter key, I've been pumping breath. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder, murder shit.
OZ to a whole P, I had to make a flip. First time playing with the clean, I bought the whole brand.
I've been capping, nigga, taxing, nigga, all about the flip. Nigga said his money was to work, I ran out with that shit.
Get them shit for 22, I let you send for 26. 31 is in the city, 28 for remix.
2K for the rap bags, 40 for the run, stacks for the gas bags, 9 get more than one.
Tan, white, purple weed, and a brown bad bitch. Blue cheese on my purple jean, red bottom cakes.
DG on my belt, buckle Louis V, shoe, education in the kitchen, I ain't never went to school.
BG to a quarter key, I've been pumping breath. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder, murder shit. BG to a quarter key, I've been pumping bitch. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder, murder shit. Now it's counter trips, saran wrap, I'm packaging, saran wrap the brick, ship it out, I'm taxing them.
BG with a quarter key, I hit a lake, 654 ounce of crack till I bought a brick.
Alexander McQueen on my shoes when I'm stepping in. Gucci shade frames on my face when I'm checking in.
Come to kill trap, pat you down before they let you in. Kill ain't gon' go to war unless he got a vest on him.
20,000 turning 50,000, now it's 100,000. Everything for the cheap price, 20 bells a lot.
Stack for the clean, ain't hotter for the play with. I don't give a fuck, cause I know you ain't gon' take shit.
Now I rock a little bit of ice, my diamonds bling brown. Amber money ain't taking shorts, Mr. Beam.
Back up on the scene now, cool, can't clean now. On my piece of cute, I ain't tryna go to Green Mile.
BG to a quarter key, I've been pumping breath. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder, murder shit. BG to a quarter key, I've been pumping breath. IGD me, nigga, I've been hitting left. I know cracking niggas, bracking niggas on that foolish shit. I stay tapped with killers, all the screamers, murder, murder shit.
That raw freestyle.
Hood news. Dandada.
We sit sideways. You can catch me sitting sideways. It's something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped because I always keep a package on me. Dirty, you get serious niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. I'm dirty, moving coke through the turnpike. These niggas call me Michael Jackson cause they know the dawn turned white. I live the goon's life and move with the moonlight. 100 bricks in the dark will turn the room white. Greenville, we grinding around here, sitting sideways with guns assault, the diamonds, hotels. Step your swag up, I only move with smart dudes. And my trap pump more than your heart do. Fish scale, yeah, I'm scarred for life. Slanking bricks in the jungle, I got a Tarzan price. Plus the money longer than the vines he swing on. While y'all niggas breaking buds, we cutting bells with the chainsaw. Dirty, that's the clip when the cop man, carbon 15. Got more drums than a rock band. Riding the drop, man, I got plenty raw. White on white being the same color as some dinner floss. Fuck that fish scale, boo the big fish. I'm so ready, you can call my money fish sticks. You can catch me sitting sideways and something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped because I always keep a package on me. Dirty, it gets serious, niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. Okay. I'm dirty and my eyes sitting real low. And the coupe doors up like I just kicked the field goal. And hop off in the Tahoe. I blow so much color purple, you can call me Hypo. Y'all niggas can't get close to the dawn. Y'all got more straps than your mom stole to the dogs. Bloody daughter make the fatal, homie. If I kill you, only way they find you is they gotta cut a couple gators open. I've been gangster since I've been born. And these pussies niggas phonier than a 3-cent coin. I'm up in the game. I blow your fucking head off. Chopper so big that I can pull my fucking leg off. Sitting sideways. I gotta kill the track. I swear to God, I got my white the opposite of black. This game been mine, and y'all trying to get it back. And plus, I love all y'all haters shit. Opposite of track, and I got a red flag, and I got a red hole, and I'm grinding off in China, so I'm getting red dough. Fuck a little bean up, got a whip a red roll, in the inside Rudolph, outside red nose. I keep talking money, you heard I'm dead rich. That means I got more fish and bread than Jesus fed with. You can catch me sitting sideways. It's something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped. I always keep a package on me. Dirty, it gets serious, niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. Okay, homie. Dirty. Now shit's about to get wicked. And bullets jumping out the chopper like some motherfucking crickets. Greenville, that's my home, nigga. Dirty Hills. Ain't nothing for a nigga to get murdered here. I'm moving quick fast for this quick cash and keep a package on me like a nigga with a shit bag. Fresh out of jail, so the Don joined the Conway. Hit the runway and hollered fam off in Conway. This the Don way, matter of fact the Don day. And I only move 2 blocks like a pawn play. This my day off and don't feel like touching nothing. But I got some cocaine that's jumping like she double dutching. You can catch me sitting sideways. Something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped, so I always keep a package on me. Dirty, it gets serious, niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year.
Yeah. Check him out.
Somebody put me on a smile and got me blushing, got me giggling. Grown man shit.
Introduce yourself first. Introduce yourself.
I already know who them niggas don't know me. They don't know me. Goddamn, by the time you finish, listen to this, I'm gonna be back. Favorite rapper.
Dundada. Hood news.
Like, goddamn. Lord, I want to talk to you one time. Lord, you know you my nigga, right? They say you don't gotta come to you with no fancy prayers and all that shit. You know what's on my heart? Shit, I'm gonna tell you what's on my heart. Can you talk back to me? I'm just saying, man, please be all right with me. Cause this is my life. There's something wrong where I'm living. Hey, BK, watch how I kill this bitch. Lord, I don't know why. Please, if I'm wrong in love, forgive me. Just right here. Okay. Now this is my life. Then why the fuck you worried about it? I ain't worried about it. Why the fuck y'all worried about it? I'm living. My destiny's what a cash is. Destiny's like a play, gotta be played to the last act. Matter of fact, survival is my forte. The name of the game is aggression. Fuck what the world say. Life. My life is real. Can't look, I gotta die 9 times to live. Lord, please forgive my fuck continuous girl. Blowing purple, taking trips to the end of the world. Lord have mercy on my soul. I roll with an army, blowing purple blunt so fat they thought I was smoking Barney. Damu. I love it to death, died as a pit bull. Riding around serving straight raw like a skint bull. I'm a hustler, but I leave you all dead. Mr. Clean Streets, cleaner than Mr. Clean Ball here. Plus I'm all red, blooded than a motherfucker. Married to the game, so I know the streets love me. Lord, when you judge, I know my jail is hell. hell. I'm going down to Satan with my blow drove and scales. Me and Satan gonna sniff. I'm gonna blow the drove with my thug homies. We don't need no lighter. We in hell, homie. Pull on it. Something wrong with how I'm living. Lord, I don't know why. Please, if I'm wrong, then Lord, forgive me. Lord, can you talk to me one time? Check this out right here, though. Check this out. Now, Father, who art in heaven, please save us, son. Bless me, Father, for I thank you. I ain't trying to burn. Son, you give your soul to me. You have eternal life. No more worried about the struggle. You will finally see the light. Lord, I prayed every day, but the pain don't end. Prayed before I went to court and wound up in the pen. My beloved child, faith is how the blessing come in. You got to believe in your heart. I sent my son to die for your sin. I don't know. I don't get it, Lord. Talk to me. How can I have faith in something I just can't see? This is a small example, son. Listen very closely. You can't see oxygen, but you believe you can breathe. Help me, God. See my situation I'm facing, got me encasing, embracing in hell is where you gonna place me. I give you blessing and lesson. You take my message for granted. Disrespecting my essence. I can't have you in heaven. Lord, you say you forgive for everything, and I know you don't lie. If you forgive them all, we still go to hell when we die. That's a good one, Ranger, because I do forgive for everything, but if you keep doing the same, then I'm forgiving it in vain. My life. And I know I'm doing dirt, Lord. Only got a couple bricks. Forgive me while I give them all. Forgive you for the hair run. Forgive you for that little charge. Forgive you for that hair run. I knew you'd be a dope boy. Forgive me. Thank you one more time. I had to give you a piece of my mind. If I'm wrong, Lord, forgive me. Yo, this is my life. Just talk to the Lord one time. I'm on some grown man shit. You know what I'm saying?
Switch to Chrome to stay in sync across devices. So you're
You finally bought your first camera and you're ready to live out.
Good news.
This bitch trying to tell me to leave the streets, homie. But I love this little horny hooker here. All right. You keep asking me to get up out these streets and leave this game alone forever. I keep telling you, all right, I'm married to this game. And I'm gonna love my bitch forever. You got to be crazy. Think I'm leaving the game when the streets what made me. I shed blood and plenty tears in these streets, and you telling me to leave me. How the fuck you gonna eat? Love you to death. I fucked the street before I met you. Fuck both of y'all at once. The game needs sex too. I'm only being real, little mama. That's all I know. I'm gripping wood, daughter moving a lot of snow. I'm talking a lot of coke. Move through banana boats, blowing on the cutie. Your fruity tasting like cantaloupe. Upstate got them cupcakes. I got them wired in them 10 grade things. Call them duct tape. Daughter forever real. Y'all niggas stuck fake. I'm a blind man. Don't gotta see the touch weight. 864 got 8 bricks 4. 15 a piece. Give me 120 and gold. The rim and scope. Plenty of your hoes and plenty of your coats. Pop pills, dark real. Plenty of your smoke. The game my wife. That's my reason, homie. The streets fucking everybody, but I don't care if she cheating on me. Keep asking me to get up out these streets and leave this game alone forever. But I keep telling you, all right, I'm married to this game, and I'm gonna love my bitch forever. Okay, they say I changed on them, didn't keep it real on them. Fuck changed out $100 bill on them. Cop the pretty coupe and put some big wheels on it. Pretty doors up like my car got big ears on it. It's real, homie. It's gutter. I hope you listen. Remember time when daughter didn't have no pot to piss in. Apropos Dawn got a mission for strictly flipping the rest of my Pyrex, and they told me to turn my wrist in. I'm talking numbers, pure cash, man. My trap bumped like a done dry shave on some bad skin. Daughter on everything. Plus I'm getting plenty mail. All y'all can say that damn daughter hell when he will. Caramel coupe, candy sweating raisin sand, chocolate seats and wood grain. The side look like raisin bran. I play the game, lawyers stay high like raisin hands. Pack the streets with my music, so now I'm raising grands. I got a blazing plan, was stupid with Asian bands. I made the am to see cocaine really made my hands. Amazing man, Mr. Dun Dada Dada I am. Apoko Dun Dun Dada hotter than desert sand. I switched the paint and painted the parrot feathers. And set that bitch on my 30s and I ghost framed the Chinese letters. Let's to get up out these streets and leave this game alone forever. I keep telling you, alright, I'm married to this game and I'm gonna love my bitch forever. Somebody better grab me, but they gonna let me loose. Been up 6 days straight hustling, smelling like a moose. When I came back through, I copied your fruity coop. Wiggle my dick in the bitch's mouth like a loser tooth. Y'all see me pushing through, kissing on that cushion goose, dropping birds in the water and call it chicken noodle soup. That ain't your usual. Partner, my swag is beautiful. Blowing like a trumpet, the reaper smelling like poodle poo. Chevy sitting pitiful. 30s on my vehicle, drop black and white with the stripes. I call it Beetlejuice. Homie, if I beat with you, know what the heater do. Better go to church, I leave you holier than a preacher suit. Y'all niggas faking. $1,000 a full goon. I'm leaning off that cushion high as a full moon. I'm getting crazy paper for moving this crazy pile. In the club with more bottles than 30 baby showers. I got so much money, I'm buying money. I got $1 million in my homie, I'm crying money. Hey, your girl started liking the dog. I had her ass bent over like she hiking the ball. Don't like me at all. Hustler, my team major. You give me 4 winner, baby, I whip into a teenager like you. You know what I mean? Get yourself together. Out these streets. I'm fucking with y'all, man.
Yeah, homie. I don't know how y'all live y'all life, but at the same time, I live my life like these streets like so much embedded in me, homie. You know what I mean? It's like this is all I know. And this is all I know. Sometimes I just want y'all let y'all feel how I feel. Y'all to feel my you know what I'm saying? So this is all I know right here. Real shit, you know what I mean? This is all I know, homie. Hey, yo. Now, this is all I know. This is all I know, homie. This is all I know. This is all I know, homie. This is all I know. This is all I know. I dip my pen in plasma, write my rhyme in blood. Immortal thug with a grudge, show the world I'm love. I put my gang face on and hit the battlefield. Tattoo under my eye from gun busting, shit is real. Promise my people. Yeah, soldier when it's time to ride. Stay in gutter, I love the hustle, ain't no need to lie. Daughter a real nigga, I grew up to be a gorilla. Head busting, staying thugging, at the fool full of striller. My mama told me I get killed if I ain't slow my roll. Well, mommy, if I slow my roll, then I slow my dough. I been a big dog, I graduated from the poach. No soft ass, just hard head till my casket closed. Hell no, don't want my head bust, no, don't wanna die. I don't know what's up there in that great big old sky. I don't want to go to hell cause I don't want to fry for the rest of my life. In eternal fire. Yeah, I get my dicks up. Yeah, I like them big bucks, ride with big wheels, big reels on big trucks. If I didn't love this life, probably leave it alone. Probably get a wife and job and have a happy home. Since I ain't married or working, guess I keep moving on. Glock in a pocket full of stone. Cell phone on wrong. Staying humble, moving bundles till my work all gone. The talk. She is all I know. This is all I know. This is all I know, homie. This is all I know. This is all I know. I gave my life to this game. This game is changing. I need to maintain. Who the hell I can blame? Nobody but myself. Mama, she really don't care. Daddy ain't never been there. Granny, the only one left. Granny, I love you to death.
Good news.
bitch trying to tell me to leave the streets. Grown man.
That raw.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand, slow mo.
Man, shouts out to everybody out there, man, who gave me a chance. I know my dog Smoke Signal still going at it, you know what I'm talking about, man. I'm just trying to linger around a little while, you know what I mean, until he finish up, man. But in the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and do this, man.
Shout out to the mama chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bimars apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Man, shouts out to Mama Chief Powerton, man. Y'all make sure y'all go subscribe out to the goddess, mother goddess, man. You know what I mean? The chiefness. Make sure y'all go subscribe to her, man. She got a lot going on with the work. You know what I mean? Out there, definitely. And shouts out to my dog Drake Cobbs. Shouts out to Dangerous. Shouts out to Cosmon. Shouts out to Voodoo. Shouts out to my kin folks right here from Goose Creek, man. Young Screws, the Paper Boy, and Bud Lock. Shouts out to my other family from right here out the creek, man. KOD and Ammo, plus our Chucktown Connect, man, with the Splash Brothers. You know what I'm talking about? Mix it up, man. And once again, shout out to everybody out there too, man. You know what I mean? We're gonna do this real quick for the ladies. What it look like, man?
Let's see what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel about it.
Word.
I just don't want to rush,
can't
man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest
I
point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and then know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. Just got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
See, we don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after, so all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life? Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug? Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it goes to me. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
Say if you like me, it's what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I mean you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. Hey, you know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can buy. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool with my tool. Lock it down just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
Man, shouts out to Straight Smoke with the visuals to that, man. And maybe this more like for you then.
Father Ray, Reed Younger, come on, man. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, niggas translate some ooh. Try to get back to them slave boats. Hey. Try to get back to them slave boats. Hey. Fucking slave narrative, they phony. I had this nigga named Toby and he owed me. When the plot crop and the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers, them my niggas. I'ma come down, feed them chitlins and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip ya, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look out, I'ma work it like no other. Make you pick cotton till the sun come and touch it. Till your damn hands and feet and foot all bust up. Look me in my eyes, I'ma backhand the buck up. Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. Why your man came, she the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good shit, Jesus, man, that nigga came through. Hey, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, them niggas trash like some ooh. Tryna get back to them slave hoes. Hey. Try to get back to the slave boat. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Ayy. Play with this shit, dude. Beginning. Yo, so PC the acrobatic. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African.
Man, shouts out to my dog Oso, man. You know I'm talking about Texas, you know what I mean? It's my dog out there in Texas, man, doing what he do. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, shouts out to all y'all too, man. Can't forget about y'all. Definitely, man. But shit, I think I'm gonna go I'm gonna get straight into this shit. Good word.
I'm 65 years old almost. I'm sick and tired of being a yo-yo. Pull this way, pull that way, pull the other way. Now, somebody's going to say to me, what do you want, Mr. Tracy? After 35 years in this Love Canal, I'll tell you what I want. Just give me my 28.5 that you appraised my house for. All I want is my 28.5 and give it to me tonight, and I will down that road, and I'll never look back at the Love Canal again.
It was hard to believe this could not happen in the United States of America.
For years, the Love Canal Homeowners Association has cited evidence of significant health problems in the neighborhood. Birth defects and miscarriages,
severe migraine headache,
respiratory disease.
already 8 cases of cancer on a 15-house street. I thought I just had problems with my one daughter, and we just found out in January our other one has rheumatoid arthritis. We have hearing problems with all the children. The baby, he has a deformed foot. So it's just constantly still running to the hospitals and children's hospitals.
People were talking about how they were ill, but nobody exactly knew why they were so ill or why so many people were so ill.
Now, a quarter of a century after it went in, chemical waste is coming out of the ground.
People had no idea that they were living on top of 22,000 tons of toxic chemicals.
Health experts found more than 80 dangerous chemicals oozing to the surface.
All of a sudden, on a dime, everything blows up. More people are sick. There's, black sludge coming into their homes.
The family is afraid to even go in the basement because of high readings of an explosive chemical called toluene.
Love Canal was the first chemical disaster to unfold before Americans' eyes.
We are dying, literally dying from benzene. We're getting cancers from all these other compounds. Now you talk about nerve gas, there's just no way.
It's much worse than I even imagined. Certainly much worse than what the government is saying.
Can you tell me when I'm not going to lose any more children because one is already dead? Please tell me those things.
It really hit home for us that at this point we're on our own.
we have to make this happen. They're not going to do it for us.
So that spurred me to want to do something.
We've got to do something.
I mean, the fight came to us. We didn't look for it.
Each and every one of you in this room are murderers. You're a bunch of sadistic people.
They looked at us as hysterical housewives, and they figured, oh, well, they'll give up. They'll go back to their knitting and to their babies, and this will blow over. But we were stronger than that.
This incredible group of women become the faces of environmental reform. But there was absolutely no roadmap.
I'm sick of being a guinea pig. I want out. Test me later, but my God, get me out now and my kids.
The fear was that it could happen to all of us. And the thing was, it was happening to other people in places throughout the country.
The Love Canal is merely the tip of a dangerous and terrifying chemical iceberg.
I am not moving until I get an answer why.
I wasn't thinking about building a movement or anything like that. I was thinking about survival. How do we get out of here? We need to do something, and I don't care what it takes.
It was just such a nice neighborhood. To a child, oh my goodness, we had fun there. A lot of times we would just be more near the school playing baseball or something, but we always ended up where what we called the Black Lagoon.
On the surface, it had like an oily substance to it, like a green and a blue. And if you drop something into it, it would bubble up and sink. So we called it quicksand.
It was like a wonderland. We had these rocks that we called pop rocks. And we used to just slide them across, and they would actually have a flame. It was like fire. And I remember my mother always yelled about our shoes. This one time she had bought me new sneakers, and I came home and she said, "What? It looks like your sneakers are burnt. What happened to all the rubber around it? You're not getting new sneakers. What are you doing?" "I'm just playing at the school." I mean, nobody went and investigated and said, "Why are these shoes burnt?"
I found the house on 101st Street, the one in the Love Canal neighborhood. It's a starter homes for the most part. And it was the perfect neighborhood from my perspective. It had the Niagara River to the south. To the north was a creek, and the kids could go and walk along the creek and pick up pollywogs, or, it was just a cute little, very shallow creek, good for children. We moved in with Michael, who was 1 year old by then, a healthy little boy, and then we had our little girl. I really believed I achieved so much. I had this house, and a husband was gainfully employed, and there's beautiful children. Everything seemed to be fine.
Love Canal was government subsidized. My husband wasn't making very much money, and they made that a very tasty little deal to move into. We paid $135 a month to live in a brand new home, which was really unusual. I wasn't going to question it. And so we felt quite lucky that we fell in at the right time.
I lived in Niagara Falls all my life. And when I married, my husband was from Niagara Falls. We have two boys. We saw this beautiful brick house in Love Canal with 1 acre of land all around it. And it sat on a creek, and it was just ideal. And we were thinking, what a place to raise your children.
I moved to the development called Griffin Manor. It was a brand new housing project. It's a beautiful place. Flowers, the grass was green. There was like a little pond that the kids used to play in, and had trees and all of that, and they would swing on the branches and what have you.
We had a small yard in the front, and in the back, we would see, I'm going to call it water, but swampland that just looked oily. At times it smelled like burnt rubber or a strong cleanser. It was just a foul, foul odor, often enough to choke you. But we didn't pay that any attention. It was normal to us to smell these smells.
People always knew when they were getting close to our home because we had this horrendous smell behind our house. Actually, the whole neighborhood.
The mailman even carries a gas mask on his delivery route.
It smells like hell. You get that one house at 510 99th Street. It's one of the worst smells I've ever had around here in a long, long time. It's terrible.
If you were to drive down Buffalo Avenue where all the chemical industries were, you would smell that. My dad worked in the Hooker Chemical. That was the smell we had from our backyard. That's why it was real familiar. It smelled like Dad.
Today and for the years to come, the world looks for better things, for better living, through chemistry, the science that has played a major part in the perfection of practically everything we use.
Niagara Falls in the 1970s is a place that is synonymous with chemicals.
Chemists make things as far apart as insecticides for the farmer and cosmetics for beautiful women.
Roughly 10 different chemical companies are situated along the banks of the Niagara River. Before you see the mists of Niagara Falls, you smell all of that chemical production. It permeates the car, it's in the air, it's thick.
Substances are shipped out in tank cars and bear names like styrene, vinyl chloride, acrylonitrile.
Chemicals were a part of our life. You know, when we smelled chemicals, you smelled like good economy. You knew that you were going to be able to put food on the table, you're going to be able to pay your mortgage, you're going to be able to buy a new car someday.
Modern chemistry and modern industry join hands in serving modern America.
There was a spot in Niagara Falls called Chemical Row because there were so many chemical manufacturers along there. Places like Carborundum and DuPont and Olin.
I know like Union Carbide was there.
Goodyear and Goodrich, I think, was also along there. And then, of course, Hooker Chemical.
Hooker originated in Niagara Falls. They had started out electrochemicals. Everything from caustic soda for chlorine to pesticides, herbicides, especially chlorinated hydrocarbons. Hundreds of chemicals, just about any type of chemical that you would need. Of course, at the same time, these chemicals create toxic waste.
Hazardous wastes are generated from the production of paints, pesticides, plastics, leather, textiles, medicines. The challenge is to develop systems to handle the millions of tons of hazardous wastes produced every year.
Chemical companies in Niagara Falls and across the United States were dumping in holes. They were digging, excavating, and burying their waste. That was the way you got rid of it.
55-gallon drums are used as containers for solid materials. They're stacked compactly in the landfill cell, and then cover is applied to keep the rainwater out and keep the waste in.
No one back in the 50s knew quite the ramifications biologically of many of these chemicals.
I used to have garlic and wild onions and strawberries and tomatoes and cucumbers, beets, carrots. We used to have everything, beans, Italian beans, regular beans, just all kinds of stuff. And
nobody could get a garden to grow. We had one beet grow and it weighed almost 7 pounds. And you probably would have needed an axe to cut it in half because it was like a small bowling ball. That was the only beet that grew. I thought my husband wasn't doing a very good job planting. I didn't know.
We had so many animals die. It was unexplained. The fur would just be off of them, or so many of them died of cancer. It seems normal because it happened to other people's animals too.
And then there was something else strange happening. We would see people were developing what they thought was asthma. People started to have kidney problems, bladder problems. Some of the children had behavior problems, a complete change from how they were.
So there were issues. It did smell, but the blizzard of 77 was the worst thing could have happened to us. That blizzard is what brought those barrels up.
More than 150 inches of snow has fallen so far this year, almost 4 times the normal average. What it adds up to is the worst storm of the worst winter in the city's history. Downtown Buffalo is like a ghost town. Nearly all business at a standstill, just like the thousands of cars that have had...
In 1977, I was a reporter for the Niagara Gazette covering the city of Niagara Falls. There had been a very hard winter, and when the snow melted, it was an incredible scene. I remember there were drums exposed, they were collapsing, and chemicals came out and started seeping through the ground.
In my backyard, there was a hole in the ground, about the size of a dinner plate. And it was black goo in it, and it smelled, and it was all foamy around the edges and stuff. And as the days went on, that hole kept getting bigger and bigger. And this black goo started to show up in other people's backyards.
Lived here a good 10 years. And they try to tell me that it's tar, but nobody's been around to check it. They said, oh, how about digging it up? I've tried to dig it up. It's just way down deep, and it's all over the backyard. It's in the side of the field. It's even in my neighbor's backyard.
And then there started to be something backing up in the basements of our homes in Griffin Manor. Black sludge. And no matter what we did, we couldn't get rid of it.
People started telling me things. And I knew it was anecdotal information, but I also knew something bad was going on.
Residents are starting to acknowledge all of the weird things that have been going on in the neighborhood for years. So the first thing they do is reach out to their local politicians. Niagara Falls officials really push them off. That's when they find an angel in John LaFalls, who is the representative for the area of Niagara Falls in Congress.
We told several of the residents that we would come out to look at the canal. And they took us into their homes. We went into the basements and we saw the oozing. It was like black tar. I couldn't even truly describe the smell.
Well, it didn't smell like lasagna sauce. It smelled like chemicals to me, and I wasn't sure what chemicals. I wasn't sure if it was harmful, but what you don't know can hurt you.
We could see a couple of the barrels, and we saw the school. So there was the playground on the canal. The residents told us that their kids played in it all the time. You know, played in the canal, that's where they went. That was their backyard.
Okay. Give me your last name. They wanted to know how it became a dump site for chemicals. And then how that land could have been used for housing, used for a school, used for a playground where kids would be playing on a daily basis. I considered the problem a very serious one and was going to do whatever I thought necessary to deal with it. And that was not the disposition of other officials.
I am concerned about the people, all of them. I can't, as a mayor, though, jeopardize our city. And a first responsibility I have.
There were some who were very, very worried that this might tarnish the image of the city.
And I'm continually being cautioned to be careful not to make blatant statements that could incriminate the city.
Niagara Falls, of course, was known for its tourist industry. And there was an understandable concern about the effect that it would have.
For centuries, Niagara Falls has had this outsized existence in the American mind. People have visited it to be overawed by nature, to feel its power. It's moving, it's sublime. But beginning in the 19th and early 20th centuries, a lot of people visited the falls for something else. They're dead set on developing it for industrial use.
The mighty waters of Niagara Falls pour some 9,000 cubic feet of water per second over this 165-foot precipice.
In the 1880s, when hydroelectric power developers arrive in Niagara Falls, they change the falls. They electrify it. They make it an important part of a new era of hydroelectric power.
To serve the needs of industry and the welfare of mankind.
Not just in Western New York, but across the Midwest. Niagara Falls is at the very center of the American industrial dream.
In the 1890s, there was a railroad entrepreneur, William T. Love. He came up with the idea to build a canal from the upper Niagara River, circumventing the falls to the lower river. It was going to be for transportation and at the same time create power.
Love wanted to produce something called Model City, merging industrial power with utopian design. He tells people, I can create a bigger hydroelectric power station, I can generate more wealth, more investment in the area, and people are willing to believe it because they see Niagara Falls as the next big thing in American industrial life. William Love is so successful in his investment plan that he actually has enough money to start digging out portions of his canal. And he's saying to people, you're walking in the future site of American industrial power right here at Love's Canal.
I mean, he sounded like kind of a showboat. He would go around with a brass band and circulars and advertisements. And they even had a ditty that was to the sound of Yankee Doodle. Everybody's come to town, those who left we pity, for we all have a great old time in Love's new model city. Love's new model city. He went bankrupt soon afterwards.
In many ways, it is a Ponzi scheme. He promises to pay people in the future, but the future comes on fast. He can't pay all those debts. Love's Canal is never finished. Model City is never completed. Both of these dreams lie fallow, and they're sort of a monument to failure. But there is a groove of earth in the Niagara Falls landscape that's going to sit there. No one knows what to do with it. Enter Hooker Electrochemical Company in Niagara Falls.
In the 1940s, with the war effort in full swing, Hooker Chemical was producing more chemicals than ever before. And like any manufacturer, it needed some place to dump its residues and wastes.
So Hooker Chemical locates a great area for this, just 4 miles away from its production site, where William Love started building out his artificial river 50 years beforehand. They think this is perfect for burying chemical waste.
The canal was further excavated, and then the drums were stacked into this mini vault, and then the drums were covered over with 4 feet of clay.
And at the time, when there were no laws that governed that dumping, so they just were able to dispose of it in any way they thought was appropriate.
They would back those trucks in, and they would put a drum off here. Sometimes the lid would come off, sometimes it wouldn't because they were sealed.
Now what happened when that hit the water?
It would come open, and there would be a flash of flame, like fire going up in the air. Boom, it would go,
Everybody knew Hooker was a chemical plant. People certainly knew many of the chemicals that they had produced. Nobody knew, however, what they had actually dumped as waste material. And nobody really knew how many drums were buried in Love Canal.
They filled up the entire area with about 100,000 chemical barrels. People at Hooker Chemical weren't thinking in terms of long-term chemical risks. And they thought when they dumped this stuff, even if it broke out of the chemical drums, the landscape itself would just absorb it like a big sponge.
In the 1950s, Niagara Falls was an expanding city. Everything was going great guns economically.
Most of the individuals who bought homes worked at Hooker and other chemical companies in Niagara Falls. And so it was seen as this great neighborhood that had good transportation to their jobs at the chemical plants.
This is a time when people looked at a landscape and didn't worry about what's underneath it. And Love Canal, the covered over chemical dump, is actually viewed in the 1950s as a great developmental opportunity.
In the spring of 1953, Hooker Chemical sold the land to the Board of Education in Niagara Falls for $1. And they got out of the Love Canal business.
The Niagara Falls School Board signs an agreement with Hooker Chemical, which basically says that there is chemical waste buried underneath the Love Canal site, but it doesn't say exactly what type of chemical waste is in the ground. This is where they're going to put the 99th Street School. They're going to work with developers to build out a subdivision which will have new housing stock, playgrounds. People who are in charge of hazardous waste landfilling were not really concerned about what happens next. They don't want to know. They don't need to know because government officials were not pushing them. For people in Niagara Falls, you don't want to scare off the chemical industry. Less knowledge is better for business.
In the summer of '77, I wrote to the head of the Hooker Corporation saying, I want to know exactly what you buried. And I want to know if what you buried could be dangerous.
When I first came onto the story, it was an environmental problem. It was not considered a health threat at that time, at least not that anyone was telling me. I was shocked when I went door to door and found out that people were actually becoming ill from what was in their homes, the odors that were very obvious at the time.
I contracted asthma. I lived here 3 years and discovered I had cancer.
2 children that are legally blind.
My child has rheumatoid arthritis and asthmatic bronchitis, and she is missing part of her second teeth.
Everyone had a story, from skin rashes to cancer. They're talking about birth defects, they're talking about miscarriages. My editor held me back from printing a lot of the health effects because he wanted to hear it from a health official. When you saw what was going on at Love Canal, it was very, very difficult to remain a reporter because it was like watching an accident in slow motion.
Man, I'm going to pause it right there for a second, man. You know what I mean? Boy, this shit gets deeper and deeper, man. But I'm going to pause it right there for a second, man. Let me give a little shout out. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind. And I can't fall short. No, always. Keep it 1,000. Slow-mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. No, always. Keep it 1,000. Slow-mo.
Yeah, man, I had to send that shout out real quick, man, just to put a little pause in it, gives more people time to get in there, man. But we're going to get right back to it. Let's go.
You could see the fear on faces today as men, women, and children gathered at a neighborhood school on the edge of the former chemical dump for blood tests.
As state officials learn more, they start extensive testing.
We're looking for evidence of leukemias, anemias, toxic liver conditions.
They also set up in people's homes. They went into people's basements. They monitored leachate, tested what kind of chemicals were maybe seeping into backyards.
They had started to conduct air tests. And for 3 months, I tried to get the results of those tests. No one would tell me what they were. And finally, I found out that there was benzene in the air there, which was extremely alarming. That's a known human carcinogen.
The EPA identified 3 compounds in quantities 5,000 times higher than levels considered safe, and 3 others known to cause cancer in animals measured at 250 times safe exposure levels.
And then things got even worse. Hooker had another dump that was just across the road from Love Canal. They also had a dump site next to the water plant. It supplies the water for the city of Niagara Falls. And their biggest dump was called the Hyde Park landfill. And this dump was 3-4 times the size of Love Canal. How come we didn't know this? How could we not know this?
Not only do state officials not know what chemicals are buried here in the Love Canal, they don't even know how many chemical landfills there are in Niagara County.
EPA said we need to get an inventory of toxic sites over the country. And when we did that, we found many sites of all kinds. We had them out there and nobody was doing anything about them. And at the time, we didn't think we had the weapons to really deal with those sites.
The EPA was one of the youngest federal agencies, still really finding its footing. It was founded in 1970 by Richard Nixon, and it was playing catch up, especially when it comes to orphaned dumps and chemical landfills. They were scattered all across America.
We actually got a tally, and it was in the thousands.
Almost every state has a problem like Love Canal, and every single one could be a ticking time bomb.
After we lived at Love Canal maybe a year, Michael started getting sick. So, first it was like asthma, then it was a urinary disorder. And then when Michael was in kindergarten, he was spending a lot more time in the school. And that's when he had his first seizure. We were actually at a fast food restaurant, and I thought he was choking, but he wasn't choking. And it scared the dickens out of me. The pediatrician had no answer. And so I'm looking at these articles, and I'm reading this stuff about benzene and toluene and other chemicals. I didn't even know how to pronounce them back then. And then they were mentioning the 99th Street School. I'm like, whoa, what is going on here? I believe Michael got sick because he was in the school, and also because we played on the playground almost every single day. So I put together a petition to close the 99th Street School.
How many chemicals have been identified as being underground here? So far, we know of 88 specific chemicals that have been identified. And of those 88, how many are suspected of causing cancer? I think the number is 11.
It was really getting kind of frightening. They were running around in their moon suits, and they came in with all kinds of machines and stuff so they could do the ambient air in the basement. They'd say you had benzene and toluene and trichloroethene and all these enes, and that was Greek to all of us. And then it wasn't too long after that when Lois showed up at my back door, and I said, oh my God, We went to school together. We were in Girl Scouts together.
So we sat in her living room and talked for quite a while. She talked about her miscarriages and she talked about all of the other health problems she had. Debbie was the first one that agreed to go door knocking with me.
I just felt, sounds silly, but it was like a calling that I had to do that, and I was hell-bent.
I remember Lois coming down the street with her petition, and I remember thinking, oh God, what's she selling? There were articles in the paper, but I had 2 young kids and one on the way. I didn't pay that much attention to the news. Lois began telling me about birth defects and miscarriages and stillborns and all that. That's pretty scary when you're pregnant to hear that. We all think that's not going to happen to me. That happens to the guy, down the street. Well, we found ourselves being the guy down the street. It was happening to us.
Today in Albany, the New York State Health Department declared a health emergency in the neighborhood and recommended...
By August, state officials couldn't sit on this problem anymore. They make this stunning announcement, encouraging the evacuation of about 200 families living closest to the canal, but it was just pregnant women or children under the age of 2.
My concern was my child went to that school for a long time.
Other people in the neighborhood wondered immediately, of course, about their own health, the health of their children.
I am really, really afraid. We have decided we're going to get out one way or another. But right now,
people realized they were living not simply on top of a dump that was leaking, they were living in a chemical disaster zone. And that set off all sorts of terrorizing conversations.
This was the first chance residents had to vent their frustrations into the ears of state officials. State Health Commissioner Robert Whalen tried to tell the crowd that Albany is doing all that it can to get rid of the poisonous chemicals seeping into their homes. But the people feel that the wheels of government move too slowly.
And you guys represent us, you're going to have problems. We're going to do everything.
The meeting was doomed to be a screaming match right from the beginning, because we have now been given some information of what we've been exposed to and how dangerous it really is.
8-month pregnant woman here. We lived in that house for 2 years. Nobody told us this was happening, man. Nothing. She's been there for 8 months. What are you going to do for my kids? What are you going to do? Nothing. The damage is done, man. The damage is done.
The state health department was really most focused on the first 2 rings of homes around the old canal dumping grounds. People who weren't in ring 1 or ring 2 homes thought that they were trapped in a death zone.
Ring 3 was just outside of that area, which is where we live. Our front yard faced 99th Street homes' backyards. So we were really, really close.
If this is a ticking health time bomb, why are you only evacuating people who live on 97th and 99th Streets?
Whalen was also criticized for advising only pregnant women and kids under 2 to evacuate the area.
Would you please tell me, do I let my 3-year-old stay? What do you expect of us? It is my child.
Ma'am,
where is the difference? What about the 7 and the 8 and 9 and 10-year-old kids?
Up until that moment, these people believed that government was there to protect them, that government did right by Americans. These were families who had husbands who had served in Vietnam. These were mothers who didn't see themselves as part of the feminist movement.
I can't see anything going on in the state of New York that is more important than these people's lives.
But the community changed that night, changed forever.
As families with pregnant women and small children moved out of their Love Canal homes today and into surplus military housing, New York State officials announced...
I could very well understand the perspective of the homeowners there. But I could also understand that this might be a very expensive undertaking.
I'm aware of your problems. I've been living with them. I'm aware of your health problems, your housing problems, your school problems. So I requested that the Federal Disaster Assistance Administration declare this an emergency in a disaster area.
Up until that time, the only disasters that had ever received emergency or disaster declarations by the federal government were natural disasters. So hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes. But Love Canal is overwhelming all the resources of the local government. It's even overwhelming the state, and it's rising to the level of a natural disaster.
For the first time, a strictly man-made disaster has been declared a federal emergency, allowing the government to provide assistance to the area.
When Carter says it's an emergency, we're like, yes, no, the White House knows we exist, we have a problem, and, you know, they're going to help us.
Money, that's the good news, money.
Governor Hugh Carey comes to Niagara Falls to meet with residents at the 99th Street School.
Hugh Carey talked to residents of the beleaguered Love Canal area.
And that night in the school, Carey announces that not only will they be evacuating residents of the neighborhood, but they will buy their homes.
One of his most popular moves, a promise to pay full market value for the now worthless houses.
For the people who were close to the canal, Governor Hugh Carey was a white knight, came in on a horse. So there was a lot of relief on one hand, and then you had the other people who were stuck. There were about 700 families left behind, and people are watching just about daily as more and more is coming out about Love Canal.
It's going to cost more than $9 million to clean up the canal. And once the work actually begins, it will take 3 months to
They want to make sure that the chemicals are contained and they don't leak out to further homes in the subdivision or neighborhood.
The construction plans call for the installation of a clay cap to be laid on top of the canal.
They're going to seal it up and it will be covered over with clay. So they're not taking toxic chemicals out of the ground.
A chain link fence will also be installed here around the Love Canal area.
But the first thing they do is they put a fence to the middle of the neighborhood, separating the inner ring homes, ring 1 and 2, from the rest of the neighborhood.
I remember them putting up the fence. The first 2 rows of houses were abandoned. It was strange. There's tons of people around, then there's nobody around. Then you know, now it's a ghost town.
The fence was right down in front of my yard. And they're saying, you're okay, this across the street is not okay. And that's how we lived for a long time. It was devastating. I mean, you're worried about your kids primarily, and my wife being pregnant, what's going to happen to the baby. And you're frustrated because you can't do anything about it.
Residents at Love Canal, they really thought that the government were going to rescue them, that once they declared that there was a problem at Love Canal, that they would be saved. And they learned that these officials were dealing with a problem that was as new to them as it was to the residents.
They realized that in order to escape from their own homes, in order to even understand the scope of the problem, they need to organize.
Our first Love Canal homeowner's office was at the 99th Street School. It was a classroom. And because I had knocked on everybody's door, they recognized my face. And so I was voted in as president. I was terrified of being a leader. I'm a shy, quiet person, and all of a sudden having hundreds of people counting on me. And they are angry and frustrated and terrified. And so it isn't just being a leader, it's being a leader in a crisis.
Lois was very nervous, and I always will remember it. She had her notes kind of scribbled on a small piece of paper, and she was standing in front of the microphones, and her hands literally shook. She was so nervous. But what was so interesting for reporters, we saw her go from that to being unbelievable in front of the cameras.
We've come a long way. We've gotten ring 1 evacuated, we've gotten ring 2 evacuated. We now have an emergency. They're talking about purchasing our homes in Washington. The decision is not made. There's only one thing that's going to make the decision, and that's public opinion. Right. So none of you should be a bit.
Our main goal was anybody who wanted to leave could leave with their homes being purchased at fair market value. I wanted out, just like all my neighbors. Wanted out. I wanted to be gone. I wanted somebody to buy my house because that's all the assets I had in the world. And I wanted to move, and I wanted to have that happy life I had before, when I would walk my son to school, when I would pack my husband some lunch, and when I would cook a green cake for St. Patrick's Day. I mean, I wanted it all back.
As president of the Love Canal Homeowners Association, Gibbs has gone from quiet housewife to neighborhood advocate to an outspoken spokesperson on the topic of hazardous waste disposal. Now the Homeowners Association works out of this house, one of the homes abandoned by Love Canal evacuees.
We definitely need a doctor tonight.
And now, she told you about the 6 o'clock.
Yeah, why don't,
because they have to be certified, they have to be.
why don't you talk to Mike?
Okay, why don't you answer that phone?
Love Canal.
Okay, I have to think who I'm talking to.
I went to the office every single day and opened up. There was a core group, and we were there every day. The phone never stopped ringing. People would come in. Lois called us all by our last name. It was like we were in the service, you know, in the army or something.
My kids were little, so they were in the office with me. I did some fundraising, sent letters to all kinds of businesses trying to raise money so that we could do things, you know, have meetings, print up flyers.
I was eventually voted in as the vice president, and Lois always used to kid me I was the vice president of the art department because most of the signs you saw in that neighborhood were built by me. At that time, I had already moved, so when I could find childcare, I would come back to the office and work with the girls. I just didn't have the heart to leave them when I had the opportunity to move away from all of the danger. My heart wouldn't allow it. My gut told me you have to stay there and help.
When you look back at that time, the men were the ones that got things done. Men didn't look at women as being smart, as being determined, or stepping outside the circle of their family. At the office, there were some men that were retired, and there were men that worked shift work so they could be there as well. But for the most part, it was the women. It was the moms that did the groundwork.
Okay, tell her that we're going to set up a clinic tonight, probably at Jen's Hotel in room 416. I just don't know the time yet.
So that should be 12 o'clock. And what does the state want to make things easier for themselves instead of us, huh?
Almost everyone fighting to escape was a woman. And almost every person in power was a man. And so it turned into this real gender battle.
Mrs. Kinney lost a child. I lost a baby before it was even born. My next door neighbor had a stillborn. Her son is sick. Her son is sick. How many more kids have to be sick? How many more kids have to die? We're not going to let it happen.
Activism connected to motherhood has a long, long history in America. And it is often something that will mobilize apolitical women. It starts with a sincere desire to protect their children. But then once they realize how powerful that is and how effectively it plays in the media, they realize they have a winning strategy.
The leader of the group, Lois Gibbs, a media star, attractive, articulate, and persistent.
The press absolutely loved these women. They gravitated to tell the story of Lois Gibbs.
Lois Gibbs leads the fight for the people still living in the Love Canal area.
Lois Gibbs continues to have doors slammed in her face.
Homeowners President Lois Gibbs has fought for relocation for over 700 Love Canal families. She's with us tonight. Mrs. Gibbs, 700 families.
Instinctively, I knew history was being made here. And I just felt I had a ringside seat to history, and I didn't have to buy a ticket.
The Education Board bought from Hooker for the price of $1 all this land. Lois Gibbs has...
Lois said we have to stay in the news. She kept saying we have to keep this front page. We can't let them forget about us.
We have to keep the pressure on President Carter. And in order to do that, we're going to have to send telegrams, scream and holler, and be heard.
Folks covering the Love Canal saga as a media event often, too often, focused in on Lois Gibbs and the struggle of the homeowners. But there were other people in the neighborhood, people who don't own property in Love Canal, who had many of the same fears, many of the same concerns as the homeowners.
Just on the downtown side of the canal was one of the newest public housing developments in the city of Niagara Falls. It was called Griffin Manor, and it was home to about 250 families.
Griffin Manor was just a close-knit community. Most of the families there were related to each other. Even before Love Canal was on the news, my mother was talking about it. I remember she said, "There's more going on here than meets the eye. We've got to do something." Our table was completely covered. My mother had notes everywhere. There was research material, newspaper clippings. There was data from surveys that she had taken from people with health issues. And she found that a lot of the people who lived in Griffin Manor had illnesses that were concerning. From my memory, my mother should have been on the news every day because she was always out there talking to reporters, answering questions, offering information, just as Lois Gibbs was. But there were many nights when we would watch the news and there would be no clips of anything that she had discussed. And she'd just sit there at the table and then she'd just put her head down and she'd just cry. Love Canal was not Griffin Manor. There were two different places. It was like being in two different cities.
How many families are there amongst the renters in a similar situation?
I would say at least half of the population in that area are severely ill.
Like, I've been living out here since I was about 4 years old. I have a seizure disorder.
Renters were not getting their health addressed as the homeowners were. Some of the healthcare professionals, they were seeing that because of us not taking care of our children properly, that's the reason why they were sick.
And my doctor, he still don't want to say that this is a cause, related to it,
Renters feel marginalized on a number of levels. So Griffin Manor residents form their own activist organization.
Okay, the people that live in the Niagara Falls Housing Authority, there will be a meeting specifically for us, because this is what happens to us. We get jumbled into people that own homes or outside. We want to know what's happening.
We had many meetings with homeowners. They were mean people. What they wanted us to do was to stop complaining. They need to be taken care of. And then when they got taken care of, then address the renters.
Governor Carey was in Buffalo yesterday, and he especially pointed out to me that don't forget the people on the outside of the prison perimeters, and especially Griffin Manor. And so we're very, very aware of it, and we're going to be watching it. I promise Mrs. Gibbs she could be next.
My mom and Lois Gibbs talked about what was going on in Griffin Manor. There's nothing that makes me believe that Lois wanted anyone to be forgotten about. But they had different roles to play. Lois's role was to take care of the people who lived outside of Griffin Manor, and my mother's role was to take care of the people inside. And it became somewhat of a competition to get what you could for the people that you represented.
Homeowners believed that people living in Griffin Manor could just move. They were renting. They weren't invested into their homes with their life savings.
But Griffin Manor was some of the best public housing in Niagara Falls. They had units with 3 or 4 bedrooms, which meant that if you had a large family, you could actually live like a family. There was no comparable public housing anywhere else in Niagara Falls.
We did have large families. So of course you would have to rent a house or a large apartment, and it just wasn't affordable for people. So it was devastating. It really was. It's like you're in a fire, but you can't get out. Sometimes, it makes you want to cry now because they had no way out. No way out.
Finally, late this afternoon, the green light. Workers wearing air packs and disposable uniforms stood by as the first shovel of dirt was removed from the Love Canal. Slowly, the odor that the residents here had been living with for years started to permeate the air.
As you all know, 2 of the contaminants that have been found in the canal are benzene and chloroform and carbon tetrachloride. I'm happy to say, however, that based on what we have seen and evaluated, there is no evidence of benzene toxicity. We don't see an
The state was constantly repeating and trying to reassure the residents and the public that they had things under control and that, there's no cause for alarm.
We are coming across some abnormalities in the liver function studies that were performed. This is to be expected in any population. As you know, there are a variety of things that can cause liver disease besides toxic chemicals.
They would explain that something like a benzene, you would know that it affects the blood, it affects central nervous system, causes liver damage. But because you're exposed to only 7 parts per million, which is in your house here, that doesn't mean you'll get those. It means you're at risk of that. That, of course, doesn't mean anything to people.
There are upwards of 200 different chemicals that have been identified.
Here's what the residents did learn. Tests do show that some children in the area have liver abnormalities. They don't know whether toxic chemicals are responsible. But these residents were not satisfied with the answers, and the questions poured out from the angry crowd.
I have an 8.5-year-old asthmatic. I have been told by my doctors to get her out of this area. Do I have to stay in that house until there is worse?
The folks in the New York State Health Department had their work cut out for them. Scientists work in labs. They have protocols. Those protocols are objective and disinterested. And anytime you talk about anger, feelings, emotions, subjectivity, the things that Love Canal residents are talking about, you compromise the process.
The people are scared. I worked to stop a chemical for 23 years. I've seen men die from fumes.
So when health officials show up on the ground and they start talking to residents, the first thing they realize is they don't even know how to talk to them.
They did not say one thing. They went around in circles all night long. All night. This gentleman right here couldn't even answer questions.
Many of the residents did not have degrees beyond high school. And so there was embedded class and gender tensions that are really exposed.
We asked the state to have a state scientist down here who could answer the residents' questions. They didn't do it.
We were more or less self-educating ourselves with the help of some other people. The more you learned, the more frightening it was, the more determined that we were to succeed at this.
I was just overwhelmed with how hard they worked to learn. And Lois at one point asked me for my toxicology text from when I was in school, and I gave it to her. So they were devouring this stuff, and they very quickly became very versed. And they were highly motivated because they weren't getting answers from the health department. And so where could they turn to get answers?
In other fields of science, we sometimes talk about gaps in our knowledge. Here, it's almost our knowledge is a little gap in our ignorance. We really know very little about exposure to these chemicals.
Beverly Pagan had done groundbreaking research about environmental hazards. She had written papers suggesting that air quality might contribute to lung disease, that smog might contribute to asthma.
I met Beverly Pagan through my brother-in-law, and he introduced her as a scientist, a health scientist who could be helpful. And she came by to the first meeting. She goes, I know everybody is really upset about the chemical exposure, and I don't know what that means yet, but I'd like to help you figure that out.
To test for liver function, there will be counts done on your blood cells.
She approaches the residents in a very different manner than the Department of Health. She had expertise, but she did not walk in as the authority.
Any other questions?
She listens to them. She takes it as legitimate, their concerns, that there are illnesses in that broader, expanded outer ring area.
There may be some problems that will not be solved by the cleanup. Besides the first ring,
The health department constantly said, if you're outside of the fence, you're not at risk. But there was no basis for saying that. There was no science for saying that. And the fence became a symbol of who was safe and who was not. The residents, of course, looked at that fence and said, what are you talking about? These chemicals are in the air. They're not being stopped by the chain link fence. So it also became a battle line between what the community wanted and what the state was willing to do.
There was a man on 102nd Street who just came back from Cleveland Clinic diagnosed an epileptic. He's never had any central nervous system problems of any sort. And all of a sudden, he's got this crazy seizure problem.
We needed to try and find out what's going on in the outer community. Was it our imagination, this cluster of epileptics? Is it a coincidence that these women are having miscarriages, or is it real?
Because the soils are contaminated.
And so we just wanted to see what was really going on. We wanted to find out. No one else would tell us, so we'll find out for ourselves. And that's when we did the health study.
Lois Gibbs and the other mothers didn't know how to conduct health surveys. Beverly Pagan gives them a way to do that. She tells them what questions to ask, how to ask them. And with her help, they're able to start building their own data.
We were at my house one night and we're like putting these things on a pin map. And it was like red is for miscarriages, blue is for cancer, whatever the color code was. And we were realizing that, oh my gosh, some of these things are really clustering, like epilepsy around my house. And, birth defects over here.
One neighborhood was severe heart and lung problems, and another neighborhood was female cancers. And then in my area, there was a lot of miscarriages.
So we went back and started interviewing people in those areas where there was clustering of diseases. And the old timers would tell us about an old creek that was there and how it was backfilled with construction waste and then dirt.
Sometime in 1978, the State Department of Health unearthed aerial photographs of the neighborhood just before Hooker Chemical began using the land as a dump. And in these photographs, there was a series of streams, or as they called them, swales, that cut through the neighborhood, moving in every which direction. But when Lois began to connect the dots, finding these clusters around the old swales, and Beverly studied it for herself, she was alarmed.
Well, this is actually quite interesting. This stream here has very little disease along it. And this stream never intersected Love Canal. There's no disease along here. There are about 40 homes in here, and there's about 7 or 8 dots. There are about 40 homes in here, and there's at least 50 dots. These are just half a block away. They're both on a stream, but one stream intersected Love Canal and one didn't. This is some of the strongest evidence I have.
If it was true that human health problems seemed to follow the old swales, then it was true that the human threat was much farther than state and federal officials had originally indicated. Beverly Pagan ultimately flew to a meeting in Albany with these maps, with this data. And she recalled that when she boarded the plane that day with this tube of maps and photographs, that she felt like she was carrying something explosive. She said she felt like she was carrying a bomb.
So I flew to the New York State Health Department and proposed this as a hypothesis to them. Why don't you look at disease in these homes which are along swales compared to the homes which are not, to see if there's a difference in disease incidence. And they agreed to do that. What happened though was quite different. I'll never forget it because I got on the airplane, flew back to Buffalo, picked up a newspaper in the airport, and there was a story on the front page attacking my hypothesis.
The same health officials that she had met with in Albany had spoken to the press, and they dismissed what she had presented that day.
The women told us the state office had dismissed their studies as useless housewife data.
They thought we were useless housewives. We're just dumb little housewives.
I never heard of anything so insulting. The useless housewife data, yeah. There was hundreds and hundreds of hours put into that paperwork.
I'm gonna stop it right there again, man. Let me get another little break in here real quick.
Shout out to the mama chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of a voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bim's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, Ma, your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Again, shouts out to all the Mama Chiefs out there. Hey, Brandon Looney Tunes, if that's what else that to say, man, you gotta show your face before you come up. Let me see, that's you, really? Throw up a peace sign. Yeah, you the one who did some racist stuff on my channel one time before, correct? Correct. My dear brother Live, what's going on with you, man? Rich Neil, babe, man. Natasha, what's going on? Curious, what's happening? Chief, Halul, what's going on? TJ, Soul Brother Great Lakes. Peace, y'all. P. Moses, what's going on? Carrie, Tide, you know what I mean? Pastor Tanks, you know what I mean? Much love and respect, you know what I mean? To all y'all, Big Dog Philly OG, Turtle Clan Boosie, Bond Dog, you already know, man. Peace and love. Y'all boys can hit the link at any moment in time, man. I'm just going through this because I want to get this out the way before anybody hit the panel and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Hey Brandon, but what's going on though? Huh? Yeah. Hey Brandon, what's going on, man? Type. Let me see. Hold on. What you put in the back chat? Yeah, I know you backstage, but I'm saying, man, what you want to talk about, man? You want to talk about this video? Yeah, the same way you sub, you can unsub. So that ain't nothing, man. I mean, that's all good. Okay, all right. So West, bet. I'm gonna keep playing it then. You know what I mean? On with the show. Powerful information, man. It's crazy now. This 1977. Now we're gonna bring this from there to Detroit. Let's go.
Times. My data is not useless. It is not pointless. It is not invalid. Every one of these people in this audience plus gave me that data. They don't lie. What you're doing in the health department is going to take 6 months, 8 months, 10 months. And if we sit and wait for 6 more months, we're going to have dead children.
Government talked down to us all the time. Where did you learn epidemiology? You can't even say it. But we weren't intimidated. It was fine. Do whatever you want. But we're going to keep moving.
Cancer is not the only thing these chemicals cause.
But I think Beverly didn't feel the same way. She was a professional, a researcher, and she worked for the New York State Health Department. So the ramifications for her actions was tremendous.
Dr. Pagan will readily admit that the procedures which she used for the gathering of data are not generally acceptable.
From the state's perspective, all the health study did was amass anecdotal data and map it onto one understanding of the neighborhood's environment, which is very complex. You would need to know what chemical was there, how long it had been there, how that interacts with people's individual biological makeup, how much time they actually spend in their house, what do they get exposed to at work. It is virtually impossible to establish causality.
And so for David Axelrod, for the EPA, for other officials in New York and Washington, it was very difficult to know where to draw the line, who was safe and who wasn't.
Over and over again, what you see with Love Canal is that it was a first. They're trying to clean up a hazardous waste site that sits below an occupied neighborhood. How do you do that? It's never been done before.
A lot of these chemicals have a very low igniting point. So if your prober went down and it hit a barrel, that could cause an explosion, right?
I would say no, because we'll use the metal detection ahead of anything else. We will not be probing any area.
The work itself was totally terrifying. Nobody knew what was going to happen if there was a spark from the backhoe hitting a barrel or something. The whole thing would blow up.
We're talking about the possibility of the entire dump exploding.
Well, not the entire dump, but there could be an explosion. There may be exposures of gas or something like that. Those are probably not going to happen, but you can't be sure they're not.
What are we going to do if this blows up?
Buses are standing by at a cost of $6,000 a day, just in case of an emergency evacuation.
So they put buses in the neighborhood and they sat there with their engines going all day. The idea was that if there was an emergency, those bus drivers that they hired would sit there and wait for you and your children to run down the street to get on the bus if there was an explosion.
Another precaution was taken for residents still living in the area. They participated in a test bus evacuation from the area Monday, with 60 bus drivers involved in the simulated evacuation plan.
All Love Canal charter buses this frequency, upon arriving at the Love Canal site, please check in.
We had our papers in our knapsacks. ready to grab and run. This is like your mortgage, your health insurance, the stuff you put in a safe in case of a fire, right? We're gonna have to grab our baby, grab our knapsack, and it was insane. We literally, every single day, had to wake up to the reality that we may have to run for our lives.
I started reading all of these articles around the beginning of August. I was aware of what was happening, that they had been evacuating the whole area. And I'm just thinking, oh, it's a block and a half away and it really doesn't affect me. I was working full time. I would go in at 7:30 in the morning and come home and be able to pick the children up at school. Stephen was 9 years old and Chris was 11. And John was 6 years old. John was such a little imp. He had this black curly hair and the sweetest smile, and there was something special about him, something very special. It's 45 years later now, but I still feel, I still feel it. June of 1978, John suddenly, his stomach was distended and he was swelling up. So it looked like he was getting allergies. But the pediatrician took one look at him and she knew exactly what was wrong with him, that he had immune response disease called minimal lesion nephrosis. But they told me it was the best disease a child could have because it's treatable and he'd be over it by the time he's 14.
Most children with nephrosis do very well. They may have a relapse sometime shortly after the initial episode, but most of them go on to lead perfectly healthy lives with no further recurrences.
John was in the hospital for a whole month. The nurses loved him because he was not a difficult patient. He didn't complain. Finally, with the treatment, he went into remission. And he was sent home again. As soon as he would come home, within a few days, he was no longer in remission. I would take him in the hospital.
What's going on with you, Chief? How you, man? What's up with you, Chief? How you, man? Peace and love to you, fam. What's happening with you? You gotta connect your mic. You mute it up. Unmute yourself. There you go. What's going on with your fam? Uh-oh, can't hear nothing. Log out and come right back on in, fam.
And he'd go into remission. Then I'd take him back home again. Then the remission was gone, and it was the same story. So it was very strange. Unfortunately, I didn't know. I mean, he was playing in the backyard. He was a little kid. And his favorite pastime would be to play games in the back of the house. We just didn't know what was in the backyard.
Hooker chemical landfills have been a cause for concern for quite some time in Niagara Falls. For many, that concern has turned to outright fear now that the deadly chemical dioxin has been discovered at Love Canal.
Dioxin is a byproduct of a herbicide used widely by the U.S. Army to defoliate dense Vietnamese jungles.
I knew months before it was considered an emergency that Hooker had manufactured components of dioxin, at least 200 tons of it. That was as much dioxin as had been spread in Vietnam with all the Agent Orange. That was the amount that you could calculate as being in the Love Canal.
Well, dioxin is a very toxic chemical, most toxic chemical that's ever been made by man.
Dioxin is a highly potent carcinogen, and it causes its effects at the parts per trillion level, which is even hard to comprehend.
Now, 1/30th of an ounce of this dioxin will kill 5 million guinea pigs.
We are naturally concerned over finding dioxin, but it does not come as a surprise, nor does it cause us to make any further recommendations at this time. The commissioner said there is no evidence to indicate that the trace amounts of dioxin found in the leachate pose an immediate health hazard to residents of the area.
How does it affect the kidney, the heart, the eyes, or any vital organs? Do you know this?
I don't know the answer.
Who does know in the health department of New York State?
There are a number, including Dr. Axelrod. No,
Could this person be brought here to answer these questions?
he was here the other night.
I've got a book on it, toxicology book. It'll tell you. Ultimate is death.
That's the answer. Get it out of there.
By the middle of
What's going on with you, Chief? How you, fam? Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. I couldn't hear you earlier, Chief. Unmute your mic. Let me hear you. Let me hear you now. Do a mic check.
Mic check, mic check.
Oh yeah, I got you now, fam. Yeah.
All right, bad. Yeah, peace to you, OTK, man. I ain't been out there in a while, so
Yeah, man. How you, man?
And doing good, man. Just out here, just living life, man. Just studying, make sure I raising the frequency of the people and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That's what it's all about, man. If everybody do their part, it'll be all good. We don't need to worry about what the next person doing. Everybody just do your part. If everybody do their part, everything gonna be good. You feel what I'm talking about? So, but when me and you get together like this right here, now we can get together and we can build. And then now I know what part you're doing. You feel me? I don't need to ask what you're doing because boom, you're gonna be like yo, OTK, such and such. Or I'm gonna be like, yo, did any one of y'all boys find out about anything like this? Did y'all run across anything like this? And you know what I mean? And that's how you get stronger. But you gotta stay moving forward though. Once you become stagnated, it's so hard to get back on track.
Yeah, I feel you on that. That's the reason why I stay studying. I stay, exercising my mind and exercising my discernment on things, because a lot of things are being just real tricky, real, you know what I'm saying? You gotta just step back and just take a moment to really, dive in and let everything sink in, you know what I'm saying? Because if you just eat it up too much, you don't really get to digest what you just took in.
Right.
Hold on, somebody just knocked on my door. Hold on.
Listen, y'all can go ahead and hit the link now. Anybody can hit the link. Gonna be an open topic. I'm just playing this to try to get into the conversation. And babe,
Shout out to the panel and everybody on the panel. Shout out to the Medes out there and the Ameridians.
My bad.
Shout out to the 13. Nah, you good. I was just, through my shout outs out there, I want to give everybody respect and whatnot.
Yeah, you good. I just had the video playing and I didn't know how long you was gonna take, and I had the video playing. So when you came in, I just had to pause it real quick. That's all.
Oh yeah, you good. I'm gonna mute up.
All right. I'm gonna let this go so this can finish out, man, and then I got some shit that me and you can build on, man. You know what I mean? If you got a little time, like a little hour or so.
Yeah, I got you.
All right, bet. You gonna like the build that we build on. I'm pretty sure you're gonna like it.
Couldn't breathe, and he looked scared. And he had those big brown eyes that were staring out at us through there. And we tried to reassure him and tell him he'd be okay, and that we were going to be nearby. That because they wouldn't let us stay, My mother had packed some egg Parmesan sandwiches. We went to the cafeteria to eat. And all of a sudden, we hear his doctor being paged to the ICU. Norman and I ran out of that room. We threw the sandwiches in the garbage, and we went there. And we knew. We just know. The first thing I blurted out was, I want an autopsy, because they told me that was the best disease a child could have. You just can't believe it, that he was gone like that. People said, well, yes, Mrs. Kenny, probably your son's death was due to the chemicals. I kept saying, I said, I don't think so. I said, I want to see the evidence first. Maybe it's a scientist in me. My husband was also a scientist, so we were trying to be objective. I mean, I'm not going to jump on a bandwagon when I have no proof. My husband and I went to the medical libraries and we started researching. I found all of these articles that said that nephrosis could be caused by exposure to chemicals. It was one of the worst feelings I've ever had because I did not want it to be that way. You just wonder, I mean, how did you miss it? And you know, but you did. Later on, they come out and they say, there's dioxin behind where my house was. There's 32 parts per billion in that creek. I mean, John was back there all the time. You know, you blame yourself. Why didn't we move? Why did you do this? Why didn't you do that? I mean, you should have been paying attention.
When Luella lost her son, once you get past feeling so horrible for them, then somewhere in the back of your mind, that little voice is saying, that could be you. That could be your kids.
They found it in my backyard too. They found dioxin on the surface soil where my kids crawled on their hands and knees and chewed on the toys and all. So it was getting scarier and scarier.
The residents want the cleanup operations at the Love Canal to stop. They want families to be evacuated because of high amounts of the toxic chemical dioxin that has been found.
We felt that, yes, the cleanup was dangerous and that the people doing it really didn't know what they were doing. It was more like an experiment. If you're disturbing chemicals, then you're releasing them into the air. We were already having problems with them, but to open them up, we didn't know if people were going to be dropping dead or what. But sometimes I sit back and I says, did I live through that?
We had the trucks driving through the neighborhood with dirty tires after they had driven on the canal itself. And then people would walk down the road and they'd go in their homes and it was just a mess. So we knew that digging was making things worse in the neighborhood. We had to raise holy hell to stop that.
Picket signs are up tonight in the Love Canal area of Niagara Falls, New York, as angry residents try to stop excavation work.
It was not a warm welcome for construction workers at the Love Canal this morning. They were greeted by angry canal residents walking a picket line at each gate leading into the area.
We protested literally every day. Mostly us at either end of the canal, not letting the trucks come in.
In addition to yelling, picketers also lectured every worker on the hazards of dioxin, a dangerous chemical which was discovered.
We never were able to actually stop them, but it was more to educate our local leaders and our local community, but also the media to say, look, this is what's happening.
8 more arrests today at the Love Canal area of Niagara Falls, New York.
Initially, politicians weren't afraid of Lois Gibbs or any other mother. But within a couple of months, they were, especially Governor Hugh Carey. He was up for re-election. He was in a dogfight to win. Governor Carey made multiple visits to the Niagara Falls area. He made sure he was photographed with Lois Gibbs.
I was a political threat to him. I could unseat him. The same was true with President Carter. I was their enemy. I was their worst nightmare. We decided that Governor Carey was the one who could give us what we wanted. And so we just targeted him. Every time he came to anywhere in Western New York, there was a troop of people who would go and greet him.
Well, my 7-year-old son is already dead.
Now, you're not attributing death to what
Yes,
happened.
I am, and I have plenty of evidence for
Let
it.
me put it this way. You're aware this state has spent $23 million to help the residents of Love Canal.
I'm aware they've
Anywhere they've
spent
been
it and
here
they've
before.
avoided me for 7 months.
Clean it up first. We want to be moved out first before you
All right.
clean it up.
We've moved up. I think the children might well be exposed and endangered by being brought out here and walking around in the rain this way. You don't move and bring your children here.
He's looking at us saying, well, if you're so concerned about your children, why don't you take them home? You know, don't stand here out in the rain. You know, after a while, you can just take so much.
Do I have to lose another child?
Within a day, we'll know whether the evaluation. Now, please, I'm not the one who's causing the death of children around here. I'm the
Yes,
governor
you
who
are,
can.
because you have the power to relocate us.
We relocated everyone who was affected by the.
We are being affected.
My son here.
Those women kept that story out there, and they quickly learned, especially for us, the television media, we can't tell a story without pictures. So they would come up with all different ways to get our attention, which would get the cameras there.
Reacting to White House refusal to buy their homes, angry residents of chemically polluted Love Canal dragged out dummies in the street and burned the Carter family in effigy.
My mother used to say, they're just using you, meaning the media. I said, yeah, Mom, but we're using them. We kept them busy with stories. So they kind of like scratched our back and we scratched their back.
On Saturdays, I could go and I could protest, and we brought our kids and we would be yelling, we want out, we want out. And I remember being home one day and my girls were 3 and 2 or less. And I hear from the bathroom, they're in the tub, they're yelling, we want out, we want out. It was funny at first, but then after it settled in, you wondered, you know, really, how does it affect them? Because we don't know.
The boarded up houses are the visible evidence of fear, but the experts say that the problems here go far beyond what you can see. Love Canal has been called a mental health disaster.
My marriage is broken up right now. I have no other.
Just our block alone, I was flabbergasted to see how many people divorced. People were riled up and angry, and there was no place to take that anger to, so then the wives and the husbands were fighting. My husband couldn't understand why I had to keep going. I tried to explain to him that these people helped you get out, and if it wasn't for those people, we'd be still stuck in the Love Canal. I had 2 fights going on. It was not a good time.
What do you suppose you're going to do about moving costs? And I don't care where they're from in this area. These people can't afford to move out and come up with this front money. It's just not there.
I said I didn't have any easy answers for you. We've just come up today and we've begun to work with the state of New York.
The state held most of their meetings and their press releases and all that stuff while I was at work, and left the wives to fight. And the state made a big mistake by doing that, because the woman fought more than any man could. Hell hath no fury like a woman guarding her children.
This was the first time the health department had given serious consideration to research gathered by the Homeowners Association.
When we examined all of the data, we found that there was indeed an increase in risk for the fetus of approximately 2-fold in congenital malformations, in spontaneous abortions.
The Department of Health analyzed the reported miscarriages, and they realized that it is higher, much higher than it should be. There is some evidence later on that the chemicals might have actually been distributed via storm sewers. But the miscarriage data absolutely lends credence to the idea that there are other ways the chemicals have been dispersed from the canal site.
Pregnant women living in the canal area extending from 97th to 103rd Street should be removed from the area.
This is the first time Griffin Manor residents are included in an official declaration by the state.
The fact that it was being recognized was huge. But my mother felt that it was a bit too late. There are just so many things that you can't change from the past. And I know she wished that they had heard her from the beginning.
We have also brought to the governor our recommendation that children under 2 years of age be removed from the canal until such time as they are older than 2, or until such time as extensive environmental data.
They agreed to move pregnant women and children under 2 temporarily in the outer community, meaning when your child reaches the age of 2, you must come back to that home, or if your pregnancy terminated early, you had to move back to that home. You can imagine having a miscarriage and moving back to the home that caused you to have a miscarriage? It was just insane.
You don't think I'm as concerned about my 3-year-old as I am of this baby I'm carrying?
No, I'm sorry. Can you answer the question?
We want out of here. We're not going to play by your rules anymore. We want out! We want out now! And don't she's over to, she's not important to you.
Oh, you would hear all the mothers worried and concerned with their kids growing up. So I heard that many times.
I'm not going to answer that question.
That night, I didn't really have any plan for a question, but then it just came out.
I'm like a toy, and I want to know if I can go home and live with my mother finally again. I had to go to my grandmother's house. I want to know if I'll be able to grow up to be a normal man. Good kid.
I began to think of David Axelrod as living inside of a political vise. On the one hand, he had Governor Hugh Carey, who didn't want to spend any more money in Niagara Falls and didn't want to evacuate anyone else. And on the other hand, he had these 700 families who were desperate to escape their homes. And David Axelrod was stuck right in the middle, trying to find a way out. And there simply wasn't a clear path.
It was very difficult to not have a ready solution. Even with hurricanes and natural disasters, it was temporary relocation. Putting people in temporary homes until the waters receded, they cleaned up the muck and mire from the homes from a flood, and people stabilized their homes or did whatever they did, but it was not permanent relocation. We had to really think outside the box.
There are 32,000 known chemical waste dumps in the United States. More than 800 now considered dangers to public health.
We needed legislation that said, if you pollute, you are going to pay for the damage to the environment that you have caused. But EPA people said to me, it would be helpful politically if this were not just a Western New York problem.
Shakopee, Minnesota, outside Minneapolis. A spectacular fire burns 4,000 waste drums, sending noxious clouds of smoke and some of the barrels into the sky.
Once people saw that it was across the country, then they were going to be in the same situation.
Outside Louisville, Kentucky, January 1970.
And it would mean that you could bring more members of Congress to bear on the problem and get action.
EPA has prepared legislation to establish a $500 million super fund to help pay for emergency cleanup and damages resulting from spills and abandoned waste.
There had to be a big bill, and that's how it came to be known as the super fund, meaning there's a lot of money there. And of course, we had a big issue as well. How do you fund super funds? And I assure you that the companies who had to put up a portion of the money for the fund did not come along willingly.
Hooker Chemical tonight is saying, don't blame us for the chemical catastrophe.
We have alerted everybody to the nature of those chemicals in the past. We had no control over that landfill site for a 25-year period.
The sale of the land for $1 in 1953 came with a very important caveat. Should there be any future problems at the site involving environmental hazards, it would be the city's problem.
Hooker Chemical has denied all along that it has any legal liability associated with the Love Canal situation.
That tells you right there, they knew, they knew that there was a problem. Now, the school board, I can't get in their heads, but I don't know if they didn't want to know or they just actually were naive enough to think that Hooker was just giving it to them because they were good corporate citizens.
Ultimately, people at the Board of Education were not scientists. City officials were not scientists or chemical experts. The only people who were at Hooker Chemical. And they knew how that land was going to be used, and they sold it anyway.
Today, it emerged that in 1958, children playing near the school were burned by chemicals. The company and the school board knew, but neither warned the neighborhood. Jerome Wilkenfeld, who was then a Hooker Chemical Company safety official, was questioned.
You had evidence available to you that children were using it as a playground and had been burned, probably by the chemicals there, and yet you were reluctant to tell them that there was a hazard and tell them what the chemicals were because you were afraid that you would expose the school board to some legal liability?
Yes.
Recently, Hooker has been peppering local newspapers with full-page advertisements, hoping to spruce up its public image.
Hooker goes on a sort of PR offensive and begins to take out advertisements in all the local media, reminding people of the jobs they provided, reminding people of all the money they injected back into the city.
When that doesn't work and the complaints don't go away, Hooker officials, when they testify before Congress, say, look, you all should know that we produce really toxic stuff. But we also produce miracles in American life. Everything that American industry and consumer life is based on depends on chemicals. And sometimes we have to recognize that chemicals are made from hazardous material.
His electric light bulb contains argon, a gas that keeps it burning. His shower curtain is decorative waterproof plastic. His suit contains chemical fibers that keep it looking better longer. His car is made stronger.
It's oftentimes argued that we have to expect some negative effects from the conveniences of modern life.
Protected with all winter antifreeze.
We all bear some burden for the presence of toxic substances in our environment.
Better things for better living through chemistry.
But I would argue that only some people have choices about what gets produced. Only some people have choices about what gets regulated. And for the most part, the remainder of society, and in particular its poorest members, are oftentimes the guinea pigs for these substances.
Summer of 1979 is a real tipping point for the Love Canal crisis. In the last year, there have been 2 state health declarations and 1 federal emergency declaration. But the majority of families are still living in Love Canal. And with remediation and the summer dust and the summer heat, the smells are worse than ever.
We still have people very sick, some of them hospitalized, and contaminated homes.
The residents reported that it was hard to even go outside. And Lois Gibbs used this as leverage. She argued that people couldn't live like this. And ultimately, state officials agreed to a short-term fix. Governor Carey still remained opposed to any more evacuations, but anyone still trapped inside their homes, both homeowners and the residents of Griffin Manor, were given the opportunity to stay in local hotels.
And you need accommodations for your family.
And suddenly, across Niagara Falls, people were living almost like refugees in their own city.
Well, we still have our neighbors.
That's right.
Basically, that whole floor was Love Canal people.
What's your new house?
We would get the kids to go to bed, and then at 8 o'clock, we would sit in the hallway and talk. That was like our living room.
This was summer in Niagara Falls, which was still a very popular vacation destination. Hotel managers didn't want a bunch of Love Canal families in their hotel rooms, in their hallways, children everywhere. They became known at this point as the, quote, Love Canal people.
One time a waitress comes to take our order and she said, "Are you Love Canal or are you normal?" And I just looked at her and said, "Well, I'm both."
The state was spending about $7,500 a day.
I'm gonna stop right there real quick again, man, and give a little shout out one more time. You know what I mean? Let me see what we can do here. We can do this right here.
Welcome to Bridge 3 TV, where simplicity starts and quality TV begins. In this ever-changing digital world, quality TV is just a step away. Minimizing bills for the things we want and the things that we need on a daily basis is something we all want. In order to save money and cut that cable bill, get an Amazon Fire Stick. Go to the app downloader and download the NetGo app. We offer a free 3-day trial and much more at a fraction of the cost for other streaming platforms. Use our free promo code to navigate our service and see if you would like it. Text 502-325-2921 for additional information and details. Enjoy your TV the way you want to.
Yeah, man. Once again, in case that went by too fast, man, if y'all don't got a Fire Stick, get a Fire Stick. You get a 3-day free trial when you call this number. Type in OTK or either Open and Knowledge. If you decide to keep it after the 3 days, you get a discount by using my name. Then, too, if you run into a last problem and third can't fix it, or straight smoke can't fix it, you know what I'm saying? Then your last month, I will pay that for you. You know what I'm talking about? Word.
Welcome to Bridge 3 TV, where simplicity starts and quality TV begins. In this ever-changing digital world, quality TV is just a step away. Minimizing bills for the things we want and the things that we need on a daily basis is something we all want. In order to save money and cut that cable bill, get an Amazon Fire Stick. Go to the app downloader and download the NetGo app. We offer a free 3-day trial and much more at a fraction of the cost for other streaming platforms. Use our free promo code to navigate our service and see if you would like it. Text 502-325-2921 for additional information and details. Enjoy your TV the way you want to.
Yeah, man. Once again, man, get you a Fire Stick. My bad, stepped off for a second. Yeah, once again, man, get y'all a Fire Stick, man. If you don't already have one, just go ahead and hit the link, man. Go ahead, try it out, you know, and test it out. That's all I can say. But let's get back into it, man. We got this last little, 20 minutes left? Oh, yeah, and we out. Bet, let's go.
Within 2 months. At that rate, they could have bought a home in the neighborhood about every 3 days.
As a result, at the end of the year, I don't feel we're that much better off than we were at the beginning. We're still here. We still have people.
The residents at that point have been fighting for a year. At the time, if you would have asked them if they were winning, the answer would have been no. Many of them were still trapped in their homes. But effectively, they were winning. Because with every single passing day, they were keeping this story in the news. They were refusing to back down. They were fighting again and again. They kept showing up to meetings. The Love Canal mothers wouldn't go away.
I wonder if we could have your attention, please. We could have your attention and your quiet.
For the more than 700 families left behind here at Love Canal, the nightmare took on new dimensions last Friday when the Environmental Protection Agency released a preliminary health study done on 36 residents.
The EPA commissions a new study to examine about 36 residents of the neighborhood. And they want to study these people for chromosomal damage.
Where the testing was undertaken as part of the process to gather evidence for the EPA and Department of Justice lawsuit against Hooker Chemical.
EPA was going to sue Hooker, so the chromosome study was trying to get evidence. I was upset when I saw the results, and then they said, well, you have to go up there and talk to them about this, and I did. but I knew it was very bad news and it was going to cause a panic.
Dr. Pizziano concluded that 11 of the 36 individuals examined exhibited significant chromosomal aberrations, which can be an early warning of future health problems, including cancer, birth defects, spontaneous abortions, and other reproductive problems. However, I think we want to stress that the results need further confirmation, and the data is now under intensive review.
Had us out of there 2 years ago. The federal government has finally, after 2 years, come up to the high-level thinking of housewives that they have constantly put down. We know what's going on. We did research too, and we want out of there. We want our kids out today.
The study adds to fears that toxic chemicals which surfaced at Love Canal 3 years ago may be connected to a high number of miscarriages, birth defects, and cancer. Barbara Quimby is one of those affected.
The people are just at their wits' end. They just can't handle any more mentally. Not when it comes down to your children. That's the worst. I think we can just about take anything ourselves, but when it's affecting your children, it's very hard to cope with.
8-year-old Brandy Quimby has several birth defects, and she's mentally retarded. So her parents were not at all surprised to hear that each of them might well have chromosome damage.
In a way, it was an answer because my husband and I didn't know what was wrong. But it was hard because, again, it's like, damn you, Hooker, did this to my child. I was only just 26. Hooker decided I'm not having any more children. They made the decision for me.
Well, we have got abnormalities in our chromosomes, and
The chromosome study is very controversial. Soon after it was released, the study was flagged and defined as flawed.
Thursday, State Health Commissioner David Axelrod said the EPA's action in releasing it was irresponsible.
It was just a pilot study to see if, in fact, there was evidence. So that was criticized for not being a full-fledged study. But in research, the first thing to do is a pilot study. You don't devote the resources to do a full-fledged study without knowing what you have.
Officials keep stressing that the study was designed for evidence, not scientific results.
There was no control group. They took people who already had problems as part of the study.
Like my husband has 2, they have a count of 2 and mine's 5. So they said his is normal and mine isn't.
So it was certainly a flawed study, but there was no comforting anyone. It was the hardest thing that I did the entire time that I was EPA. God, I really felt for those people.
Before this, were you planning to have more children?
We were talking about it.
And now?
I'd be afraid to bring another child into the world, with all this.
People lost it around the chromosome study. That was a straw that broke the camel's back.
We want out! We want out! We want out! We want out!
Suddenly, there were hundreds of people at the office outside, and they are angry. I mean, to the bone angry.
Who's coming out?
Politicians and health officials have to scramble to handle this, and they send multiple people to Niagara Falls, including 2 EPA officials.
Yeah, I realized that. I don't.
So the EPA officials came there that day, and they were going to speak to the residents who were gathering outside. But the crowd started getting a little bit bigger, and it got a little bit hectic out there.
Pass the word around. We're not going to do anything violent. We're just going to keep them in the house. Nothing more than that. Body barricade the doors, okay? And don't let them out.
They're not. Nobody else. They're all coming out, guys. Sit.
Get over here, all of you.
Guys, all the way around the house.
Over here, come on.
Around the house. If I was to let the 2 EPA representatives come out the door, does anybody know what would happen to them?
I talked to Lois Gibbs a number of times. She was saying, listen, there's an angry mob here. We think we should keep them here and protect them. I said, okay, but let's not make it where it looks like a hostage situation. If you're trying to threaten us in some way, I don't think that's productive.
And we are holding them hostage until the White House responds to the Love Canal situation in relocating these residents who are suffering.
Well, John, if I was to send these two individuals out on that front porch, those residents would rip them apart, literally, physically.
Homeowners Association President Lois Gibbs spoke with Congressman John LaFalce in Washington to try to get some answers. LaFalce is set to meet with President Carter at this hour at a dinner meeting at the White House. We should have more information tonight after that.
We have gotten more attention in half a day than we have in the 2 years period that we have been fighting to stop the suffering of Love Canal residents. And it's really, really sad when you have to go to this extreme to get any kind of attention from the White House. And that's not.
I stood by the back door because I was the big guy, and there were police everywhere. The crowd was building and they were getting more and more angry, and the police were standing with their billy clubs and their hands on their guns, and it was a real scary situation.
The FBI said, okay, Lois, here's the deal. They knew it was going to blow up any minute. And they said, we're going to come in and get them in 5 minutes.
We have just talked to the White House.
So I went out on the front steps and said, look, guys, we made our point.
I have told the White House, and this is upon your approval, that we will allow the two EPA representatives to leave. But if we do not have a disaster declaration Wednesday by noon, then what they have seen here today is just a Sesame Street picnic in comparison. Love Canal residents are tired of being sensible, reasonable in dealing with these turkeys because they're not listening to us. We'll let these two representatives go, but if we don't get something on Wednesday, White House better watch the hell out.
So Wednesday at noon was our deadline. We didn't know what was going to happen Wednesday at noon. We had no plan.
Within seconds, law enforcement officials determinedly pushed their way inside. A few minutes later, the two hostages were led out the side door.
Lois had created this sort of false deadline. She just made it up. And the White House didn't need to respond to that necessarily. But in internal memos back and forth between Jimmy Carter and his chief of staff, there is a sense that these people have suffered long enough.
And so Wednesday, precisely at noon, I got a chair outside the Love Canal office because I knew everybody would be there, and took the rotary dial phone and called the White House because they had a press release.
You're gonna read it to me. If you can keep it real quiet, I'll be able to repeat it so you can hear it.
Right. Towards her.
An emergency to permit the federal government and the state of New York to undertake.
Good evening. President Carter today declared an emergency exists in the Love Canal area of Niagara Falls. And the Environmental Protection Agency promptly announced that 700 families still living there will be moved out.
In making the announcement, EPA's Barbara Blum said it comes partly in response to growing pressure from those who live near Love Canal.
It was time to move those people out. The emotional climate up there was quite understandably hot. Essentially, everyone who wanted to leave could leave. And that was really a huge, huge step. You didn't have to prove you were sick. You didn't have to have a little baby. You didn't have to be pregnant. You know, you didn't have to have chromosome damage. You could just leave.
One more question. How do you feel about it?
Very, very happy. Very happy. And all those people who've been trying to get out so long can finally get out. And it just really makes me happy.
People had no idea what us women went through and the work that we did and the blood, sweat, and tears. But one time I was called a hero. I'll never forget that. Called me a hero, and I never felt that. But I did what I had to do.
There must never be in our country another Love Canal. There's really no way to make adequate restitution, but this agreement will at least give the families of the area the financial freedom to pack up and leave if they choose to do so.
We don't know what the impacts would have been if people were forced to stay another year, another 5 years, another 10 years.
President Carter asked her to come to the stage. Lois Gibbs, who was responsible.
If at any moment, those women, anyone in that activist community, the homeowners, the renters, anyone who lived in Love Canal stopped, it would have been a very different and less successful movement. Love Canal changed the way that Americans thought about environmentalism fundamentally and forever. It wasn't simply about pristine landscapes, about oceans, about forests. It was about our day-to-day living environment.
It really opened up people's eyes as to what was going on, the direct impact on people, and what were we going to do as a society to help these people and then prevent this from happening.
The Superfund bill was signed into law by President Carter today.
It is one of the last legislative victories for the Carter administration.
In December 1980, Congress worked together to pass what is definitively one of the most sweeping legislative packages that they had ever passed.
That measure allots $1.6 billion for cleaning up toxic waste spills and dumps.
Hundreds and hundreds of sites have been identified, cleaned up, taken out of circulation as environmental hazards, and the value of that is immeasurable.
But even with an additional $5 million tossed in from the state of New York, Love Canal residents are finding out they are not better off. Many who have...
One of the debates was always how much money would be allocated to homeowners and renters. And at the end, renters were still marginalized and, if anything, the last to leave.
Later on, they did pay for people to be moved. But the problem was finding somewhere to move to.
And you rent your home? You're out now, aren't you?
No, I'm not out.
Why don't you get out?
Oh, where am I going to go, Phil?
When you say renters, what do you mean?
We live right across the fence from the homeowners. We live about 250 feet from them.
By the time we moved out, I think my mother pretty much given up. My mom moved us back to the old neighborhood. We went about a mile down the road from Hooker, right back to where we grew up, right back to the chemicals.
We found that Hooker Chemical was clearly and specifically negligent. There are a number of proceedings which remain to determine exactly how much Hooker will pay to the state and others injured by the negligent handling of wastes and the transfer of property to school authorities.
I got some money. It helped us buy a new home. My children, they each got a sum of money, but that sure don't pay for the pain and suffering I've had through the years. Yeah, sometimes it still gets you. I lost a marriage over it.
I mean, you could give me all the money in the whole world. It's not going to bring John back to me. That's all I would care about.
Who can compensate you for your child dying, your mother dying, your dad dying, your sister, your brother?
I don't think we got full justice, no. I'd want them to stand right there and say, we're guilty. That's what I would have liked to have seen.
Hooker still will not admit they're wrong. The city of Niagara Falls will still not admit it's wrong. That's not justice. To have justice, the truth should be told.
We begin today what we might call the next and best chapter of this very sad story, the saga of Love Canal. The people will see inside the fence where the homes have now been boarded up, those homes will be removed, the area will be landscaped, contoured, to be attractive, to be safe, to be secure.
Do you think someone would actually want to come back, a new family would want to come into that area?
That's the question, yes. And I do believe that we can make the area attractive again. I'm sure the mayor doesn't want to regard this as an area that's going to stay blighted and stand as a monument to decay. No, it can't be that.
If you go to the Love Canal site today, you will not see the words Love Canal anywhere. There's no signage anywhere that says the world's most famous environmental disaster occurred here. But what you will see is a huge chain link fence. You will see a huge area of land inside the fenced-in zone that is off limits. You might not know there are nearly 22,000 tons of hazardous waste still underneath the ground.
I was just mortified one day. I see a pregnant woman with her toddler, two of the most vulnerable people in the world, right next to 20,000 tons of chemicals. Why would the city build a playground right next to a toxic waste dump?
And I just think, didn't we get the word out enough? What didn't we do that we could have, prevented that?
And man, yup. Man, peace and love, man. Let me do this real quick before we get into the bill, man. Let me get into this real quick.
Yeah. What it look like, man?
Let's see what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel.
Word.
I just don't want
I
much,
can't
man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we can reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. I got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just keep patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after. So all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life. Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug. Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it's supposed to be. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, so we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
Say you like me, it's what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your room size? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize of me and you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can buy. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool, with my tool, lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Let's just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life. Come on, let me show you.
Yeah, man, peace and love, man. Everybody out there, man. You know what I mean? What's up, Chief? You still here with me, man?
Yeah, I'm still here with you, man.
Alright, what you think about that video, man? About that contamination stuff, man, that was going on.
I'm not even gonna lie. It's some things that I want to revisit on the video because it was, you know, it made me look at certain type of areas, and when it came for them fighting for something and some type of justice for, you know, especially with the women's rights, everything was getting implemented within like a short period of time. Like they voices were getting heard. I understood that. Like I was seeing that was the
common trend.
Yeah, it's a trend because I'm looking at the status that they hold in this country. You know what I'm saying? And what powers who's in the first, you know, in the front row actually getting the benefits and getting you know, anything from the government at that point, at that time point. But yeah, I will have to revisit some of the things that because I was in the midst of doing something right at the same time.
Okay. Yeah, definitely, man. I advise everybody to go and check that out, man. You know, I like to drop a lot of my documentaries and stuff. I like to drop. They come off either goddamn American Discoveries or either PBS. I just like their documentaries. That's all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I watch PBS all the time when they be dropping some interesting things on the especially last time they dropped something about how they manufacture like potato chips and whatnot, and the whole documentary on where the potatoes come from and the chemicals that they use. So yeah, the PBS channel, they raw. I ain't gonna lie, they got some good stuff on there that make me, you know, go back on it, because when I was a child, I ain't really pay attention to it.
Right.
And I'm starting to be aware of it.
Yeah. I mean, you know, we couldn't understand it anyway. We would have had to get somebody to pretty much interpret it, or either try to understand where that person that was talking coming from, and we would have to go off that. But now today, because we know what we know today, we got the right to listen to that, and we can weed out the bullshit. You know what I mean? And all of that, or we can interpret exactly what they're trying to say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you. And every every detail that they, you know what I'm saying, every aspect of it, I'm trying to make sure that I'm on point and knowing what and comprehending. You know what I'm saying? It's all about the comprehension of what was in play for everything that they was trying to apply on. You know what I'm saying? Reparations for them. That's what it really look like. It's everything, every call out, every you know, injustice thing that happened in America, they gonna try to get some reparation from it in any form of reparations.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, man, exactly. This is actually the article where that video came from right here. It's underneath American experience. You know what I mean? So you can find it right there up underneath that. All that. Please quit walking by my computer, y'all. God damn. Yeah, everything good. But yeah, man.
My bad for the background. I'm at the barber right now.
No, not you. I'm talking about my goddamn family, them that's around me. You know what I mean? But yeah. So yeah, man. Disaster area, city failed, US taxation without representation. We got all kind of stuff that's in there in this underneath this American experience. And it also has PBS too, man. You know what I mean? All right, my fault, man. But yeah, man. Let's see what they do with this say underneath the videos. Let's see what they give us. Okay, they give us a bunch of videos. Bill Russell. You know what I mean? I know I got some more shit about. I got some stuff about Neil Zellhurston. But yeah, y'all can go ahead on to this stuff right here, man, and y'all can check that out for yourself. You know what I mean? It's very good read and all that. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna go ahead and probably drop some more stuff real quick. Hold on, give me a second. Give me a second.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand, slow mo.
Shout out to everybody, man, who goddamn, showed me a little bit of love out there. You know what I'm talking about? Let me see what else I'm gonna goddamn pull up. I am waiting for some people to come up before I get into my paperwork. I surely is waiting for them to come up. And I know they got a little things to do. Hold on, let me see. Is this? No, okay.
How was your vacation in Florida?
Oh man, beautiful, man. Beautiful family. Beautiful. I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. You know, it's always something new to do every time I go, because we have a new add-on of the family. You know what I mean? So we was able to take my 2-year-old grandchild. Yeah, so we took my 2-year-old grandchild on this trip. So you know, that was definitely a beautiful thing. You know what I mean? Definitely a beautiful thing.
To go out there.
Yeah, man. They starting to build like more of the same stuff that's down there in like Orlando or whatever like that. In Kissimmee. Some people pronounce it Kissimmee. But they have more stuff that they're starting to do in Orlando now. Now that they don't finish that, they almost through with that turnpike. Man, they you know what I mean? They got Orlando lovely now, you know. So they just built like a fun spot up there that like identical, but it's bigger than the one that they have in Kissimmee. So they're gonna start coming upwards right on into Georgia. You know what I mean? They're gonna come up.
Yeah, I feel you. Well, that's why I'm trying to go travel out there. There's a lot of places I gotta go see, touch base on, and you know, 10 toes down on the ground. You know, actually experience and talk to the people out there.
Yeah, I tell everybody, man, travel the Americas first before you go anywhere else. You know what I mean? Before you go anywhere else, I say travel the Americas, you know, for real. Let me see, man. Damn, did I want this? Yeah. Hold on. I'm getting this ready real quick. I don't know which one I want to do first, but it's all good. Man, we got so much stuff, man. Let's do this, man. I ain't see this yet, man. Let's do this, man. Hold on, I don't know. Let's see what this is. I think this is gonna be good. We got 500,000 likes. Shit, I think this motherfucker might be good. Let's see it. It's a nice topic too. Okay, let's see. Hello?
Hello and welcome to my channel. If you are a subscriber to my channel, welcome back and thank you for your interest and support. If you aren't a subscriber but you'd like to see more, please like, subscribe, and click the notification bell so you don't miss any new interesting videos. The purpose of my videos are to rediscover the true history of people of color throughout the world. By understanding that truth, hopefully all people will be able to heal. I truly believe that remaining in ignorance helps no one, except for those individuals that thrive on deception, power, and dominance. One more thing before I get started, and trust me, you don't want to miss the rest of this video, but this has to be said. The word race and what it's supposed to mean is not a real thing. It was created to divide and conquer. It's a social construct which was scientifically debunked long ago, yet we still use the term day in and day out. Now, I realize that I've used the term race in some of my videos, but that was only because it's a term that people are most familiar with when trying to make sense of different skin tones. I will be producing a video addressing the peopling of the world in the near future. so please stay tuned for that. I produce these videos not to divide people, not to say one skin complexion is better than another, but to write the historical record so we as human beings can move forward out of ignorance as a cohesive group, no one better than the other. All right, so without further ado, this video is titled The Black Southern Confederacy. We have been given 120 plus years of propaganda that the South was controlled by white men, and the few black men that fought for the South did so on behalf of their masters. This, of course, is a lie. In this video, I'm going to show you that the American Civil War was fought by black men and white men on both sides of the conflict. Okay, let me show you what I'm talking about. For those of you that don't know,
and let me put this out there, man. Listen, this is my first time seeing this video. You know, like I said, man, I got so much stuff that people done sent me. So this is my first time seeing this video, and 9 times out of 10, I always say this. Most of the time, I don't agree off the jump on what these documentaries and stuff I be showing. It's not up to what I think and what I believe. It's up to the information that you get out of it. That's my whole key.
the Confederacy included the states of Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. Regarding the hierarchy of the Southern Confederacy, Jefferson Davis was the president and Alexander Hamilton Stevens was the vice president. The Confederacy was formed in 1861. However, on April 9, 1865, General Robert E. Lee surrendered his Confederate troops to Union General Ulysses S. Grant after 4 years of a costly and bloody war. All right, so I think this first article will blow your mind, so please pay close attention. I'm going to start off right at the top with the president of the Southern Confederacy, Jefferson Davis. Okay, so this article is from the newspaperarchive.com, Philadelphia Evening Telegraph newspaper, dated October 6, 1886, page 8, column 1. All right, so the title of this article is The Davis Family, the Residents in Canada, How the Members Live. So the article starts, Ottawa, CW, September 27th. After the late war, the Davis family, accepting Mrs. Davis, went to live in Canada, and they still live there. At the head of this family is Mrs. Howell, the mother of Mrs. Davis, and with her is a younger sister of the latter who is unmarried. The Davis family consists of 2 boys and 1 girl, all young, the eldest, a boy, not being over 14 years of age. With Mr. Davis, there's a young child not included in the above list. Mrs. Howell is a tall, stately old lady of about 60 years of age. She has brilliant black eyes, good features, and looks a little sallow from her age. Her hair is gray and still thick, and she wears nothing on her head. This gives her an air of dignity and simplicity. In manner, she is very affable and plain. Miss Howell, whose first name is Margaret, is a tall young lady of about 20 years of age. She has dark eyes, good features, and a clear olive complexion with dark brown hair. In manner, she is pleasing, and there is a strong resemblance between her and her mother. The looks of both ladies are quite Southern. Master Jefferson Davis is a fine boy of about 14 years of age. He is tall for his age and well-made, with dark hair, dark eyes, and good features. His skin is a rich brown, like that of all his family. He is now in college in Lennoxville, Canada East. Miss Margaret Davis.
Uh-oh. You hear that, broski? Hold up. What the name of this fucking article is?
They said he was Master Jefferson.
Yeah, and he was this is the family, the descendants of the one who was the president of the South, correct? That's what they had said from the jump. Am I correct? Or matter of fact, we can always rewind it back. Yeah.
And when they meet him on master, they mean head of household, right?
Say that again now.
I said when they mean about master, they mean head of household, right?
Shit, where you see master at?
The era pointed it at it when they was he said Master Jefferson in his name.
Oh, but you know when they say Master Jefferson, yeah, that would be like instead of saying Mister, I guess when you get a certain rich or you in another place, I guess Mister would be master or you know what I mean? Like just say for instance, let's just say Batman. You know what I mean? Alfred always say Master Wayne.
True. Okay, Master Wayne. Okay.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I think it's where, depending on where they from, they say master rather than Mister. Remember, he used to call him Master Jeffrey or whatever like that. You know what I mean? Right. So, okay, all right. Let's bring
the above list. Mrs. Howe is a tall. The title of this article is The Davis Family, so please pay close attention. I'm going to start off right at the top with the president of the Southern Confederacy, Jefferson Davis. Okay, so this article is from the newspaperarchive.com, Philadelphia Evening Telegraph newspaper, dated October.
He's the president of the Confederacy now, the Southern Confederacy. So he will be the president, or you know what I mean, equivalent to what? Who in this time would be Abraham or George? Let's see. Let's let it go. Let me see. I didn't see what year.
It was in 1886.
1876. So yeah, this will be after
1886.
1886. Yeah, this will be after the Civil War then. Definitely. This would be shit. What, Revolutionary War about to be? What the fuck? Let me check that out real quick. But I can just let it play. Just go.
Page 8, column 1. All right, so the title of this article is The Davis Family, the Residents in Canada, How the Members Live. So the article starts, Ottawa, CW, September 27th. After the late war, the Davis family, accepting Mrs. Davis, went to live in Canada, and they still live there. At the head of this family is Mrs. Howell, the mother of Mrs. Davis, and with her is a younger sister of the latter who is unmarried. The Davis family consists of 2 boys and 1 girl, all young, the eldest, a boy, not being over 14 years of age. With Mr. Davis, there's a young child not included in the above list. Mrs. Howell is a tall, stately old lady of about 60 years of age. She has brilliant black eyes, good features, and looks a little sallow from her age. Her hair is gray and still thick, and she wears nothing on her head. This gives her an air of dignity and simplicity. In manner, she is very affable and plain. Miss Howell, whose first name is Margaret, is a tall young lady of about 20 years of age. She has dark eyes, good features, and a clear olive complexion with dark brown hair. In manner, she is pleasing, and there is a strong resemblance between her and her mother. The looks of both ladies are quite Southern. Master Jefferson Davis is a fine boy of about 14 years of age. He is tall for his age and well made, with dark hair, dark eyes, and good features. His skin is a rich brown, like that of all his family. He is now in college in Lennoxville, Canada East. Miss Margaret Davis is a girl of about 8 years of age with eyes black as, I can't read that word because it's missing part of the first letter, and brown hair and good features. Her skin is a rich olive, like that of Mrs. Howell, her aunt. She is now at school in the convent of the Sacred Heart near Montreal. The last of the family to notice is Master William Davis, who goes by the name of Willie. He is a boy of 4 years of age with gray eyes and light hair, and features promising to be aquiline like those of his father. He is deaf, so that one has to shout at him in speaking. All right, so this is where I'm going to stop reading the article so we can go ahead and analyze it, although I must admit the rest of the article is very interesting. So let's break this down. Mrs. Howell is mother to 2 daughters, Mrs. Davis and Margaret. Mrs. Davis is Jefferson Davis's wife. As I mentioned previously, Jefferson Davis was the president of the Confederacy. Okay, so the Davis family consists of 2 boys, 1 girl, and 1 other child. We saw that Mrs. Howell is listed as being a tall, stately old lady of about 60 years of age. She has brilliant black eyes, good features, and looks a little sallow from age. Remember, sallow means a yellowish complexion. Her hair was iron gray and still thick. Then there is Miss Howell, whose first name is Margaret. She is listed as a tall young lady of about 20 years. She has dark eyes, good features, and a clear olive complexion with dark brown hair. Then the article says that there is a strong resemblance between her and her mother, and also that the looks of both ladies are quite Southern. So how I interpret the phrase looking quite Southern means many Southern women at that time had dark eyes, dark hair, and complexions that are sallow and olive. Sallow meaning yellow and olive meaning brown. All right, so let's get to the other children. The article says Master Jefferson Davis was a fine boy of 14 years of age. He is tall for his age and well-made, with dark hair, dark eyes, and good features. His skin is a rich brown, like that of all his family. Folks, is that sinking in? I'm going to go ahead and repeat that last part, like that of all his family. So let's go ahead and look at the next child, which is Miss Margaret Davis. She was a girl of 8 years of age, with eyes black as unreadable, and brown hair and good features. Her skin is a rich olive, like that of Miss Howell, her aunt. All right, so let me reiterate what I just said. I said a rich olive, okay? They didn't say regular olive, a rich olive, which means it's an enhanced color, a darker color. All right, so looking at the last child, Master William Davis, he is 4 years of age with gray eyes and light hair, and features promising to be aquiline like his father. He is also deaf. Wow, right? Weren't we taught that the Southern Confederacy was basically all white? Weren't we all told that only white people were in charge of the South? Aren't 99% of all the photos and paintings that we're shown in regards to the Southern Confederacy of white people? I'm not making this stuff up, folks, but there is a reason it's been left out of the curriculum. What I'm showing you here is that Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, had a black family. Let that sit with you for a minute. Remember, when I read the description of Master Jefferson Davis, the 14-year-old, it says he has a rich brown, not a light brown, not a sallow, a rich brown complexion like that of all his family. Please remember, words are key. That's why I'm emphasizing these important descriptive words so that it really brings home what this family looked like. Folks, this war was not about black and white. This war was a fight about cultures, money, and power. Southern black men, black women, white men, and white women were fighting for their way of life. Of course, I think it was disgusting to fight to keep the institution of slavery. These people and that part of their culture were sick, but that was part of the Southern culture at that time. What I'm saying to you is, we have been lied to regarding who these people were and who had the power at that time in history. The reality was, the South was full of families of color that were wealthy plantation owners, statesmen, bankers, doctors, preachers, teachers, soldiers, farmers, etc. This is not to say the South was not overrun with Negroes that were enslaved. However, as I will explain later in the video, and I'm sure I've touched on it in prior videos, Europeans of color at this time were not to be confused with American Negroes, aka Indians. I have over 25 articles of accounts of wealthy colored people and families in the South and Midwest, and that's not including wealthy families of color in the northern and western parts of the country. I will have to do a video on those wealthy families of color in the very near future. Also, these photos we are shown today are not legitimate. These photos we are shown have been substituted by photos of white people. I think some folks watching my videos believe the photos and paintings of white people that I present are of people of color passing for white. That is not the case. The reason I show you these photos are to highlight and emphasize the contradictions between the descriptions that are written and the photos we are given representing these various historical figures. I believe the original photos and paintings, etc., have been destroyed or hidden away. Maybe that's one of the reasons why many Southern states passed laws against Negroes learning to read. I just wanted to clear up this issue about photos I'm presenting going forward. Okay, I'm going to move on to another article, and this one is about Verena Davis, the wife of Jefferson Davis. This article is from the Army.mil website. Basically, it's the U.S. Army's website. Anyway, this article was published on January 30th, 2015 by Eric Durr, New York State Division of Military and Naval Affairs. All right, so this article reads, Saratoga Springs, New York, October 8th, 2014. A university professor who is also a former government code breaker and a retired college financial aid director teamed up to transcribe and decode the secrets in a 150-year-old Confederate diary discovered in the collections of the New York State Military Museum in Saratoga Springs, New York. The Military Museum is administered by the New York State Division of Military and Naval Affairs, the state agency which oversees the New York Army and Air National Guard. Written in 1863 and 1864 by Confederate Army Lieutenant James Malbone, an officer in Company B, 6th Virginia Infantry, the diary records information about soldiers in his unit, items he's bought and sold, his African-American slaves, the faithfulness of other officers' wives, Confederate deserters, women, and military movements. You know, before I go forward reading this, I just wanted to comment where it says African-American slaves. Obviously, back in 1863 and 1864, the term African-American obviously was not used. But it also indicates that these folks writing this story want to portray that the people of color at that time were all from Africa. And that is far from the truth, as we are witnessing by all the videos that I'm producing, as well as other videos being produced that pertain to the same subjects. In essence, it's a way of disassociating European people of color from their heritage and American Negroes/Indians from their land. To keep some of this private, Malbone used a code of letters and symbols. Among that coded information is Malbone's speculation about race of Varina Davis, the wife of Confederate President Jefferson Davis. Encoded in his diary, Malbone recorded that he saw her and that she was dark complected and had a very, very brown skin, dark eyes, and high cheekbones, wide mouth. This was undoubtedly a reference to African-American features and possibly ancestry, said Dr. Kent Boaklin, who broke the code. Again, you can see that reference to African-American. All right, so it goes on to read further. In the slave-owning Confederacy of 1864, these musings would have been explosive statements, said Boaklin, a Queens College associate professor of computer science and National Security Agency trained cryptographer. Boaklin, who has decrypted other historic documents, said people used codes in their diaries to keep military information, gossip, and ruminations about sex a secret from prying eyes. Malbone's diary contained a little of each. So I'm not going to read the entire article. I just wanted to read the section on Varina Davis because the first article I read to you didn't specifically describe her appearance. But now you know how her children got their looks. All right, so back to this article. Do you see where it says Malbone recorded that he saw her and she was dark complected and had very, very brown skin, dark eyes, high cheekbones, and a wide mouth? Now, they're saying that this was a reference to her African-American features and possibly ancestry. However, I hope if you've been watching my video series, you realize that she probably came from a European family of color. There is also a possibility that she was mixed with indigenous American blood, AKA Indian blood. So let's take a look at what photos Google has for Mrs. Davis. Let's see if they portray her with this very, very brown skin. These photos aren't even close to matching the description. So let's take a look at the Davis family children. I sure don't see a rich olive or rich brown skin on any of them. Maybe it's just me, but do you guys see it? All I see are very pale complexions. Let's look at a painting of Varina Davis in a pendant from the Smithsonian Museum. Again, do you see a very, very brown skin? How about a brown skin? How about a light brown skin? This is what I'm trying to reveal to you. These paintings, photos are all bogus. All right, so let's look at one more example of what Mrs. Jefferson Davis looked like. This page comes from the book, The Davis Memorial Volume, Our Dead President, Jefferson Davis, The World's Tribute to His Memory by J. William Jones, D.D., copyright 1889. All right, going to page 313. This page goes on to read, Mr. Davis was received here with distinguished honors, and quarters were assigned him at the Spotswood Hotel, which then stood at the southeast corner of Main and 8th Streets, but was destroyed by fire December 25th, 1870. Here speeches were made, welcome after welcome extended, and crowds pressed forward to be introduced to Mr. Davis and the members of his family. Mrs. Davis was thus described. She is a tall, commanding figure with dark hair, eyes, and complexion, and strongly marked characteristics which lie chiefly in the mouth. With firmly set yet flexible lips, there is indicated much energy of purpose and will, but beautifully softened by the usual sad expression of her dark, earnest eyes. Her manners are kind, graceful, easy, and affable, and her receptions are characterized by the dignity, suavity, which should very properly distinguish the drawing room entertainments of the chief magistrate of a republic. So again, we can see that the author describes Mrs. Davis as tall, with dark hair, eyes, and complexion, 3 separate categories regarding her appearance. Well, there are many more written examples of what Verena Davis looked like, but now I want to move on to some more Confederates of color. All right, so let's look at the Vice President of the Confederacy, Alexander H. Stephens. And this article comes from the Athens Weekly Banner, dated January 24th, 1908, page 3, first column. This article is titled Civilian Leaders of the Confederacy by John Good of Virginia, sometimes member of the Confederate Congress of the Virginia Session Convention of the Congress of the United States and President of the Virginia Constitutional Convention of 1901-1902. The article subheading reads Alexander H. Stephens, and the article goes on to read, the first I ever saw of Mr. Stephens was on the 22nd day of April, 1861. He had been sent as a commissioner by the government at Montgomery to negotiate a treaty of alliance, offensive and defensive, with the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I had the honor to represent the convention as a member of the committee appointed to receive him. It will be remembered that Virginia was, for a short time, an independent nation. She had seceded from the old nation, but had not accepted the new one, nor could she do so until a vote was had by the people upon the ratification or rejection of the Ordinance of Secession. Mr. Stephens impressed me at the time as a most remarkable man. In personal appearance, he was very slender, his complexion was swarthy, and he weighed less than 100 pounds. He had a metallic voice, a far-reaching power, and a wonderful penetration. All right, for the sake of time, let's just get to the heart of it. Of course, this account takes place before Alexander H. Stephens becomes Vice President of the Confederacy. So John Good, the author of the article, states that he met with Mr. Stephens and he described his personal appearance as very slender and his complexion was swarthy. In my opinion, the author didn't mention his hair color or eye color, but went right for the distinguishing feature, which was his complexion, aka skin color. All right, so let's look at a photo of Alexander H. Stephens. This one was found on Google. Not seeing the swarthy complexion? Don't you all find it weird so far that these descriptions are published in many sources, but as I mentioned in previous videos, no one talks about these people's descriptions, only their deeds. Although if they did happen to mention their descriptions, for some reason, and I say this facetiously, they generally talk about hair color and eye color, failing to mention their complexions, skin color, or hue. Maybe it's just that they don't want to get into a discussion about it. All right, I'm going to take us away from these articles for a minute so I can show you real quick that Mr. Stephens.
Yo, what's up, fam?
Yo, I wanted to touch base on how they give out so many descriptions on the, but right now my phone finna die. I ain't got my charger, so I'm gonna have to drop down and come back on deal up with you a little bit.
All right, yeah, I'll be here.
All right.
And swarthy complexion, and basically all swarthy complexions generally refer to complexions assigned to people of color. Let me show you real quick what I mean. Again, I'm going to preface this. I'm not speaking about white people with tans. There's a huge difference. And as Judge Judy says, let's not play with each other. Now, I have plenty of viewers commenting on various videos stating that swarthy complexions are not assigned to people of color. They believe that swarthy complexions refer to either white people with dark hair and dark eyes, or white people that have tans from being outdoors. I'm not blaming these commenters for believing as they do, because they have been subject to the same rewritten history we all have been taught. However, I'm going to debunk that false narrative right now. I'm going to go through a couple examples real quick. Let's look at this article from the Indianapolis Journal dated July 12th, 1895, page 4, fifth column, under the title, About People and Things. Beginning in the third paragraph, it states, Mrs. Anna R. Woodby of Omaha, described as a swarthy colored woman, has been named by the prohibitionists as one of the candidates for the regents of the state university. Now, this next article is from the Indianapolis newspaper dated September 10th, 1891, page 2, fourth column. The title of this article is The Asphalt Colored Hands Demand $1.75 per day for their labor. So the paragraph begins, at 1 o'clock today, about 100 swarthy Negro laborers employed to lay concrete work on the Virginia Avenue asphalt pavement threw down their tools and quit work. Okay, moving on. You'll love this one. This article is from the Savannah Morning newspaper dated February 21st, 1904, page 30, second to last column. The title of this article is The Romantic Story of the Douglas Family. I'm going to skip down to the 5th paragraph where it reads, being desirous of seeing the one who had done so signaling a service, the man was pointed out to the king by his color or complexion. In these words of the Gaelic tongue, Sholto de Glass, or behold the swarthy colored man. Hence he was named Sholto the Douglas. The king royally rewarded him with grants of land and created him Lord of Douglas. Well, that was interesting, don't you think? Keep in mind, this is a major Southern newspaper in Georgia, and it's 1904. Okay, so this next article is from the Durham Daily Globe, dated October 23rd, 1893, page 1, 3rd column. The title of this article is People Who Come and Go, Brief Brevities of Interest to All Readers of the Globe. Skipping down to the 3rd paragraph, it reads, Solomon Justice, another swarthy African, was charged with violating a city ordinance, but was not found guilty, so went on his way rejoicing. Again, this is another Southern newspaper, this one from Durham, North Carolina, in the year 1893. Here's the last example I'm going to share, because I want to get back to the main subject of this video. This article is from the New Albany Daily Ledger, dated May 19, 1860, page 2, 2nd column. This short article reads, it appears that the contest for vice president in the Republican convention was between Hannibal Hamlin and Cassius M. Clay, and the former succeeded. This was natural, we suppose. Hannibal of old, in whose honor Hamlin was named, was a swarthy African, while Cassius was nothing but a Roman and a white man. So let's look at this. According to this editor, and I've read this before, Hannibal Hamlin, Abraham Lincoln's vice president, was named after a swarthy African. Why would you name a white man after a black man? Well, if you've seen my prior video, I assert that Hamlin was a black man. You also saw where the editor states, this was natural, we suppose. I believe he made that statement because Hamlin was black, but also because black men were numerous in the Republican Party at that time. So basically, the editor jumps to a conclusion thinking that Hamlin was only voted in by the Republican Party at the convention because he not only is he a black man, but he has a black man's name, where his opponent was named after a white man. So of course, they're not going to choose him. So why would this editor have this sarcastic view? Well, here's an interesting fact, and I did a little digging. According to the Carnegie Center for Arts and History, they state that this newspaper editor sided heavily with the Southern cause, yet he still assigned the term swarthy to an African man. So my whole point here with these particular articles is to point out that the term swarthy was used to describe dark-skinned people, whether they be Africans, Europeans of color, or any dark-skinned individuals. Okay, as always, I have plenty more examples of the term swarthy describing people of color, but the video must go on. Okay, so let's move on to the next article. And this one is from the Cincinnati Daily Commercial newspaper dated October 20th, 1865, page 2. The title of this article is Alexander H. Stephens, the ex-rebel vice president, and John H. Reagan in the metropolis, Mr. Stephens' appearance, future movements of the party. This article starts out, Alexander H. Stephens, ex-vice president of the Confederate States, accompanied by his brother, Judge Linton Stephens, who remained 6 weeks in prison with him in Fort Warren, and ex-Postmaster General John H. Reagan arrived in this city last evening on the 8 o'clock train and put up at the Astor House. Okay, I'm going to skip down to the next paragraph that reads, John Reagan, his companion and fellow sufferer in the same cause, in appearance is the real type of true Southern gentleman. He is tall and commanding in form, we should say 6 feet in height, with an uncommonly well-built frame, and head well balanced on shoulders that Apollo might envy, with dark brown hair within a shade of black, a full beard and mustache of the same color, a dark complexion and flashing black eyes that set off admirably by their brightness, their dark surroundings. Reagan is what the world would call a handsome man. Unfortunately, this article describes Alexander H. Stephens in every way except his complexion. Fortunately, we've learned that his complexion was swarthy from the previous article. And might I add, we have now confirmed who swarthy pertains to. Okay, so what I've gleaned from this article is that John H. Reagan was the Postmaster General for the Confederacy under Jefferson Davis. We also see that he is described as the real type of Southern gentleman. So in my mind, that means he looks like the typical Southerner of that era. So let me get back to his description that makes him the real type of Southern gentleman. The article describes John H. Reagan as tall and commanding in form, 6 feet in height, uncommonly well-built frame, head well balanced on shoulders that Apollo might envy. Dark brown hair within a shade of black, a full beard and mustache of the same color, a dark complexion, and flashing black eyes that set off admirably by their brightness, their dark surroundings. Reagan is what the world would call a handsome man. Now, look at the photos I found for him. Where is the dark complexion? How are his eyes set off by the dark surroundings? What I do hear is that Southern gentlemen have dark complexions, something that I was never told in school. Now, there is one more person in the article. His name is John Linton Stevens, Alexander H. Stevens' brother. He was a Supreme Court justice for the state of Georgia. Let's take a look at his description. All right, so this paragraph starts off, Judge Linton Stevens, brother to the late vice president, is a very fine-looking man of full habit and ruddy complexion, and the last man who would be taken as the brother of Alexander. One would take him to be a well-to-do New England farmer rather than a Southern gentleman of leisure, with plantations by the 100 acres. All right, so looking at this, Judge Stevens has a ruddy complexion, who apparently resembles a New England farmer rather than a Southern gentleman of leisure. Okay, real quick, ruddy is a reddish-brown color. I think that in modern times, we have been led to believe ruddy complexions are of white people with some rosacea issues. That is not a complexion. Look at this photo of what I mean by rosacea. And remember, the term complexion denotes the skin on your entire face and generally your body. I had several people comment on previous videos regarding the definition of a ruddy complexion, saying it was like a reddish brown color. I would tend to agree. However, just like the word brunette, the meaning was unofficially changed in the early to mid 1900s to validate the rewritten history we were all taught. Now, I hate to go off on a tangent again, but I feel like we're going to have those same commenters that believe white people are swarthy use the same rewritten history to say that the term dark complexion always pertains to white people. Let me quickly dispel that notion. So this first article comes from the Milledgeville Confederate Union newspaper dated September 6, 1864, page 1, second column.
Hey sis, what's going on with you, sis? Peace and love, peace and love.
Yeah, it is. Hey, OTK. Oh, yeah, I'm really here situated. Hold on. I was moving it.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here trying to get my tree out, man, that I got from 111 Truth, man.
Oh, ooh.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. What's it, a little olive tree?
I think this one is the chakra one.
Oh.
Drake Powers, what's going on? Brown Flat Power, what's happening?
Hey, guys.
How you doing, sis? You doing all right?
I'm doing great. I had to get her straight with the ballet and all of that. We back now, and now I can sit down and poop.
All right.
Whatever's going on, so.
Okay, bet. Well, I tell you what, I'm gonna go ahead and play some more of this video. Let you go ahead and roll up, get you already roll up and comfortable, and then we can go into some stuff we can read. All right.
All right, sound good.
All right, bet.
The ad states, "Stop the runaway. Runaway from Macon, Georgia on the 14th day of July instant, a Negro boy named Charles, aged 20 years, 5 feet, 10 inches, dark complexion, flat nose, and weighs about 165 to 175 pounds. I will pay a suitable reward for his delivery to me at this place or his confinement until I get to him." All right, so this next article is from the Augusta Weekly Chronicle and Sentinel, dated March 5th, 1856, page 6, last column. The title of this ad is Public Sales, Burke Sheriff's Sale. And as you can see, it's a long list of Negroes for sale. I'm not actually going to read the whole list because that would take too long, but feel free to pause the video and you can read the list for yourself. All right, so it goes on to read, will be sold on the first Tuesday. Unfortunately, I can't read that part because it's messed up, but it picks up in said county within the legal hours of sale. The following property, to wit, one Negro man slave named Stephen, about 25 years old, of a dark complexion, one Negro woman slave named Viney, about 22 years old, and her 2 children, all of light complexion, one Negro boy slave named Gus, about 11 years old, light complexion, one Negro boy slave named Boston, 9 years old, dark complexion. One Negro slave named Fanny, about 25 years old, dark complexion. One Negro woman slave named Harriet, about 30 years old, and her 3 children, names and ages unknown. Bill, a boy about 8 years old. Carter, a boy 6 years old, both of the last mentioned of a dark complexion. Charles, a man about 32 years old, dark complected. Aaron, a man about 45 years old, light complected. Abraham, a man about 45 years old, dark complected. Nicholas, a man about 45 years old, light complected. Millie, a woman about 44 years old, light complected. Harry, a man about 34 years old, dark complected. King, a man about 30 years old, light complected. Western, a boy about 5 years old, dark complexion. Clay, a boy about 12 years old, dark complexion. Taylor, a boy about 10 years old, dark complexion. Doc, a boy about 8 years old, light complexion. Nick, a boy about 6 years old, light complexion. Moselle, a girl about 1 year old, light complexion. First of all, this turns my stomach. This is what we refer to as human trafficking today, but a lot worse. Unfortunately, history is filled with the good, the bad, and the ugly. Okay, so looking at this list, we can see 2 main complexions attributed to these people referred to as Negroes, dark complexions and light complexions. Do those complexions look familiar? They should, because they mean the same thing, Black people, aka people of color. I want to bring your attention to another point that's quite obvious to me now. After researching for several years and listening to other researchers, generally, when I see the word Negro in literature from the 1600s to the late 1800s, the term Negro was assigned to the indigenous population of America, aka Indians, or the indigenous population of the Caribbean. Most often, Negroes were given first names, or they assigned themselves a first name. This is how you will most often see them referred to. They generally did not have last names. They obviously had indigenous names, but of course, those were probably too hard for Europeans to pronounce. Plus, psychologically, I'm sure it was an attempt to break them mentally from their culture. So, in my opinion, to facilitate that mental break, they were only given first names. I will tell you this, Europeans generally felt that the indigenous, aka Negroes, were savages, no more than animal. Of course, there are always the exceptions to the rule. There were plenty of marriages that occurred between the two cultures. However, this loathing Europeans had was evident in the countless literary works published over the centuries. Europeans would never give Indians their last names. This was a ridiculous notion. Europeans prided themselves when it came to their family names and family crests. When you do read about a Negro with a first name and last name, generally it was because they were a runaway, posing as a freedman or a European of color. Often when seeing runaway ads, you will see it say something like, runaway Negro, calling themselves, insert first name, insert last name. Or there were plenty of instances where free Europeans of color were kidnapped from a non-slave state and forced down south and sold into slavery. So please, wake up and smell what's cooking. The reason this propaganda was put into the rewritten history was to again validate why so many Black people have European names. All right, I hope you start understanding the sheer magnitude of this research. All right, are you saying WTF to yourself yet? If not, you might after this next article. Let's take a look at one of the most exalted Confederate generals, Robert E. Lee. So for this gentleman, and I say that loosely, we go to the United States of America Congressional Record. It's titled Proceedings and Debate of the 90th Congress, Second Session, Volume 114, Part 7, March 28th, 1968 to April 9th, 1968, by the Government Printing Office, Washington. Okay, so why did I read you that long title? I read it to you because this is the Congressional Record, an excellent primary source, and they are discussing Robert E. Lee's family line. So on page 8727, they are speaking about Richard Lee, who was the first Lee in America. He was the 6th generation ancestor of Robert E. Lee. Now, turning the page to 8728, it goes on to read, Richard's descendants prospered through the following century until the time of the Revolution. There were no more illustrious names in the annals of the new republic than the Lees, except that of Washington himself. Such Lees as Richard, Henry, Arthur, Thomas, William, Francis, and Lightfoot were men of station, ability, wealth, and integrity. 2 were signers of the Declaration of Independence. The list of members of Congress, governors of Virginia, and other holders of public office was endless. Young Robert E. Lee grew up in the midst of this tradition. Robert E. Lee decided on a military career at a very early age. In fact, as a young boy, he decided he would go to West Point. He finally ended up there when he was 18 in 1825. When he entered West Point, he had brown hair, a dark complexion, gray eyes. He was 5'10" and weighed 180 pounds. Robert E. Lee was the son of Henry Light Horse Harry Lee of Revolutionary War renown. It was he who coined the patriotic phrase.
Yes, baby.
Wait a minute.
I definitely can go.
What?
Daggers. Hey, you know OTK always keeps something fire, baby.
Yeah, I found some fire too, man. I was like, man, I got some fire. But this was the slave trade. Woo, it's some fire. But that was the dagger right there, OTK. That's a big deal because they keep acting like somebody.
You missed the part where they were talking about the president of the South and how his whole family had looked. His wife, his mom, all them boys. How they had looked. That was at the beginning.
Were they making claims that they was mixed with us?
And when they showed the picture, when he showed the picture of them, they did not match the description that the author was writing.
Yeah, when we done with this, I know it's on the slave trade. I don't want to move too far, but it's a couple of things that I want to bring out. Yeah, so when you get it, let's do this though, because I'm enjoying this. What in the God?
Right.
Keep going.
I bet.
Generals Robert E. Lee. So for this gentleman, and I say that loosely, we go to the United States of America Congressional Record. It's titled Proceedings and Debate of the 90th Congress, Second Session, Volume 114, Part 7, March 28th, 1968 to April 9th, 1968, by the Government Printing Office, Washington. Okay, so why did I read you that long title? I read it to you because this is the Congressional Record, an excellent primary source. And they are discussing Robert E. Lee's family.
Listen, an excellent primary source, y'all. Congressional records. Now, you know, most of the stuff I deal with, Library of Congress, it comes from the government. It comes from credited places, man. You know what I'm talking about? Go ahead, sis.
And I love a good congressional record. I love a good government document that's solidifying what we've been saying. So I don't know. It's crazy though, because you got to really look for this shit. It's
you got to know how to search. You know how you will find most of this stuff though? Doing your genealogy and trying to find your peoples, them in the military.
Facts.
Okay. All right.
Man, this is awesome. Go ahead. Yeah, this is crazy work. Go ahead. I love it.
All right, babe.
Line. So on page 8727, they are speaking about Richard Lee, who was the first Lee in America. He was the sixth generation ancestor of Robert E. Lee. Now, turning the page to 8728, it goes on to read, Richard's descendants prospered through the following century until the time of the Revolution. There were no more illustrious names in the annals of the new republic than the Lees, except that of Washington himself. Such Lees as Richard, Henry, Arthur, Thomas, William, Francis, and Lightfoot were men of station, ability, wealth, and integrity. Two were signers of the Declaration of Independence. The list of members of Congress, governors of Virginia, and other holders of public office was endless. Young Robert E. Lee grew up in the midst of this tradition. Robert E. Lee decided on a military career at a very early age. In fact, as a young boy, he decided he would go to West Point. He finally ended up there when he was 18 in 1825. When he entered West Point, he had brown hair, a dark complexion, gray eyes. He was 5'10" and weighed 180 pounds. Robert E. Lee was the son of Henry Light Horse Harry Lee of Revolutionary War renown. It was he who coined the patriotic phrase with reference to Washington, first in war, first in peace, first in the hearts of his countrymen. So we can see here that Robert E. Lee was described as having dark brown hair, a dark complexion, gray eyes, and he was 5'10" and weighed 180 pounds. So we can see that he is described with three main categories: dark hair, dark complexion, and gray eyes. That said, looking at photos of General Lee, where's the dark complexion? I don't see it. The real question is, where are all the real photos of all the people that I'm presenting? As I've said in other videos that I've made regarding people of color, Robert didn't develop this dark complexion on his own. It was obviously passed down by his father, mother, or both. All right, are you guys ready to continue down the rabbit hole? Here we go. Now, let's take a look at Alfred Lee. This article comes from the Chicago Tribune dated July 20th, 1868, page 2, column 4. All right, so this paragraph starts off, Alfred Lee, the wealthy colored man who lately died at Georgetown, D.C., was the half-brother of General Robert E. Lee, the leader of the rebel armies and the president of Washington College. So, did that get your attention? Not only was this man colored and wealthy, he was General Lee's
his half-brother. In order to be his half-brother, sis, his half-brother, sis, he got to either be from the mama or the daddy. Huh?
We don't know. Do we know which one is the dark complected parent? We don't know.
Oh, as long as we got this right here, baby, we can do the genealogy from there.
Yeah, that's amazing.
That's what I do. We can do the genealogy from there. We just using this as a premise. This is going to be led up to a bill because I did something last night with the whitewashing. You know, but I didn't get into the whitewashing of pictures. You know what I mean, and stuff like that. But go ahead.
I said that's the biggest way that they did it. They manipulated pictures and everything. Like, you think that shit real?
And we see this going on right now. Like, these pictures ain't matching none of these descriptions. But the crazy thing is, any other thing you try to find like this, you probably wouldn't find it saying the same thing. Why? Because they will have to get rid of it. You feel me? But since this is congressional and it's government, you know what I mean? Shit, they can't get rid of that.
Can't debunk that.
Not back then, rather. Now they probably can, but not back then. You know, all this shit would have been redacted. Crossed out like a motherfucker.
Right.
All black.
Census, okay?
Right.
They
Let's
cross
go.
that shit out.
Let's go.
Half-brother. The Civil War ended approximately 4 years prior to his death. Folks, now let's take a look at Alfred Lee. This article comes from the Chicago Tribune dated July 20th, 1868, page 2, column 4. All right, so this paragraph starts off, Alfred Lee, the wealthy colored man who lately died at Georgetown, D.C., was the half-brother of General Robert E. Lee, the leader of the rebel armies and the president of Washington College. So, did that get your attention? Not only was this man colored and wealthy, he was General Lee's half-brother. The Civil War ended approximately 4 years prior to his death. Folks, I'm trying to tell you something here with these videos. The information is right in front of us. We have been lied to. I know it's hard to digest, but it's in black and white. No pun intended, of course. Okay, heavy stuff, right? So let's keep going on to the next Southern Confederate of color. All right, so this article comes from the Philadelphia Inquirer, dated August 23rd, 1889, page 4, column 5. And this article goes on to read, a light, wiry, gray-haired little man with gray chin beard and a brown complexion, registered at the Lafayette yesterday with his wife. The name he signed was James All Chalmers, Sardis, Mississippi. General Chalmers is pretty well known to the people of this country. He was a Confederate brigadier and a fire eater of the old regime. His connection with the Fort Pillow massacre is historical and has often been a subject.
You know what's crazy, sis? I got something about the Chalmers. Oh, that's going to make me go back and find that now. See, that's why I like watching other stuff, because it brings me back to what I, you know what I mean? Boom.
It take you back to all the other information you remember.
Hey, shouts out to Papa Shorty, man. Hey, no disrespect intended, man. But goddamn, I feel the same way, Shorty. I feel the same way, Shorty. Again, you saying the things that I'm not gonna say, but I definitely feel you. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Yes.
Congressional.
Hold on, let me see who this is that came up. Chaotic. What's up, Chaotic? What's up,
going on, man?
You today?
Do you want me to turn my camera off?
Yeah, you can.
Until
me and you start talking. Is you gonna wait this time, man?
Wait for what?
I mean, last time I told you to wait until after the bill was over, and then me and you could have go in, and then you dipped off, man.
Oh, I had to tell. That was like I think 2 days ago. Yeah, yeah, something came up, man. I had to get off. Yeah, but go ahead.
Put your email in the back. Put your email in the back, man. So when I go live, you subscribe to my channel?
I think so. I don't know. I mean, I think so. I get your messages.
I tell you what, you subscribe to my channel, I subscribe to yours.
Oh yeah. Oh sure, man. I got you.
You know what I mean? Hey, listen, man. I hope you just let people up on your show too.
Oh, I let people up all the time, man.
You don't act crazy now, do you, man? Because I ain't never treat you no kind of way.
I'm an open panel, man. You just come over and just talk, man. That's it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Bet. Yeah, I come over, man. You know, if you wanna have me over, you know what I mean, one day to build on some American Indian history, South Carolina American Indian history, then yeah, man, I would definitely do that. I mean, regardless if you or your audience agree with it or not, the point is to get the information out. You know what I mean? And yeah, same thing here, man. You know what I mean? I might not agree with what you agree with, and which I don't. Yeah, but I'm gonna leave that alone. With the white girls and all that. But I know you was tripping that day, though. I know you was tripping that day. I know you can't even remember. That's how I know you was tripping.
I remember. Yeah.
What white girls?
No, nothing, baby. Nothing, baby.
All right.
Nothing. So you gonna stay, man? I got like, I tell you what, man, it's like 36 out of 55 minutes. Let me play at least 5 more minutes of this, man. Will you watch it so far?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna watch it.
Right,
go ahead.
Let me play 5 more minutes real quick, and let me get to like the 41 mark, and then I'll pause it. Or whenever you hear something, you can just say, yo, OTK. Boom, and we can stop it. How about that? All right,
good.
Debate. General Chalmers represented the celebrated shoestring district of Mississippi for several terms as a Democrat, though the white voters were outnumbered by the colored 5-1. When he was left out by his old party, he managed to get the Republican nomination. He claims to have been elected, although his opponent got their certificate. The general will contest. So this article is describing James All Chalmers, who was a Confederate brigadier general from Sardis, Mississippi. The article describes General Chalmers as a light, wiry, gray-haired little man with gray chin beard and a brown complexion. Okay, so this man had gray hair and beard, yet his complexion is still brown. I hope you're hearing me. Again, he had a brown complexion, not light brown, not tawny or sallow, brown. Okay, there was one other thing in that article that I thought was very...
I see the way you're looking at this, man. You never seen these articles before. I know you probably heard some of this stuff before, but have you seen it actually written down where they got the records of it?
I've never seen this before. Never seen it. Go ahead.
Okay, man.
Very important.
See, Cerise, that's why I tell you, even though somebody might have did this back in the past, which I know somebody did, it's still some people who didn't see it. So don't ever think that your information that you kicking don't mean nothing, sis. Even if it's not already said, everything that most people are speaking is regurgitated info. You feel me? Regardless if we get it from grandmama or not, it's still regurgitated.
Thank you, OTK.
Mentioned that white voters were outnumbered by colored 5-1. To me, it sounds like a real motive for white supremacists to try to take over, because guess what? Colored people had the right to vote after the Civil War, and they were going to get outvoted every time. So what do you think they did? And this outnumbering in Sardis, Mississippi was not exclusive to them. It was all over the South. So in response, they formed the White Leagues and the KKK. Now, unfortunately, I can't get into this right now, but I will be doing a video addressing this very issue.
Y'all remember that picture, right? That shouts out to Mama Chief Powhatan. and Sister Bethy, man, with that picture, showing that picture from go ahead, sis.
Now I was just saying, shout out to those queens, those mamas, our elders.
Yes.
Shout out to them. That's all.
Yes. To still have the will and the tenacity to still keep it going. I hope it's people like us, Sharice, that keeps their fire burning and keeps them going. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And that's what
And
it's
they
all about.
always, and every time they do something, they always bringing out something that I didn't know.
Yep.
And if I know about it, they will always take it to a step of and part of it what I didn't know.
Yeah, they always are very good at taking it a step further and, just really being able to elaborate in a way that people can really understand. And I think that's the key here. I think a lot of people miss like what has actually really occurred in our history. And it's actually fucked up. And it's very hurtful, but we here to take it back, and we gonna make it right. And that's what we have to do.
Right. And for them being as beautiful as they are, and to reaching the statue of what they are, they know a bunch of history, and they're like, right up underneath my grandmama. They would be on the level of my mom. So I know they got history. You know what I mean? Because my grandmama is third removed from full-blood Indian. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh.
But because of the mixture, she got another part of a different Indian. You know what I'm talking about? But yeah, them boys still in full blood, like my mom, them boys.
Yep.
Now I got when I came along, that's where the little admixture with my grandma was mulatto. You know what I'm saying? But shouts out to grandma. You know what I'm talking about? Brass ankle people, Croatans, Lumbees. You know what I mean? Yeah. South Carolina. French and Indian, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's not uncommon though.
Right. Oh, I love my. Hey, listen, man, I love my peoples, man. They from right out that area out there in Shem Creek. I'm just starting to meet a lot of them because I never knew my real dad like that. You know what I mean? So things just starting to, change. So you know what I mean, with me having my own and him seeing what I do for my own and being around my grandkids, he like, shit, you know what I mean? Damn. So it is what it is, man. It's all about time. I mean, I'm not looking for him to make up the years that I lost. I'm not taking none of that back. I appreciate all my goddamn peoples who was out there that helped me on my journey, and especially step pops, man. Shouts out to the stepdads out there, man. You know what I mean? Word. Shouts out to the stepdad that see things inside these kids that don't look at them as stepkids and look at them as their own. Shouts out to the stepmoms too that feel the same way. Ain't nothing like a mama's love. You feel me? Mama's baby, daddy's maybe. You feel me?
Nothing like the queens.
Word.
And you know what? Even that video that before you continue on, that video he shared or whatever, about the CNN host who found his family and traced them back to the Mattapony. I think I'm saying that right. The Mattapony tribe. And I just thought that was so fantastic because what his grandmothers did, sued several times throughout history, letting them know, like, no, they were free in this country, and that is what it is.
Right. But you know what's crazy though, right? Reese, Sharilas, they when people first watching it, they was looking for a different outcome. They didn't expect that outcome. They didn't expect that outcome. Matter of fact, Reese, load that clip up too, so we can have that loaded up. I would love to show that again, man. Cause hey, K.I., you believe in DNA?
Do I believe in DNA?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I don't want to. I know what kind of person you are, so I don't want to take mental notes. So hold on, give me a second. Let me get me a piece of paper. And you said, yeah, you believe in DNA. Okay. All right. Is there anything you want to ask us real quick before we finish this video, or you just writing it all down and getting it right?
I'm just watching it, man. I'm watching.
Okay. Bet. All right, bet.
Outvoted every time. So what do you think they did? And this is outnumbering.
Hey, check this out too, Chaotic. Don't be surprised if some of these people who they're talking about that's rich and have these things, you might find in your bloodline, and they might have told you that they was African, but now you're gonna find out that they was probably plantation owners, which plantation was crops and stuff that they grew, and you're gonna see that they had people working for them. They was paying their peoples. So it wasn't slavery as in like what people say it is. You know what I mean? If you look into slavery in the United States, bro, you will see that it really wasn't like how they said it was. In other words, because it damn sure wasn't for no 400 years. Do you agree with that with me?
Yeah, I actually have done shows on my channel about slavery being largely over exaggerated, and even to a degree, most of it is a hoax. Yeah, I actually believe. Okay. I believe that most people were actually freed men and women.
Oh,
I actually talk about that on my channel. Actually, I think that a lot of that shit is just some shit made up to keep
Damn, since when, Chaotic? Since when?
I actually talk about that. I've done plenty. I've been doing shows like that for years about the how history may be misinterpreted or actually false, man. The shit that they teach us in school could just be a complete lie, to be honest with you.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
You don't believe in the slave trade, but you believe in evolution.
I'm not saying I don't believe in the slave trade. What I'm saying is that I don't believe that slavery existed the way that we are taught in school, how it happened in America.
Okay. Okay. I believe that. So check it. So you, excuse me, sis. Go ahead, sis. Go ahead, sis.
All right. He's all right. Go ahead. Go ahead, OTK.
So do you believe in evolution?
I believe that evolution is a possible theory. I mean, I wasn't around billions of years ago. I don't know. I mean, but it does seem plausible that evolution existed. Yeah.
So do you believe that the black man in America comes from Africa?
I believe that the black man in America I believe some blacks have come from Africa and some blacks were probably here. I agree with that. I mean, if you even sit back and think about it, you can find blacks all over the planet. I mean, the blacks in Papua New Guinea, the blacks on blacks in other parts of Southeast Asia. You got the Aborigines. So obviously somewhere blacks diverged or had a divergent separation, whether it was migration. I have no idea, but I believe there were blacks here.
Okay.
I'll tell you, I agree with a lot of this stuff, you know, to a degree. Yeah.
Okay. So tell me a little bit about your backgrounds, sir. Like, what's your channel about and things like that?
Well, I'm very, we talk about a lot of politics, like trending topics in the political world, and we talk a lot about race.
Oh, okay. Are you a Trump supporter?
Since 2016.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
All right.
Hey, listen now, hold on. I'm gonna trip you out though, Chaotic, because this don't sound like the same Chaotic that I ran into over there on Top Cats, dog. You know what I mean? When you was asking about all of this and that, and I was like, yo, do you know about this vegetable? Do you know about this fruit? Do you know about that?
Well, I didn't know. Like, I didn't know that the cassava came from South America. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, man. Hey, yo, I appreciate you. Whether or not if you still don't agree with that American Indian title or whatever like that, or the Aboriginal title, you know what I mean? Or American or Indian, period. Even if you don't agree with that, at least I know that your level of understanding has opened up. You know what I mean? Most people stay naive, but bro, you know what I mean? I appreciate you for that.
Yeah, he's sharp now.
Oh yeah, he know his shit now. Don't get it wrong now. He know his shit now. You gotta respect him now.
I'm not upset. I'm not. Okay.
Okay. Hey, you flirting? Sharice, are you flirting? Are you flirting?
You know I am not flirting.
Oh, all right. I'm just making sure. I know that equipment now.
in Sardis, Mississippi was not exclusive to them. It was all over the South. So in response, they formed the White Leagues and the KKK. Now, unfortunately, I can't get into this right now, but I will be doing a video addressing this very issue. All right, so let's keep marching on to the next Confederate general. All right, so this article is from the Cumberland Daily Times, dated May 18th, 1887, page 3, column 5. This article is titled General Joe Wheeler, His Reminiscence of the Fall of the Confederacy. And the article starts off, I had a chat with General Joe Wheeler the other day. He now represents one of the northern congressional districts of Alabama in the House of Representatives, and he is one of the most striking characters in the South. He is short and slim, nervous and wiry, and he does not weigh, all told, over 125 pounds. He has black hair, a dark complexion, bright black eyes, and a full black beard, into which the gray is fast creeping. He dresses in dark clothes and wears his Prince Albert coat buttoned tightly around his little frame, making it look smaller than ever. He apparently does not care much for dress, and he wears a soft hat, which he now crowds upon his head, now sticks in the pocket of his overcoat, and now carries about under his arm. He is a very popular man among his fellows, has nothing of the snob about him, and is as pleasant a conversationalist as you will find among public men. So, as you can see, General Wheeler was described as a short and slim, nervous and wiry. He weighed 125 pounds. He has black hair, a dark complexion, bright black eyes, and full black beard. The author was very descriptive. Black hair, dark complexion, black eyes, and beard. Note that complexion is in its own category. All right, so this next piece of evidence comes from the book A Long Shadow, Jefferson Davis in the Final Days of the Confederacy, page 38. This book was authored by Michael B. Ballard, and the paragraph reads, Judah P. Benjamin, the only cabinet member who had not been at church services that morning, was probably the first to arrive at the meeting, for he was already in his office, only a few feet from Davis's, when the president arrived. He had spent most of the previous evening packing documents to be shipped south in case of an emergency. Adjutant General Samuel Cooper, who considered the threat to Richmond no matter of levity, had been outraged to find Benjamin singing and whistling to entertain those who worked with him. The Secretary of State had an irresponsible sense of humor and a keen mind. Now 53, he had had a successful legal and political career in Louisiana before the war and was the first professing Jew to be elected to the United States Senate. Benjamin had served the Confederacy as Attorney General and Secretary of War before becoming Secretary of State in 1862, and his actions had often been controversial. Yet there was probably no one in the government that Jefferson Davis trusted more. Benjamin was short, swarthy, and stocky. Well, we can see a few surprises in this selection, right? First of all, Judah sounds like he was Jefferson Davis's trusted advisor. However, he was also his Attorney General and Secretary of War. Secondly, he was a Jew. Now, some of you know the Jews in literature are always being referred to as being black in the past, prior to the 1900s. I have had several subscribers ask me to create a video on Black Jews, and I plan to do so. And finally, we can see that Judah Benjamin was described as short, swarthy, and stocky. Actually, there's a fourth element I want to highlight. Isn't it ironic that the president of the Confederacy's closest confidant was a Black Jew? Just saying. Because aren't the white supremacists today always hating on blacks and Jews? We've been misled, folks. Alrighty then, moving on. Now I've shown you the black leadership of the Confederacy. I hope you don't think the troops they commanded were all white. So let's take a look at some of the troops. All right, so this article comes from the Daily Intelligencer, dated December 25th, 1862, page 4, column 5. This article talks about the 1st Virginia Volunteer Infantry by company. It goes on to read, the following soldiers are reported absent without leave. They will return immediately to duty, or if arrested, they will be treated as deserters. Major and Provost Marshal General for Virginia. And just as a side note, I like military roles because they tend to be very descriptive. As you're going to see, the soldiers that deserted are described in detail. Why? Because they want to know exactly what they look like, especially their complexions.
Y'all good? Y'all good? Y'all good?
Yeah, I gotta roll out in a couple more minutes, man. But yeah, man, this is really interesting, man. Very interesting.
Okay. You say you got to roll out in a couple of more minutes?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. How long are you gonna be live?
You got like 30 minutes? We got like 30 minutes?
Probably like literally like a couple of more minutes. Yeah, but how long are you gonna be live though?
Okay. Nah, I pause this then. I pause this.
Okay.
I beg your pardon?
I said, don't you
Yeah,
gotta go? Now I'm telling. Ooh,
Yeah, I do, but yeah, I got a couple more minutes.
Will you say, Sharice?
No, I was saying OTK. He was saying he had to go, but you was like you about to cut the video off. So, because I was trying to finish.
No, I just stopped. Yeah, I just stopped it for right then, man, because he
When's the
said
next
he
time
got a couple of more.
Yeah, when's the next time you're going live? I mean, so I can get in a little bit earlier.
Now I usually go live around this time, man, like towards like 5 or 6, you know what I mean, depending on what time I get off. You know what I mean?
Okay.
This summertime, this is the booming time for my business. You feel me? What time you usually go live?
10:30 in the morning. I just got done
Oh,
going live
shit.
40 minutes
Oh,
ago.
you getting that bread off of live then. Yeah, you getting that bread off of live. That's what you do. You really got a business. I see the letters in the background. Your shit be lit up. You probably got fucking poles, all kind of shit in your shit.
Yeah, I do. I got polls, yeah. So you said you're gonna be live for how long tonight?
How long you want me to be? I ain't trying to stay too long, man. You know what I mean? It's 6 o'clock, come early in the morning.
Yeah, well, if I don't come back, man, salute to you, man. But I'll be back. If you go live tomorrow or something, I'll try to come
How long you before you come back?
I don't know, man. I don't want to keep you waiting, man. Yeah.
You got a date? Fuck, you
Now I
got
just
a
gotta
date?
take care of something. Yeah. I have a date. I'm married. Yeah. I'm actually married, but
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Ain't nothing wrong with
You
that.
have any
you know
questions
that.
for me, man? So what
Go
you
ahead.
say?
I knew you had some. something. I seen you writing. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I try to come back, man. Or if not
Nah,
today,
you good. I'm saying just don't ask me no questions and then you don't got time. You know what I mean? You can ask me all you want, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
no, I just came up just to say what's
I
up,
be
man.
your
To be honest.
huckleberry, you know what I mean? I don't run. I don't run from it. I run to it.
Okay.
If I can't answer it, I will tell you I don't know, bro. Word.
Oh, I got a question for you. I got a question for you. Are you celebrating White History Month?
What is White History Month? What
White
month
History Month is a month-long celebration in July about the accomplishments of the white race. I just did a show on it on my channel.
So if what is 4th of July supposed to be celebrating?
Independence Day.
Independence Day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who fought for independence?
Who fought for independence? Oh my God, there was a union of what was it? The Confederacy. They fought to gain independence from the crown.
What year was that?
What was it? 17 something? I don't know. 1774. I don't know, man. No, Independence Day is no. Independence Day is. I'm talking about the Revolutionary War. No, I'm just playing. No, Independence Day was. I'm just saying. No, Independence Day was. The colonies and the colonies wanted to form their own union. For obvious reasons, they were under the monarch. They were being taxed heavily, and they wanted to form their own nation state. And it was a multiplicity of large scale at the large scale meetings of how the government or the new government would be formed. Would it be a monarchy? Would it be a dictatorship? It was really interesting, right? And eventually they broke free of the monarch by forming their own government. They got a lot of loans from France. But yeah.
They got a lot of loans from France. So they
got a lot of loans. They got a lot of loans. One being
in other words, they broke away from one loan company and they go up underneath another loan company.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where can we find that written at? That they left from the British and went to the French or the English.
Where do you find this written at? One of them is the Federalist Papers. The Federalist Papers were the Federalist Papers. So the Federalist Papers were documents that were supporting the new idea or this idea of creating a nation state. Have you never heard of the Federalist Papers?
Yes, I heard. I just wanted to hear
I
your
thought
description
you
of it.
okay. I know you knew about them. Okay, so
Listen,
yeah, the
I
Federal.
wanted to hear your description of it.
Yeah, the Federalist Papers were papers written by, I believe it was 3 of the founders. And
Okay, all right.
basically-
So now, was this Federalist paper for all of the people, or was it for just them?
Well, what do you mean all of the people are just them? What are you talking about?
Was it for everybody who they were so-called claiming that they wanted to separate, meaning the people of America or the 13 colonies?
Well, obviously the 13
this,
colonies. I mean,
this
that was
Federalist papers for everybody, or was this
it was
just
everybody in the colony. Yeah, it was for everybody. Yeah. And in fact, I'll tell you something else too, man.
Go
the
ahead.
Constitution is one of the greatest documents other than the Bible that's ever been written. And did you know that the founders wanted to end slavery early on, but obviously ending slavery would have been catastrophic to the new government in this economy.
All right, so what kind of slavery are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about chattel slavery, the slavery that was producing the tobacco. Yeah, the tobacco.
Who was in chattel slavery at this time that you're talking about?
Well, according to history, it was a multiplicity of different people. It was obviously black people, right? That's what they tell us. And then it was Irish people.
All right, so now I'm gonna have to ask you the difference between black. To see earlier, we used black people as that question, but right now, with this question that we're talking about right now, we gonna have to find out what black people. Who are you calling black people at this time of
I don't know.
slavery?
I mean, it's largely believed that the descendants of Africans brought over here were the slaves. Now, in terms of the indigenous blacks, I have no idea, but to prove this in 1812 or something, the United States government made it illegal for the
You
importation.
talking about the War of 1812?
Well, 1812, 1813, whatever year it was, the United States government banned the importation of Africans. So that leads me to believe that they actually.
That was 1808.
1808. Okay, my dates are all off, but but the thing is that maybe the people in slavery really were descendants of Africans.
What year do you go by that they came, that they started coming? The importation.
According to history, the Africans started coming over here like in the 1600s, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know.
Can I ask you a question, Chaotic Truth?
Yeah.
Have you heard of any eyewitness accounts of these slaves that they brought from Africa to us?
That's where my conspiracy theories have always come in, and even to this thing with the port at Ghana. They always say that this was a slave dungeon. How do we not know that was an administrative office or something when the whites came over? Yeah, I have a lot of questions because I never heard, because to be honest with you, I never have heard of people witnessing people being taken off the continent. It's just some shit that they try to brainwash us in college. And I used to always ask these questions, like, how the fuck do we know these things? And then I'll tell you something else that I used to always ask. I don't even think it was millions of people leaving on the west coast of Africa at the time. So how did all these blacks, how did they transport millions of people? It doesn't make any sense logistically, because they would have to eat. They would have to, what are they going to eat? What are they going to drink? They didn't drink the salt water in the ocean. And to a degree, have you ever seen cargo ships cross the Atlantic Ocean? That shit seems pretty dangerous for a wooden boat. So a lot of that shit doesn't make any sense to me, to be completely honest with you, man. Like crossing that goddamn Atlantic Ocean. I don't believe it. I never really have believed all this shit.
It's definitely outrageous. It's definitely claims that can be argued, and we can definitely.
Yeah, I thought you used to call yourself a first gen African.
I'm just an American, man.
Now, I thought you used to claim. Now this less than a
Never
year
heard me
ago.
claim anything about no first
Man,
gen.
less than a year ago, bro, you were saying you was a first gen.
Nah, not me. You can't find that anywhere.
Bro.
Nah, I've never claimed Africa. I've never claimed it, bro.
Is your parents from Africa?
You say your people's them. You say your people's them were from Africa.
I will admit my people are from there, but I don't claim it. I never have. I always claim it. I'm an American, man.
Prove that they're from there.
I beg your pardon?
And you prove that they're from there.
No, I can't prove it. I'm just telling you where they're from.
You say you can't?
No. Why would I do that? I don't even care. I'm just an American. That's all I go by.
Then you should care, man, because you
Why?
claiming something that can get your ass deported.
I can't get deported, sir. I'm an American.
You can really come from a real American Indian stock, even if you don't like the name.
I'm an American, man. I can't get deported.
Mislabeled as African, mislabeled as Negro, mislabeled as black, mislabeled as
I'm an African,
I
bro.
can't say mislabeled as colored because they say copper colored off the jump from the first people they see. So they always had colored in the name. But you know what I mean? Yeah, man, damn, you don't think that might be messing you up from your inheritance?
Inheritance of what?
You don't know because you don't know your peoples them. Because you steady looking to Africa.
I'm not looking
but listen, that's why you're saying an inheritance to
What
what?
are you talking
You know
about?
what? If I was to say that I'm a trans-African, I would say shit. Why would I look for a fucking inheritance either?
Sir,
I don't want that shit.
I don't look to Africa, sir. I think Africa's a shithole.
Yeah, you've been saying that. Now you've been saying that.
I think Africa's a dump hole. I think that the only reason why you should go to Africa is to exploit Africa. It's to exploit the resources like everybody else does. Fuck Africa.
Are you Republican or Democratic?
Of course I'm a Republican.
His head.
Of course. I'm a staunch Republican, staunch conservative. Absolutely, man. I'm a staunch American, man. And no, I don't big up Africa at all. I think Africa.
So when you were growing up, did you grow up in? Would you say? Do you feel like your parents raised you in American culture? Or
yes.
African.
No, very American.
You think your parents are American?
Yes, believe it or not, man. There are a lot of people when they come over here, they don't. A lot of people try to be Americanized as possible. To believe it or not, a lot of people. There's this big lie that everybody comes over here. They don't, matriculate into the system here. No, the purpose of coming to America is to be American.
I'm not saying people don't matriculate into the system, but I do know people who are still very much intertwined with their culture, even if
they're idiots.
Even when their parents
They're
are
idiots. They're idiots.
Hey, that's a question for you right there on the screen from the chat.
I'm not answering this person unless he gets on the panel.
All right, I feel that. Well, did your people them tell you
when you come to America?
Did your family them tell you they was from Africa?
No, they're from Africa. No, they are from Africa. They ain't about to tell me that. That's where they're from. They're from Nigeria.
Oh, so you know the tribe and all that. This without a DNA test.
Do I know the? Yeah.
Oh, so that's what I'm saying. So you're first gen trans African.
I am an American, sir. For the last
No,
time.
you're a trans African. If your parents are from Africa and you were born here in America,
sir, I'm an American. Trans African. Sir, I'm an American. I'm an American. I don't care about Africa. I only care about America. I'm an American.
You look very African.
The best blacks on the planet. What'd you say?
You look very African. I can't.
The best blacks on the planet are Black Americans. That's it. That's it. I don't care about Africa. I don't care about Asia.
Crazy because Dulcinea said the same thing. Sister Dulcinea say the same thing. Oh, they go girly girl too. Girly girl, remember him.
Hey, I got
girly girl. Go ahead.
Do you have a lot of Black American?
Y'all can hit the link too. Y'all can hit the link.
What'd you say?
Do you have a lot of Black American friends? Do you have friends from the ghetto, from the hood?
I don't have friends from the hood, but I have a lot of African American friends and acquaintances and fraternity brothers and
you a Q, what is that? You a Q dog? What is that on your arm? What is that brand on your arm? What fraternity is that? You's an alpha. Okay. You's an alpha. Okay.
Yeah.
So you a Mason. Now we know who
I'm not a Mason, sir. I am not a Mason.
Yes, you are. You're in a fraternity.
Sir, I am not a Mason. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know anything.
That's Mason.
You're a Greek mythologist.
I'm not a Mason.
You're a Greek. You a black Greek. A black Greek.
I'm an American.
Yeah, I feel you. So you stop claiming your outfit. You can't quit that.
I didn't say that at all either.
All right then. So you're not taught in Greek ways.
I understand a little bit of Anyway,
Okay,
I'm an
man.
American.
You know,
Sir.
everything good, dog. Ain't nothing wrong with being a Mason, man. My people.
I'm not a
Mason.
Mason, sir.
Shit, a lot of them became pastors. Shit.
I don't know what you're talking about.
We know you don't.
I am an American. I
That's
love
what
America.
Free. We know.
I always. Wait, Therese, you about to ask me a question? But I always.
Man, listen. What's the highest you can go?
I have no idea what you were. I'm not a Mason. I don't know what. Sir, I don't know. I'm not a Mason.
See, people don't know about that 33 and the third.
I don't know. You are correct. I don't
know. Sacred geometry. Yeah, my uncle was a high-ranking Mason. You know what I'm talking about, dog? I helped him pass out booklets. I wouldn't with it, you know what I mean? But I helped him pass it out because it was all about spending time with my father's side of the family because I didn't know him. But I knew my uncle, my granddaddy, and my great-grandma. You know what I mean? So I was able to see them and be with them for a long time. Shouts out to them, man. You know what I mean? Bennett bloodline. You know what I'm talking about? Bennett Godine bloodline. Prelude. Let's go. Yeah. Go ahead, Sister Sharice. He wants you to ask him a question. He blushing already, man.
Do I what?
Cut your camera on one time, man, so he can really know who he dealing with.
What you asking?
Cut your camera on so he'll know what he dealing with. Yeah, beautiful black Indian, American Indian woman, bro. Good word.
Okay.
Definitely.
What did you want to ask me?
Did you attend a HBCU or a
Of course not. No, I went to a beautiful white campus. I went to a beautiful white university.
Wow.
I did. I don't listen. I don't want to be around blackies all goddamn day. Are you out of your mind?
Did you have excuse?
I don't want to be around. I purposely avoided HBCUs.
Oh shit!
I don't want to be around niggas all day.
So if he's not an HBCU alpha, he's not no real alpha. He's one of those groups that they made up. Where did you go? Ivy League college?
I didn't go to Ivy League. I can tell you that. I went.
What you went to? You went to a Christian
Presbyterian college? I went to a nice state college.
Ain't you like in Detroit somewhere, right?
Hey man, you gotta let me talk or not, man. Hold on a second.
You in Detroit, right?
I'm not in Detroit, sir.
Yes, you are.
I went to a beautiful white university.
Hey, this King Cash, y'all on the low now. This King Cash.
I went to a beautiful white
Sharice, this is why he came up, Sharice. This motherfucker been shooting this shot for the longest. He had to come up now. Shouts out to King Cash, man.
Why did you ask me about the HBCUs?
I was just curious, as though you pledged a fraternity. I was just curious which schools did you attend? That's
beautiful white college.
You know, I believe there is a difference in the Greeks who pledge at a PWI versus the Greeks who pledge at a HBCU. I'll also say that, I don't agree with it either way it goes. I feel like you all don't do enough in the communities that you claim that you want to serve. So
I don't want to serve the black community.
So why are you in a black fraternity, sir?
That was 20 years ago, man. I've done my job for king and country with Negroes.
Do you still pay your dues?
I'm not an active member, no.
Okay.
I'm not an active member. I need to get active, but I'm not an active member. I don't care about the inner city. I don't care about black community.
Hold on, sir. Why don't you care about the black community? Because you're not black, right?
I don't care about the black community.
For first generation, that's why you don't care.
I care about being an American. That's what I care about. And I care about being around civilized people.
Very American.
With your white people.
Not the original Americans, the way that you was like me. That's not anything of a person that I would deem
well, I'm telling you. Well, I'm answering your question. Right?
I understand.
I'm answering your question. I want to be around white folks. I ain't gonna lie to you. I live in a white neighborhood. I like seeing white women jogging at 6 a.m. because that lets me know it's a peaceful, beautiful white neighborhood. You blacks don't know how to maintain anything, keep nothing.
Wow, we don't.
You asked me a question. That's why I didn't.
Oh no, these are your opinions now because I didn't ask you for all of that.
fuck did I just came back
It's a
to?
joke, man.
What the fuck?
I don't want to be around no niggas, man. I want to be around black
Damn,
people.
Luciano. Why the fuck
I want to be around white people,
Luciano
man.
got no damn ring?
Go ahead.
Hold up. He's a sellout. He's not allowed to use that word.
How am I a sellout? What did I do to sell out?
Yeah, you're very Let's go there. Let's start.
I'm a sellout? Wow. What did I do?
Don't use the word nigga. Please don't. Okay.
Wrench now, man.
That here on this platform. Like, no, not at all.
Yeah, he do call them goddesses. He said there's nothing like
No, I said
goddess,
no.
man.
I said that the white woman was the queen of the universe. I never called them goddesses. I said they are the queen of the universe.
No queen of no universe. Are you serious?
Hey,
Ma'am,
Luciano,
let me ask you a question.
My bad,
If a white
man. I ain't had you fucking mobbed up, man. My bad. Girly girl.
Okay. Let me dialogue. Oh, all right. Everybody coming on now.
Hey, girly girl. All right, let me say what's up to girly girl real quick. How you doing, girly girl? Hey, girly girl. Mic check 1 2. All right. Renegade just came up. Peace to you, my brother. What's going on with you, man?
What's up, y'all? What's good?
Everything good. Heru, you've been with me since yesterday. Renegade.
What's good, Heru? What's poppin', Heru?
Matter of fact, since earlier this morning. Shit, we've been together, so all right.
You are not letting me deal with it, though. But
Hey, girly girl. You can hear us, girly girl, now? Mic check 1 2. Okay, she'll get it together. Man, Aboriginal truth seeker, why you ain't got no rank? Oh, because they might be on your side. Okay.
On my side.
All right, Sharice. Go ahead, Sharice.
Yeah, so I just found it very interesting, like your mindset, and I know why it is. It's because you have never experienced what it's like to be a true Black American in this country, and you'll never understand our plight. And it's awful that you can sit there from that seat and speak the way that you do, not experiencing anything that we've ever been through ever at any point in time. You could just look from the outside in and spew that awful rhetoric, and you think that's cute. And it's really not cute. Somebody bust your little head. Seriously.
Typical Black behavior.
But see, one thing I realize about him,
violent Black
he
people.
likes to do that to try to trigger.
I'm not triggering nobody.
I'm just letting him
bust my head. Typical Black.
Trying to see if a woman.
You guys went from scalping people to busting people in the head. Which one is it?
True. It's true. It's true.
Violent.
It's what it is.
That's why I like being around white folks. They ain't violent.
You're crazy if you think white
boy, they still hanging us right now.
They're not. No.
White people still hanging us right now.
Ah, man. They ain't like you blacks. They ain't like you blacks. You blacks are violent. You just said you busting me in the head.
I said someone will bust
they were gonna bust you in the head.
Not only that, do you know what? Even in our history, and it's been shown and proven time and time again, that even words like nigga was fighting words. Don't play with us, okay? Don't play with us. And I
That's why I live around white.
Hey, Sharice.
Why I live around white folks.
Hey, Sharice.
I want to be around white people.
Doing that, Sharice.
He's sassy.
Yeah, he's doing that. Yeah, he real sassy. But you gotta understand, he's doing that just to see if he can trigger somebody.
He's sassy.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
I'm not trying to trigger anybody. I'm answering your question.
Oh, TK, you mind if I ask him a question, bro?
I know he's the black.
Go ahead. Hey, Jay,
Yeah.
that's my sister Sharice right there. Sister Sharice.
What's good, Sharice?
Hey, Jay, man. That's who I came in with underneath the round table gang. You know what I mean? He the one who gave me a platform to come out on. Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
So, what's up, Chaotic? How you doing, man?
I'm pretty good, man. I'm awesome.
So, if you don't mind me asking, were you born in America?
I was born in Northeast Ohio, sir.
Northeast Ohio. So, when you grew up in Northeast Ohio, what culture would you say you grew up in? Like, did you grow up in a Nigerian home?
I grew up in a very, very African American culture. I didn't even think about it.
Okay, so but your parents are both Nigerian, correct?
They came here when they were kids.
They came here when they were kids. Do they speak the language?
They speak the language, yeah.
Do they? Did you grow up eating the food?
I grew up eating that nasty shit, yeah.
So, nigga,
yeah.
you a motherfucking Nigerian, nigga.
I'm American, sir. I'm an American.
Americans, nigga. We don't eat fufu, my nigga. We don't eat fufu.
You just know how to speak it good, dog, but your looks.
What
you just said just now. Yeah, I'm doing looker shit right now, but what you just said
I'm an American, man.
And listen, you say your peoples them came across here as kids?
As kids, yeah.
All right, what language they speak?
What does it matter, man? They speak English, man.
Hold on. No. Because if they spoke it as kids,
they have vaguely know Yoruba. What does it matter, man?
No. OTK, hold on, OTK, because he said he grew up in an African American culture.
I did.
Okay, hold on. Since when do African Americans eat fufu, my nigga?
Sir, African Americans eat Italian.
Since when do we eat? No.
African Americans eat Chinese food, sir. What are you talking about?
No, we don't eat fufu.
African Americans eat a whole blend of food.
We don't eat fufu, nigga. No.
You asked me a question. I'm giving you an answer. African Americans eat a host of different types of cuisine, sir. What are you talking about? You just don't eat collard greens and cornbread and chicken. No.
Did you grow up eating collard greens and cornbread?
Yes, I did, sir.
Who cooked it for you? Who cooked it for you?
Are you out of your mind? I grew up in a black community.
Who cooked it for you?
Sir, are you mean to tell me I didn't go to my friend's home?
That's really you, right, bro?
Are you kidding me? Are you telling me, sir, that nobody in their right mind, even in my family,
did your mother? Hold on.
Did she make some greens? Yeah.
No. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Did your mother make you macaroni and cheese, fried chicken, collard greens?
Yes,
You're a damn lie, bro. You're lying.
Why am I? You're telling me that I'm lying? Okay,
you're lying, bro.
You know what? I concede. I'm lying. Okay, how about that?
Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome, bro. I'm lying. Okay, we didn't eat none of that food growing up. Okay, any more questions? RTG.
Right, so you just need to acknowledge you're different.
I'm not different, bro. I'm an American.
Yeah, but you're a Nigerian American.
No, sir. I'm an American, sir. I'm an American.
Nigerian American, bro.
Well, let me ask you a question then. What do you think Farrakhan is? Okay, what is Farrakhan?
He's not Nigerian American.
What is Farrakhan? He's a first generation. Do you consider him an American or do you consider him a Grenadian? Do you consider Cicely Tyson a Grenadian too? Because she's from Grenada. Hold on for a second. Hold on. Wait. We got a lot of blacks in this country.
Are those American countries? Are those American countries?
No, they're not American countries, sir. They're not American countries.
African?
Oh my God! Where do you think they came from? Come on.
Where are they, bro?
No. OTK, I got him. OTK, I got him.
Come on, man.
Hey, Aboriginal Truth. That's really you, fam. Aboriginal Truth in the back. I just want to make sure because somebody tried to come up early and I wouldn't let him up. Okay, I got you, fam. You cut your camera off. I got you.
So your mother didn't make you no collard greens, no.
Oh my God, bro! I told you we ate collard greens.
Relax.
You want me to relax, and you're telling me what I ate growing up? I just ate some collard greens.
What's your mother's name? What's your mother's name, bro?
I'm not telling you my mother's name.
All right, is her name an American name?
What the hell is an American name, dude?
You trying to act like you the same as us, but at the same time
you're hold
on. But you trying
I'm an American.
Hold on. You trying to act like you hold on. You scared.
I am an American for the last time.
You fucking American. Bro.
I am an American.
No.
You're Nigerian American.
I don't claim any.
Your mother. Hold on. You speak Yoruba. You speak Yoruba.
I don't speak Yoruba.
Hold on.
I don't speak
no.
Yoruba.
You speak Yoruba, bro. Your parents spoke Yoruba. You grew up eating fufu. Your mother didn't make you cornbread, fried chicken, collard greens, none of that stuff. And you trying to
mom made.
No, stop. You trying to say you
telling me to stop.
Hold on. And then in the same breath, you trying to shit on us at the same time.
I didn't shit on any. I didn't shit on you. I shit on Africa the entire time.
You're not fooling nobody. Here's who you are.
I shit on you. What did I shit on you in this conversation,
bro? I know exactly who you are, bro. You came here. No.
When did I shit on you? I'm literally telling you. I'm dogging Africa.
You grew up. Let me get it out. You grew up not being accepted by the other black kids in your school,
Sir, are you out
in
of your
your
mind? I was
neighborhood,
superior
in your
most of the people
community,
I ran
because you
with.
grew up wearing a kufi. You grew up
A
wearing
goofy. I
all
didn't
that.
grow wearing a. I
You
grew up
grew up
wearing regular
speaking Yoruba
clothes.
and doing all that shit, and that's why you talk like you hate Black Americans, because
I don't hate black. I
you
literally
was
said black
never
Americans were the best.
accepted. No. You was never
I literally
accepted
said
by
African.
Black
I literally
Americans.
said black
That's
Americans were the best. LTK, I literally just said black Americans were the best. I don't know what this guy did. He not hear me? He didn't hear me.
About how you don't like black people, and how you don't want to go to school.
I never said I didn't like black people.
You don't want. How you don't want to be with black people.
I don't want to be around any black people.
That sounds like,
including Africa.
So you don't like black people.
I know that doesn't mean I don't like black people.
And first of all, let me explain something to you, my brother.
A nigga that's
We're not black. We are not black.
I'm not talking about you if you're not black.
When you say black, ain't none of us dead here. We're all talking. Okay? We're all talking to each other. So ain't nobody on this panel black. We are all copper colored. Different shades of copper. Everybody else that you're talking to, we are all copper colored. We're the American that they found when they got here. Not you. You will never be an American. You will always be a trans African if your parents are from Africa. If your parents are from Africa, you are an African.
I'm an American.
My parents, my grandparents, my great, 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 through time and memorial have been American.
An American, bro.
You are not American. Don't buy into that because you were born here makes you an American. That is totally false education.
So
just because you're born here, that does not make you an American.
Arabs, what about the Asians that are all of here? Are they American or not too?
You're a U.S. citizen.
Are they okay? What about the Arabs and the Asians who
U.S. citizens?
They're U.S. citizens.
Okay, all right. Well, hey, look, I agree with you guys.
Let me explain something to you.
No, bro, you don't have to.
When our people was fighting for civil rights here, when our people were fighting for civil rights here, they listen. Just listen. Just listen, chaotic. Chaotic, please, just listen, my brother. Just listen. Just listen. When my people fought for civil rights, they named it the Indian Bill of Rights. We are the American. We are the only American.
Civil rights, nigga.
What?
Marching and protesting and begging the white man to sit at the counter table ain't fighting.
Hold on.
Nigga, y'all were begging.
Use the nigga
wanted to be
See,
around white people.
and that also is how your parents got here. So don't knock it, nigga. Don't knock it. Because that's how your parents got here.
Name me the black person in Congress that pushed the civil rights bill through. Name me the black person.
I don't think
It wasn't no black person in Congress because it still ain't no black people in Congress.
Name me the black person.
It ain't no black people in Congress. What is you talking about?
Name me the black person in 1964 that was in Congress that pushed that bill through.
There wasn't no black person in Congress. There is no black person in Congress today. There is no black person in Congress today. So what are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Hold on, bro. Hold up. I got you.
Do you not understand? Black means dead in law. There's nobody dead in Congress.
Hey, Aboriginal, hold on, True Seeker, real quick. Do you know who got more rights or more bills passed for the civil rights movement? And this is an Indian I'm talking about. And he could have been from his family, could have been from the islands too. But he's from New York, the one that brought Washington to New York.
Who?
Huh?
Who?
Damn,
Who is that?
You don't know?
Who, Harry Belafonte, nigga? I don't know who.
Harry Belafonte.
Okay, I know the history, bro. Harry Belafonte. All right, but bro, you didn't fight for civil rights. You were begging the white man for acceptance of him to like you.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. Can I ask him a question?
Nah.
Can I ask him a question real quick?
Go ahead.
Well, I don't think that. I think the majority of oh, it is. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Hold up. Let me turn it up. Can you hear me now?
Sounds good.
Okay. I think originally, it was sort of placed in our people's lap that this was a good thing. The majority of us wanted to stay segregated. There wasn't really any need for us to assimilate or mix interracially with the whites. Most of them were poor. Most of them were living off of the legacy that we had already created here in this country. So there wasn't a need to be a part of anything. The majority of the people that are in Congress that you're speaking about that may have had the same color skin that we did, those people, by and large, are not Americans. If you look into their backgrounds, if you look into the backgrounds of the people that belong to, most of them are like you, actually. Their parents were either naturalized citizens and they come here and they were born here. And then at that point, they consider themselves to be American and they run for political office and they pose themselves as Americans. But in reality, what they want is to change the face of what we look like politically, just like Obama. That was a good photo op, but he's not one of us, and we knew that. So do you understand what I'm telling you? We were never begging them for anybody. All the people that you saw in those street fights, those were citizens, and those were American citizens and Americans, period, that were fooled into believing that voting was the way to go. But voting is what had us to lose our land. Fannie Lou Hamer is one of those people that they posed, that put her on television, and she said, oh, well, the plantation owner told me that he was going to fire me if I voted. No one ever mentioned that plantation owner was Fannie Lou Hamer's uncle. The land and the plantation that she worked on was her family's land. And they were in danger of losing it if they all registered to vote, because that was what the trick was. So you're here and you're talking to us about what we were doing when you have no idea what we were doing. Your family doesn't have any idea because you don't have any ties to this land. You don't have any ties to anything. I think that the majority of the people that come to this country that look like us, they're here to exploit what we've already laid down. There wouldn't be a lane for you to be in if we didn't create it. Do you understand what we're telling you?
No.
Oh, Lord. Are you serious?
She asked me.
The cognitive dissonance is real.
I mean,
that just means he don't want to understand.
Yeah.
He don't want to understand that.
No.
No.
Okay. All right. I can't answer her question. All right, guys.
Hey, listen. Now, yeah, he might be fair-skinned. But he was claiming African American in Congress, fighting for civil rights since 1930, homie. Huh? What is you talking about?
Rewrite.
And once I
I'm
do
not
his
talking about anything.
genealogy,
I don't even know what you're talking about.
And once I do his genealogy, I guarantee you I'm gonna trace his family back to either the Caribbeans or from here. I guarantee.
I agree with you. I don't understand what you're arguing.
Because you said show you one person that was fighting for civil rights.
Bro,
correct? Hello?
Go ahead, man.
Ew. Who did that? Whoa.
Girly girl, can I ask girly girl a question?
Yes, go ahead.
What is your favorite name brand mop?
Oh, Cedar.
Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. What about you, Sharice? Are you a domestic woman? Do you cook and clean? And
Oh, go off.
no, I'm just asking you. I mean, are you a domestic woman as well?
I have a daughter, so I definitely, it requires cooking and cleaning, sir.
What's your favorite vacuum brand?
Well, I don't have carpet in my apartment.
Okay. Oh, look at you. Wood.
We're not feminists, if that's what you want to know. We're not feminists.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just making sure. Okay.
Definitely not.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we get it.
Okay.
For women, we understand.
So you believe that a woman's hands should be soaked and wet from a days of washing dishes and cleaning up? Okay, good. I like that.
Well, not necessarily that, but we do what we have to do. Is what we're stating.
Okay.
Or you can be like my dad, and he got my mother a housekeeper.
You got your mother a what?
A housekeeper.
Yeah, my dad got his wife a house. Yeah.
A house. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they, things get done.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. I
Good
think
example.
okay, I think OTK is on the phone. I'll take over from here. Guys, salute.
Nothing over. Wait a minute. This is
You
the
ain't taking over nothing, bro.
How about
Thank you, channel.
I ain't taking over nothing,
You
bro.
ain't taking over nothing, bro.
I ain't taking over
Thank you, channel.
I ain't taking over nothing. Guys, hit the like button. Salute to you all, guys. Hit the Cash App or Super Chat. This is an incredible channel, and it's a channel where I've come to learn more about American Indians. And I believe that there were people here prior to the white man coming over here. I definitely believe that. I've always believed that. I wrote papers. What'd you say?
I said, yeah, there's no disputing that. Yeah.
But let me ask you a question. I know that a lot of times, well, I'm going to say in the past,
Okay.
you've alluded to the fact that you thought for sure that we were, I guess, of West African stock, that that's where we originated, our people.
I've never said that.
No. I remember distinctly.
Okay.
That you thought that you felt that way. You felt that way. Now, I'm not sure if your opinion of that whole thing has changed since then. Maybe you've done some research. I don't know. But I'm just wondering if that's the way because that was what your train of thought was originally. Why is it that if we look to West Africa or we look to any, because that's where you're from, well, your parents anyway, they become naturalized citizens and, therefore you're here now. Why is it that country is in such degradation? Why don't we see that? I'm just talking about if we come from there.
Okay.
If we come I'm almost through. If we come from there and we have so much here, I mean, we have inventions, we have things that we've done here as a people that you can see that's all over the world. The toilet, for example. I know that you guys in Nigeria don't have many of them because public defecation is legal there. So I know the toilet may not be of interest to people, but what I'm just trying to say is that I don't understand why, if you thought that, if you felt that way, why is it that you don't see any of that prosperity there?
Again, the African, for the most part, has always been a savage. Other than a mud hut and a spear, the African has contributed pretty much nothing to history. The African created no written language. He created no systems of high level industry. I don't know. I mean, I think it's just it could be an IQ thing. It could be a thing of the lack of organization. You had literally in one area, you had 100 different languages within a 10-mile radius. The African was always in disarray. It was pretty much hell on earth in Africa, to be honest with you, for eons probably. So I mean, I really can't answer your question other than the things I already say on my channel. The African's an idiot. He's an idiot to this day.
Right. So then I am just trying to understand then if the African is an idiot, then if you come here and you see this prosperity and this wealth and these inventions and all the things that we've done as a people and the lane that you stepped in, the lane that was created before you got here. At what point did you think that we were the same people?
Again, I have always thought that blacks were here before. I keep saying that. I'm very well aware.
So you changed your mind on that because I
have not changed.
Originally, you didn't feel that way. You didn't.
Are you gonna cackle? Are you gonna cackle to me to death, or are you gonna let me answer the question? Okay. I mean, your mouth. I mean, golly, can I talk?
I think you're trying.
It's your mouth. I mean, come on now, be like a white woman.
Hey, come on, bro. Don't be disrespectful. Don't be disrespectful.
Wait a minute, no.
Don't be disrespectful.
I'm trying to answer her question.
Whoa.
I'm sorry.
No, you're being disrespectful.
I'm being disrespectful. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize, man. I apologize. I should not have.
Hey, you know what? And how you're being an asshole. You being beyond.
I'm being an asshole.
Yeah, let me tell you how. Because you're telling a black American Indian chiefness to act like a fucking white woman.
Well, that's the standard, man. A white woman.
They act like us. What the fuck is you talking about when those motherfuckers acting like us? What kind of white woman you talking about? A pilgrim, flat ass white woman, ironing board white woman? Or you talking about these white women of the day who eating all this fried chicken and fucking color greens and shit? Huh? Who need a black man to make sure they fucking race lives on.
I'm a proud HBCU graduate. First of all, I'm a part of the talented 10.
But you went to Bethune-Cookman? Bethune-Cookman?
I went to Bethune-Cookman.
I went to Texas Southern University. So when you're talking to us, you're speaking to Black excellence. You're speaking to excellence in this country.
I didn't go to college. Okay, all right, go ahead.
No, you didn't go anywhere where you could appreciate anything. So this is your.
I didn't appreciate the college I went. What are you talking about? I went there for 5 years.
Oh, 5.
I had graduate.
Hey, what's up? What's up with this? Hey, clear this up real quick. You don't know who OTK connected to. You feel me? So clear this up real quick, because this is about you, bro.
I never said that. The majority of I have made episodes, even saying that the transportation, like the logistics, doesn't make any sense. I literally said that on my show. I don't know what this person's talking about. I literally say that.
Okay, that's that. But do you believe that all niggas come from Africa? Period.
I believe the Aborigine.
Take some of that treble out your voice, man. God damn, take some of that treble out your voice.
Okay, again, you want to talk like that for you? You want to do that for you?
Take some of the treble out. When you take the treble out, you got more bass.
How am I supposed to talk to you there?
Damn, you ain't never deal with a music.
Like a girl if you want me to.
When you take the treble out your voice, you add more bass.
I'm trying to answer your question. I said it earlier when I came on the panel, when it was more respectful. You got blacks in Papua New Guinea. You got blacks in other parts of Southeast Asia. You have blacks in Australia, the Aborigine. It could be argued that even some of the Samoans are black. Sir, black people have traversed the planet a millennia ago. So yes, is it plausible for me to assume that blacks are here?
You don't even like them black people.
All right,
I don't get. So why does that bother you? I don't like people.
Hey,
But the group that he came from, they are trash.
Hold on.
I agree with you. I agree to trash.
Do you like white people?
Sir, I love white people. I wake up every day thinking.
Well, let me ask you a question about these white people. They don't talk that bad about their own kind. Why are you?
What are you talking about? They have news talking about other. They don't talk about Trump. Whites don't sit around and talk about Trump.
That's the news.
Liberal whites don't talk about Trump. Liberal whites.
Hold on.
You ain't never heard a white man say all white people are idiots.
Hey, hold on,
hold on. What white person you heard say all white people are idiots?
You niggas would sit here talking about Clarence Thomas all day. Y'all need to.
Heru. Hold on, real quick.
Heru.
I ain't talking about no fucking Clarence Thomas.
Okay.
Fuck all that. But anyway, chaotic. Are there more than one class of white people? More than one race? And I'm saying race meaning ethnic group. How about that? Are they more than one?
I'm sorry. Can you ask me that question again? I'm sorry, bro. What did you ask me? Sorry about that.
More than one type of white people. How about that? Fuck it.
Name you more than one type of white people?
Are there? Do you believe that there's more than one type of white people, bro?
Yeah, white people are the most diverse group on the planet, if you ask me. I mean, their eye colors, their hair color.
Diverse. All right,
Why would you ask me a question that you cut me off? You asked me a question. I'll give you my answer.
Okay, my bad.
Okay, so yes. So I believe that whites are far more diverse than blacks and other groups of people. Look at their hair color. Look at their eye color. Look at their shade. Look at their shades of complexion. Look at their bone structures. Listen, Western Europeans look totally different than Eastern Europeans. Northern Italians look totally different from Scottish. These people are very diverse. To me,
they sprung off the black man.
All right, hold on, Heru.
They have way more diseases than we do. Yeah, they are diverse. You're right.
So how many? And you say you believe. And you did say you believe in parts of evolution and parts of DNA.
I believe that there's a possibility that evolution can have existed. Yes.
All right. Okay. And you do believe in DNA. So now, are you saying that the so-called white person is the first race that was here?
No. I believe that. I for some reason I have this inherent belief, and I'm gonna go with the science on this. That the black man, that human beings originated in Africa.
Do you think okay, all right. But hold on. Now you got to make this make sense. How the fuck can the white man have more different types than the first person that was here? Make that make sense.
Black people generally have brown eyes, the same type of hair texture. I just don't. I don't see a diversity amongst blacks. I see a diversity amongst whites. They look totally like a lot of whites look totally different.
You don't see a diversity amongst blacks?
No, I don't, man. Why? I don't. Why is it so hard to believe?
So hold up. So why do you think you're white if you don't see a diversity?
I don't think I'm white in terms of skin tone. White is an ideology to me, and I embrace white ideology. I don't embrace black
Study
ideology.
of whiteness. You embrace the study of whiteness.
Yes. Yeah.
God damn.
Look at what
Hey,
these
listen,
people
man.
have
It's
done.
bound, anything bound to happen on the open knowledge shit. You know what I mean? Anything bound to happen, man. Hey, man, listen. What have a black woman done to you?
I'm married to a black woman.
What?
Yes, I'm married to a black woman, and in fact, she's super dark.
Where's she at? We want to see her.
Oh my god, I don't put her.
We ain't got time for this bullshit.
Who do you think I'm married to, then, Therese?
You just said you loved a bunch of white women. Like,
No, yeah, you always talking about Karen.
I said that the white woman was the queen of the universe. I never said that I loved
Well, if you believe the white woman is the queen of the universe, you would be with the white woman. You wouldn't be with the dark woman. Nah, man. You don't make no sense when you talk. You really don't. Do anybody else hear this?
But a guy hiding behind an avatar makes all the sense in the world.
Trans-African practicing white ideology. A trans-African practicing white ideology. I done heard it all.
Oh, yeah.
I done heard it all. Woo. God damn. I done heard it motherfucking all. A goddamn trans-African fucking loving white ideology. Oh my.
Father Ray, Reed Younger. Come on, man. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, them niggas trash like some ooh. Try to get back to them slave hoes. Hey. Try to get back to them slave hoes. Hey. Fucking slave narrative, they phone it. I had this nigga named Toby and he owed me. When the plot crop and the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers, them my niggas. I'ma come down, feed them chitlins and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip you, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look out, I'ma work it like no other. Make you pick cotton till the sun come and touch it. Till your damn hands and feet and foot all bust up. Look me in my eyes, I'ma backhand the buck up. Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. White man came, she the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good shit, Jesus, man, that nigga came through. Hey, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, them niggas trash like some ooh. Tryna get back to them slave hoes. Hey, tryna get back to them slave hoes. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Play with this shit. Begin. Yo, so peace, truth, that's bad. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African.
Hey, check out the drama, man. No mucho la pinche la arriba.
Your mic hot.
Oh shit. Oh my bad.
God damn.
So where's your dark-skinned wife from? Question from the chat.
Where's she from? She's from South Carolina, sir. She's really black. She's really black.
Hey, she's really black. So what is she? Is she like she's a black American Indian?
I don't think she identifies as a Black American Indian, but her family's been here for a very long time.
What part of South Carolina?
I'm not. Come on, bro. I mean, I'm giving away too much information.
Where your wife from?
I beg your pardon.
You trying to think about where your wife from? You forgot.
Yeah.
Hey,
I don't get it, man.
Listen, y'all, because they whole fucking narrative goes. Whenever they want to claim Africa, they got to say South Carolina because that's the narrative that they came through South Carolina until OTK came in this motherfucker and destroyed that whole Charleston slave trade shit. And then my other brothers them come and compliment that motherfucker and start doing the ship's manifest and the docking, unloading, inloading, capacity book, what's on these ships. Well, when my peoples them came through, man, oh man. Hey man. Oh man. Word. For real, man. Like chaotic, man. I don't know what to say about you, man. I mean, you like fucking Darth Vader, dog. You know you got good in you, but then you just cling to tend to the African side, the trans-African side, man. You know?
Man, he ain't no trans.
Bro, I said I'm an American nationalist, man. I don't care about that.
Yeah,
African.
now you saying nationalist. Now you saying nationalist.
Well, okay, you didn't understand what I was saying at first. So I'm an American now. All I care about is America, man. The interest of the American government. That's all I care.
You're a U.S. citizen.
I'm a U.S.
Are you getting any American? Are you getting Indian? Are you getting any American benefits?
Welfare? No.
No fucking welfare.
Isn't that welfare?
I think that's the only benefit. What about housing? Fair housing at a good cause.
No. You guys are
sound like honesty to me. Doesn't sound.
Yeah, I'm saying though,
Therese,
it's no way that your family can come over
wash
here
some dishes now.
It's
Wash
no
some
way.
dishes. Gotta talking too much.
Don't worry about my dishes,
family.
That's all right. It's all right. It's all right. You the only African American on the panel.
Wash some dishes, girl.
You mad because you the only African American on the
Hey,
panel.
I gotta roll out, man. Come to the channel, bro. Thank you so much.
Chaotic. It's no way.
Chaotic. Hold on.
It's no way that your people came over here speaking their indigenous tongue at a young age, and they not get no American
You know, Nigeria was.
benefits.
Oh my god. Okay, sir, they got benefits. All right.
Stop
guys
it,
have a
bro.
good-
Stop it,
Okay,
bro.
you won the argument. You won. You guys won the
Stop
argument.
it.
Hey, OTK, you won the argument, man. You are correct.
Nah, I ain't win, man. It ain't about a win-lose thing. It's about showing you that you need to watch some of the shit that you say.
What did I say other than the fact that the Black Americans or the you guys were the better blacks? I don't understand what you're talking about.
Hold up, the American Indian is the better black?
Yeah, I kept saying it over and over. Yeah, he ain't
Nah,
listening.
well, put some respect on that shit, nigga. American Indian or Aboriginal, man. You know what I mean? The original people from here. Say that
I
shit.
kept saying that. Okay, the original. Okay, so you don't want to be classified as black then. You want to be this American Indian. Yes, I keep saying that.
Not when you talking about America. Now, see, when you talking about black as far as a universal color and we trying to describe something, I'm cool when you're using it like that. But when you
black
get
in America, whether you identify,
I can mix me with all that shit.
OTK, have you been drinking tonight?
Ah, man, nah.
Okay.
Why? Have you been smoking tonight?
Because I feel like you guys haven't listened to me. I keep trying to say that you guys.
No, I walked off, bro. I walked off. That's why I left. I walked off for like fucking 30 minutes, like 15 minutes.
I'll be live tomorrow on my channel, man. Just try to come through, okay?
Chaotic. You saying that we the better people here, but all I kept hearing is that's why I don't fuck with y'all. That's all you kept saying. That's why I don't fuck with black people. I don't want to be around black people. But the black people that you're talking about is us.
Sir, you are.
Come on, bro.
You are a grown man, sir. You don't need me to like you, sir. But
I'm not asking you to like me.
I will admit
I'm not asking you to like me. There's plenty of people that like me.
I hang out with.
I'm not asking you to like me. But I'm saying You coming on here, you say you're ending this as you was on our side when all you were
I am
saying
on your
was
side.
F us.
Sir, listen to me. I will admit the black in America, or the original or the aboriginal American black, is the best on the planet. I've said that on my channel.
We
But
better
sir,
than white folks.
No, you're not. You're not. You are not.
Whoa. See, I knew it was a
Oh
catch-22
my God.
behind your
Listen, I'm not talking about some
Mhm.
toothless, I'm not talking about some toothless hillbilly
man. Hey, listen, man.
Just generally
Listen,
speaking,
man.
what
So
white
you don't have
communities
no
are.
respect for your mom, pops?
What does my mom and dad have to do with anything,
Because
sir?
you're saying somebody is greater than your mom and pops who
Sir,
created you.
then who's not greater than?
What?
You blacks can't even stop shooting each other at the Juneteenth events.
How many white people done shot each other?
I don't give a damn about no white people shooting each other. Sir.
No,
White
wasn't there? Hold on. Wasn't they the first ones who came with all that? What did they do over there in Europe for thousands of years, my brother?
I have no idea, man. They
You
civilized.
fucking know. You
What
was
are
a
they doing
white,
over there right now?
whiteologist. You study whiteness.
A whiteologist.
Guys, you don't need me to like you guys.
Whiteologist. Yeah, he's a paleologist.
They over there right now killing each other by the hundreds every day.
You guys want me to come to the cookout? Guys, you're the best Africans. I mean, you're the best black people, man. But that doesn't mean I have
Nah,
to
we
like
ain't Africans, bro. We ain't Africans.
All right.
We are not African.
Yeah, he's trying to say
Stop
that
that. We are not Africans. Don't try to slide that in. We are not African.
But we ain't better than
Guys, have a good one, man. I gotta get the hell up out of here. Thanks.
Hey, listen, chaotic. You know I'm gonna come on your channel and fucking roast you tomorrow, dog. You know that, right?
Roast me. Are
Yeah,
you gonna be on
dog.
camera when you do it, or are you gonna be on camera?
What? You think I'm scared to show my fucking face, homeboy?
No, that's all I'm asking. Are you gonna be on camera
I'm
when
a
you roast?
wild ass Indian, dog. What the fuck wrong with you?
I'm asking
always
you.
show my motherfucking face, dog. I
Okay.
ain't scared of not you. Oh no, man.
Dude, y'all niggas gotta stop smoking weed. I'm not challenging you. I'm just asking. Can you just come on
Smoking weed.
Can you just come on camera when you call in, sir? That's all I'm asking you, please.
Oh my God.
Thank you, man. Have a good one, guys. Thank you so much.
Only if your people's them there watching who you don't have no respect for, that you think a white woman is more superior than her.
Okay.
Meaning your family. Because I'm gonna show your family them like, yo, do you know your son thinks of you like this? And I'm gonna make you say it. I'm not even gonna say it. I'm gonna make you say it.
What does okay? All right, thanks, man.
Here's $1 million question. Hold on, real quick, chaotic.
Oh my God, come on, man.
Last question, bro. It's a simple question. If you could choose and be born any race or any color of your choice, what would you choose?
White, without a doubt.
That's it.
Without a doubt. I mean, why would I want to be black? What are you niggas done? What are you done? You done nothing. First white. That's an easy
Yeah,
one.
let's be honest with the
Come on, now are you
Hey,
kidding me?
dog.
White.
Hey, listen, it's about to be all kind of clip.
Hold on.
This is
I would want to be born. Listen, I would want to be born white with the same person, with the same personality, though. 'Cause a lot of white people are born. They want to be the same personality.
How can you be white with the same personality?
I just would like to have my personality that I have
So
right
you
now.
want to be a wigger?
Oreo.
Am I a wigger? I'm not.
Well, right now he's an Oreo.
Who would you want to look like, chaotic? Give us like something you would want to look like.
Bradley Cooper,
Bon
Henry Cavill.
Fudge covered Oreo.
Yeah.
Fucking Jovi, man.
This guy Lucchini wanted to talk to me. Hold on. What's up, Lucchini? You want to talk to me, man? Go
Fucking
ahead.
boy George. What's up, Lucchini? Peace and love to you, man. BCU in this motherfucker.
This
You
is
know
it. What? Lucchini pouring from the sky. Let's get rich. What? Go ahead.
Look, give me like 2 minutes. I gotta get my headphones. Give me 2 minutes.
Okay, I bet. Just jump back in when you back. And
Yeah, but to answer your question, definitely white. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. Whites have done an incredible job at civilizing this country, civilizing you people as well. You guys weren't doing nothing with America. Let's be honest. You guys had TPs and were burning and cannibalizing each other.
Hey,
Let's
hold
be
on. What
What do you mean?
Indian? What people are you talking about that was in TPs, bro?
Oh, so you guys were living in mega cities back then before the white man came?
Bro, let's go. Hold on. Let's go. I'm glad you asked that question, but you gotta stand on your question before I answer it. I need to know what you're talking about. who the fuck was living in? Oh, excuse me. Who was living in TPs?
Your ancestors were living in
Who is my ancestors?
In America, whatever you want to, whatever y'all called it before, y'all didn't do nothing with this land. Let's be honest, man.
Okay, so we wasn't using bricks.
Ah, come on, man.
Hold up. I'm just saying, bro. We wasn't building with bricks.
At best, the best of you probably were, but other than that, you guys were living.
Whoa. So listen, you just killed your fucking self by saying TPs and then saying we was using brick. How the fuck you make a TP out of brick? Let's go.
I said
tag me in, OTK, whenever you done.
Yeah, you good. Ready. You good. Go. Come on in, Lucini.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Are you an American Indian too, Lucini?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
All right. So I'm from where you from? I mean, I'm not from Kent, but I'm from Warren.
Oh, you from the Dub?
So,
okay.
Yeah, the Dub. Yeah.
I'm very well aware. I've been to the Dub a lot of times growing up. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Okay. So you did. So tell the truth. Tell the truth. You didn't grow up in black culture. Kent is a predominantly white town. True or false?
There. I didn't. Yeah, it's predominantly white, but what they got to do with growing up? I didn't grow up in Kent. I was in college in Kent.
So where did you grow up at?
Oh my God, I grew up in Northeast Ohio, man. I keep telling you that.
Okay, I'm from Northeast Ohio. I'm gonna ask you again. Where did you grow up?
You're not from that's not Northeast Ohio, sir, Warren. We don't consider that Northeast Ohio, and you know it.
Why don't you?
What are you talking about? We don't consider Warren Northeast Ohio. What are you talking about?
Why isn't it? What is it then?
I mean, it is to a degree, but you know.
Okay, so what are you talking about then?
Ohio. We're talking about Cleveland.
So what are you talking about then?
Warren's like, well, I guess it could be. I don't
know. What? Okay,
go ahead.
So
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. It's technically Northeast Ohio, but it's really not. But go ahead.
Anyways, don't portray to these people that you grew up around black people. You didn't. You grew up around white folks.
Okay.
You grew up around white folks.
Yeah.
So tell the truth. That's why you act the way you act. You're not from the inner city like everybody else. That's probably up here.
Okay.
Am I lying? Yes or no?
Whatever you want to believe, sir. Whatever you want to believe.
So Lucini, he's a broke ass Carlton Banks.
Pretty much. Pretty much. Look, Kent don't even got a soul food restaurant there.
So?
Oh shit.
Okay, so what is that telling you?
So you lied saying you grew up eating collard greens, corn. You a damn liar.
I went to college there for 4
You're
or 5
a damn liar, bro.
Oh my God.
You're a liar, bro.
All right, okay. All right, go ahead.
You've been exposed, bro.
Sure, right. I've been exposed. You guys caught me. Even though I went to college there, I didn't grow up there for the last time.
Listen. Listen. My dog Lucini came through with the fucking guillotine. You know what I mean?
In that bag,
like
take
this
weapons and place them inside.
Hey man, I gotta get that.
Oh my God!
Come on, man.
Congratulations, son. You made it. You passed the test. You're a knock. You're in. Please.
You're a knock, chaotic. You're in.
Give my girl a heart attack. Here, put the gun down.
So take the money and put it in that bag. Take your weapons and place them inside that pillowcase. You can fuck your appointment with the Russians. You're not gonna make it.
Oh, okay. Okay, hand me the pillowcase, baby.
Baby,
hand me the pillowcase. So you gonna hook me and book me, huh? You're the one that was smoking the dust, Jake. You're the one that ran out like a maniac, and you're the one that shot Roger. Here you go.
And how about the one on your ankle?
You want the one in my back pocket too?
Yeah, I would.
You got one problem though, Jake. You got no witnesses. Who your fucking witnesses, huh?
You're fucking
Roger?
Huh?
Smile?
No African.
You think my troops are gonna help you?
Think Kunta gonna help? It's not what you know or think. It's what you can prove. Hey, got it?
What can you prove, huh?
No slave ship.
Nothing. No. Where's your evidence, huh? That's all now.
Get back to the show. Come on, man. Come on. What does this have to do with anything, man?
Where you at,
Get back
Jake?
to the show.
Come on out, dog.
Oh, where?
Oh, where has my little Jake gone? Oh, where can he be?
Huh?
Ah, I see you. You know I'm surgical with this bitch, Jake. How you want it, dog? Huh? Closed casket? You remember that fool in the wheelchair? How you think he got there?
Hey, you see that? You see that shit? Every time you think you shoot a motherfucking shot, you get 4 back at you.
Well, yeah, you
gotta
guys
watch
are
how you
violent.
come over here, man.
The white man brought in.
You gotta watch how you come over. Nah, but
came
we
in
ain't
peace,
using
man.
guns. We using information, bro. So you can't say you violent.
Okay.
We using information, bro.
All right,
We
all
ain't
right.
cursing you out enough. In fact, you have been more hostile.
I've been more
hostile. That's all. Yes.
Guys, I gotta get up. Guys, I gotta
Yes.
get up out of here. I got OTK. Please come over.
Man, you said that
I was
minutes
supposed to
ago,
leave like
man.
40 minutes ago.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
remember,
man. So, what part of Ohio you from, man? Ain't no gangs there. Ohio is a gang.
Whoa.
Yeah, there are plenty of gangs here. Yes, man.
OTK.
Go ahead, Lucini.
He ain't from where no, he's not from around there.
Oh my God. All right, man. All right.
I'm just being honest, man. Don't come up here misrepresenting Ohio. Don't come up here misrepresenting Ohio, bro.
Listen, I'm not disagreeing with you, man. You're right. Thank you so much, OTK. Please come over, man. Thank you guys so much.
Hey, listen, man. You know this look bad, right? You know this look bad.
Yeah.
Right?
It's real bad. Yep. Real bad. Yep.
No,
real
I'm
bad.
saying like on some real. See, you might not look at it like that, but being a street dude, like, yo, like, you got meaning I know my community.
A street dude?
I know everybody in my community. Not your wicked thought of being a street dude. Oh,
I don't even know what you're talking about. You said.
But I'm telling you,
hey guys, OTK, I'm out of here, man.
Meaning I know everybody in my community, homeboy.
And you're telling me I don't know everybody in mine?
You could. That's probably why you like white people.
Oh my God. Guys, have a good one, man. I'm out of here. Peace. Have a good one. OTK, come over tomorrow, man. Thank you guys so much.
Why, man? You running?
Yes.
I am gonna go over there.
You supposed to leave.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of him tomorrow. He don't even know. When I come on other panels, I come real kind of hostile already because I know I'm coming in a different environment. Wild Indian type shit.
I think we did them pretty good, yeah.
I ain't really want shit. I just wanted to expose him because he's up here faking the whole time.
And Litini ain't bad. I really want shit, man.
Yeah. So y'all have a good night, man.
Good night.
All right.
Peace.
Hey, Sharice, what you think, man? Go ahead and finish the video, Sharice.
You want to finish the video out?
Yeah, man. You know, I wanted to
Hey, Sharice, excuse me, OTK. Can I say something real quick?
Oh,
that's why I interrupted. That's exactly why I was interrupting Jason on your channel. That's exactly why. Tired of brothers like that coming over here telling us who we are. You got it.
Yep.
That shit
I don't know if y'all boys. My bad, sis. Go ahead, sis.
I'm just laughing. I'm just thinking about that now. Like what happened on my channel? They would not let him talk for shit. But anyway, carry on. Let's finish this.
I wouldn't let them talk neither until they start doing something with my motherfucking phone in Florida when I've been on smoke shit. Word, dog. You ain't talking. Show your face. Before you do any more talking on American Indian or Aboriginal history, dog, show your face.
Yeah, I didn't even know that.
You shouldn't even be allowed to talk no African history. Word. Like I said, I truly believe that them boys are behind computers inside a building with no windows. Y'all take it how y'all want. Take it from that. You know what I mean? It's self-explanatory. But I don't know if y'all boys was watching this, Aboriginal man. Y'all was watching this when I was playing this earlier about the Black Confederates?
Yeah, let's finish the video up. Because I want to show a little bit of my slave ship video.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Heru, Renegade, Aboriginal Truth. Y'all boys, I see this when I was playing about this, when they was doing the description of the president of the South, General Lee, his bloodline, all of that.
I missed it.
Okay, all right, wait. Just I guess just go back. Let me I don't want to go back too far.
Nah, do your thing, bro. We could pick up on it. Let it rock.
Yeah.
It's all good.
All right, but it's key.
Part 7, March 28th, 1968
I don't have
to
to
April
watch the whole thing.
9th,
Let Sharice
1968
go ahead, cue it
by the
up,
Government
sis.
Printing Office, Washington. Okay, so why did I read you that long title? I read it to you because this is the congressional record, an excellent primary source, and they are discussing Robert E. Lee's family line. So on page 8727, they are speaking about Richard Lee, who was the first Lee in America. He was the 6th generation ancestor of Robert E. Lee. Now, turning the page to 8728, it goes on to read, Richard's descendants prospered through the following century until the time of the Revolution. There were no more illustrious names in the annals of the new republic than the Lees, except that of Washington himself. Such Lees as Richard, Henry, Arthur, Thomas, William, Francis, and Lightfoot were men of station, ability, wealth, and integrity. 2 were signers of the Declaration of Independence. The list of members of Congress, governors of Virginia, and other holders of public office was endless. Young Robert E. Lee grew up in the midst of this tradition. Robert E. Lee decided on a military career at a very early age. In fact, as a young boy, he decided he would go to West Point. He finally ended up there when he was 18 in 1825. When he entered West Point, he had brown hair, a dark complexion, gray eyes. He was 5'10" and weighed 180 pounds. Robert E. Lee was the son of Henry, Light Horse Harry, Lee of Revolutionary War renown. It was he who coined the patriotic phrase with reference to Washington, first in war, first in peace, first in the hearts of his countrymen. So we can see here that Robert E. Lee was described as having dark brown hair, a dark complexion, gray eyes, and he was 5'10" and weighed 180 pounds. So we can see that he is described with 3 main categories: dark hair, dark complexion, and gray eyes. That said, looking at photos of General Lee, where's the dark complexion? I don't see it. The real question is, where are all the real photos of all the people that I'm presenting? As I've said in other videos that I've made regarding people of color, Robert didn't develop this dark complexion on his own. It was obviously passed down by his father, mother, or both. All right, are you guys ready to continue down the rabbit hole? Here we go. Now, let's take a look at Alfred Lee. This article comes from the Chicago Tribune dated July 20th, 1868, page 2, column 4. All right, so this paragraph starts off, Alfred Lee, the wealthy colored man who lately died at Georgetown, D.C., was the half-brother of General Robert E. Lee, the leader of the rebel armies and the president of Washington College. So, did that get your attention? Not only was this man colored and wealthy, he was General Lee's half-brother. The Civil War ended approximately 4 years prior to his death. Folks, I'm trying to tell you something here with these videos. The information is right in front of us. We have been lied to. I know it's hard to digest, but it's in black and white. No pun intended, of course. Okay, heavy stuff, right? So let's keep going on to the next Southern Confederate of color. All right, so this article comes from the Philadelphia Inquirer, dated August 23rd, 1889, page 4, column 5. And this article goes on to read, a light, wiry, gray-haired little man with gray chin beard and a brown complexion, registered at the Lafayette yesterday with his wife. The name he signed was James All Chalmers, Sardis, Mississippi. General Chalmers is pretty well known to the people of this country. He was a Confederate brigadier and a fire eater of the old regime. His connection with the Fort Pillow Massacre is historical and has often been a subject of congressional debate. General Chalmers represented the celebrated shoestring district of Mississippi for several terms as a Democrat, though the white voters were outnumbered by the colored 5-1. When he was left out by his old party, he managed to get the Republican nomination. He claims to have been elected, although his opponent got their certificate. The general will contest. So this article is describing James All Chalmers, who was a Confederate brigadier general from Sardis, Mississippi. The article describes General Chalmers as a light, wiry, gray-haired little man with gray chin beard and a brown complexion. Okay, so this man had gray hair and beard, yet his complexion is still brown. I hope you're hearing me. Again, he had a brown complexion, not light brown, not tawny or sallow, brown. Okay, there was one other thing in that article that I thought was very important. It mentioned that white voters were outnumbered by colored 5-1. To me, it sounds like a real motive for white supremacists to try to take over, because guess what? Colored people had the right to vote after the Civil War, and they were going to get outvoted every time. So what do you think they did? And this outnumbering in Sardis, Mississippi was not exclusive to them. It was all over the South. So in response, they formed the White Leagues and the KKK. Now, unfortunately, I can't get into this right now, but I will be doing a video addressing this very issue. All right, so let's keep marching on to the next Confederate general. All right, so this article is from the Cumberland Daily Times, dated May 18th, 1887, page 3, column 5. This article is titled General Joe Wheeler, His Reminiscence of the Fall of the Confederacy. And the article starts off, I had a chat with General Joe Wheeler the other day. He now represents one of the northern congressional districts of Alabama in the House of Representatives, and he is one of the most striking characters in the South. He is short and slim, nervous and wiry, and he does not weigh, all told, over 125 pounds. He has black hair, a dark complexion, bright black eyes, and a full black beard, into which the gray is fast creeping. He dresses in dark clothes and wears his Prince Albert coat buttoned tightly around his little frame, making it look smaller than ever. He apparently does not care much for dress, and he wears a soft hat which he now crowds upon his head, now sticks in the pocket of his overcoat, and now carries about under his arm. He is a very popular man among his fellows, has nothing of the snob about him, and is as pleasant a conversationalist as you will find among public men. So, as you can see, General Wheeler was described as a short and slim, nervous and wiry. He weighed 125 pounds. He has black hair, a dark complexion, bright black eyes, and full black beard. The author was very descriptive: black hair, dark complexion, black eyes, and beard. Note that complexion is in its own category. All right, so this next piece of evidence comes from the book A Long Shadow, Jefferson Davis in the Final Days of the Confederacy, page 38. This book was authored by Michael B. Ballard, and the paragraph reads, Judah P. Benjamin, the only cabinet member who had not been at church services that morning, was probably the first to arrive at the meeting, for he was already in his office, only a few feet from Davis's, when the president arrived. He had spent most of the previous evening packing documents to be shipped south in case of an emergency. Adjutant General Samuel Cooper, who considered the threat to Richmond no matter of levity, had been outraged to find Benjamin singing and whistling to entertain those who worked with him. The Secretary of State had an irresponsible sense of humor and a keen mind. Now 53, he had had a successful legal and political career in Louisiana before the war and was the first professing Jew to be elected to the United States Senate. Benjamin had served the Confederacy as Attorney General and Secretary of War before becoming Secretary of State in 1862, and his actions had often been controversial. Yet there was probably no one in the government that Jefferson Davis trusted more. Benjamin was short, swarthy, and stocky. Well, we can see a few surprises in this selection, right? First of all, Judah sounds like he was Jefferson Davis's trusted advisor. However, he was also his Attorney General and Secretary of War. Secondly, he was a Jew. Now, some of you know that Jews in literature are always being referred to as being black in the past, prior to the 1900s. I have had several subscribers ask me to create a video on Black Jews, and I plan to do so. And finally, we can see that Judah Benjamin was described as short, swarthy, and stocky. Actually, there's a fourth element I want to highlight. Isn't it ironic that the president of the Confederacy's closest confidant was a Black Jew? Just saying. Because aren't the white supremacists today always hating on Blacks and Jews? We've been misled, folks. Alrighty then, moving on. Now, I've shown you the Black leadership of the Confederacy. I hope you don't think the troops they commanded were all white. So let's take a look at some of the troops. All right, so this article comes from the Daily Intelligencer, dated December 25th, 1862, page 4, column 5. This article talks about the 1st Virginia Volunteer Infantry by company. It goes on to read, the following soldiers are reported absent without leave. They will return immediately to duty, or if arrested, they will be treated as deserters. Major and Provost Marshal General for Virginia. And just as a side note, I like military roles because they tend to be very descriptive. As you're going to see, the soldiers that deserted are described in detail. Why? Because they want to know exactly what they look like, especially their complexions. Obviously, you could have 2 or more people with the same name, so telling them apart is much easier when you know their complexions. Have you ever noticed in modern times, government driver's licenses, IDs, passports don't have complexion as a descriptor? That's because they have color photos now that show someone's complexion. Okay, so back to the article. These soldiers I presented thus far in the video are all of European heritage, some colored and some white. Some of these soldiers may be listed as having a light complexion. That's different than a fair or pale complexion. Light complexions, as you've seen, refer to people we call light-skinned Black people today. Remember, it's all about the complexion. All right, so under the first company, Company A, we have William Maxwell, private, age 34 years, eyes gray, hair black, complexion dark, height 5 feet 9 3/4 inches, occupation a mariner. Under Company C, the first soldier is white, Henry Brooks, private, age 22 years, eyes brown, hair black, complexion fair, height 5 feet 11 inches, occupation farmer. So from this point, I'm only going to read off the soldiers of color. All right, so still in Company C, we have Samuel Chase, eyes brown, hair brown, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Samuel Stillwagoner, eyes blue, hair light, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Henry Stillwagoner, eyes brown, hair brown, complexion dark, occupation miner. Those last 2 are probably brothers. Both have dark complexions. All right, moving on. Company D, George W. Howard, eyes gray, hair black, complexion light, occupation farmer. Martin Birch, eyes black, hair light, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Company E, Benjamin Ryan, eyes gray, hair dark, complexion dark, occupation steamboatman. Perry Baldwin, eyes brown, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Patrick Aho, eyes brown, hair black, complexion dark, occupation boiler. Thomas Gardner, eyes black, dark hair, complexion dark, occupation farmer. David Householder, eyes gray, hair light, complexion light, occupation laborer. James Cahoe, eyes brown, hair brown, complexion dark, occupation boiler. Henry Farnsworth, blue eyes, hair auburn, complexion light, occupation cooper. Company H, Jeremiah Ney, eyes brown, hair black, complexion dark.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Free Papua, he said something that stood out to me just now, and I respect that. All this complexion description, but not one mention of these nigga ethnicities. Hey, Papua, I think early on in the beginning, they did show like where these people supposedly came from or something like that, bro. I'm not sure though, but I like that. I like that question because that definitely has to be measured because now you know my thought. First thing I'm gonna tell you, shit, these motherfuckers was born here. You know what I mean? These motherfuckers was born here. 1800s? These motherfuckers was born here. If not here, they was born in the Caribbean somewhere now. You know what I mean? I don't know if y'all feel like how I feel, but that's my subjective thought. I have the right to feel that way because of the research and the study that I have done. I feel like they probably came from the Caribbeans and stuff like that. But yeah, I feel a lot of them was born here. And the reason why I say that, because why else would they have to change the definition of American to people that was born here? That's the only reason why I say that, Papua. But man, yeah, I appreciate that question, man. That's a damn good question. Damn good question. Damn good question. Oh, and then in some of these people, you know, when they was describing their complexion, Papua, the president that they was talking about when they were describing his peoples, They also say that they was a southern look, a southernly look. You know what I mean? Like a yellowish, brownish, you know what I mean, type complexion, you know, to dark. You know what I mean? Please y'all go back and look at this. You know what I mean? And damn, because I want Sister Reach to get in here. So let's get through this real quick.
Occupation farmer. William Shepard, eyes gray, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Joshua Hickok, eyes, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Jonathan Barker, eyes black, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Abner Minor, eyes brown, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Company I, William Bednell, eyes dark, hair dark, complexion light, occupation coal miner. Company K, George M.V. Pierce, eyes blue, hair dark.
Oh yeah, to answer your question real quick, Papua. Yeah, they did. They was using Negro. They was using Negro right in these descriptions right here. They started out by saying Negro, and then they started describing them as dark complexion, light complexion. But yes.
Dark complexion dark, occupation laborer. William Kirkland, eyes black, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Okay, that took a little bit of time, but as I mentioned, complexion tells the story. There were 34 soldiers listed in this article. 21 of them are men of color. That tells me something. These soldiers were from Georgia, and a majority of these men were of color. That gives me insight into how many soldiers of color were fighting for the Confederacy. Again, please hear me. The Civil War was not about oppressing people based on complexion. It was about culture, power, and money. All right, let's take another look at the list of soldiers. And this list was published in the Athens Southern Banner newspaper, dated January 14th, 1863, page 7, column 3. This article reads, $990 reward, headquarters, Camp of Instruction, Camp Randolph, Decatur, Georgia, December 9th, 1862. A reward of $30 will be paid for the apprehension and delivery at this camp of any one of the following named deserters. For the sake of time, I'm just going to go down the list faster than I did on the first one. I'm going to read off the name and then their complexion. All right, first we have James Massey, dark complexion. James S. Ayers, dark complexion. Lewis Walker, ruddy complexion. Thomas B. Powell, pale complexion. Michael Spain, dark complexion. Thomas Townsend, ruddy complexion. J. Madison Brownlee, dark complexion. Michael Hoynes, dark complexion. Michael Sullivan, florid complexion. Thomas E. Ballou, dark complexion. E.B. Ridgway, dark complexion. J.N. Johnson, dark complexion. William G. Cannon, fair complexion. James D. Walker, ruddy complexion. Hannes W. Fuller, dark complexion. James W. Dooley, ruddy complexion. William Bennett, dark complexion. James P. Shirley, light complexion. Azara Fuller, light complexion. F.M. Eaton, dark complexion. Alexander Ugly, dark complexion. Andrew J. Apington, light complexion. John Webb, fair complexion. Neil McKinnon, dark complexion. Benjamin Franklin, light complexion. George W. Arnold, dark complexion. Michael Conway, ruddy complexion. George Sullivan, light complexion. James Cummings, light complexion. John Briggs, dark complexion. David Norris, dark complexion. J.W. Rucker, dark complexion. Okay, so we have 32 soldiers listed. Of the 32 soldiers, 17 have dark complexions, 6 have light complexions, 5 have ruddy complexions, 2 have fair complexions, and 1 has a pale complexion. And then there's another one with a florid complexion. So that means of the whole list, only 4 of the soldiers were white. Now, you might say to yourself, these soldiers of color were deserting in much higher numbers than the white soldiers. They must have been afraid to fight. If that was the case or not, the numbers were higher for them because they were the majority of the enlisted soldiers. Okay, so now I'm going to make a comparison. Stay with me now. Keep in mind all of the soldiers' complexions that I read off to you. I have just shown you the same complexions assigned to enslaved people from the same state, the state of Georgia, at approximately the same time period. Why am I showing you this? It's to prove to you that these complexions assigned to these soldiers that rewritten history has told us are white is BS. These soldiers with the same complexions as Negroes were black, aka colored people. Something else that stood out to me while researching these Confederate soldiers was that we were all taught, as I mentioned previously, that people of color were regulated to fight in their own separate units, and I'm speaking exclusively about the Union soldiers. When it came to the Confederacy, we were taught that there were very few people of color that fought for the Confederacy. However, the few that did so at the behest of their slave masters. This, of course, was another lie. Okay, so let's quickly look at these two ads regarding Negroes from Georgia. All right, so this first ad comes from the Atlanta Weekly Intelligencer newspaper dated February 10th, 1859, page 7, column 4. The title reads, Fulton Mortgage Sheriff Sale, and the ad begins, will be sold on the first Tuesday of April next before the courthouse door in the city of...
All right, Papoose, see, there you go right there. A Negro woman, now they saying Negro, but yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying. I'm saying is that these are all niggas, but there was no need to put their ethnicity because it was understood that they are on a colored roll. I respect that. I respect that. And yes, we do find that.
Of Atlanta between the legal hours of sale, the following property, to wit, a Negro woman of dark complexion by the name of Isabel, about 16 years of age, and her child, a boy named John, about 10 months old, of dark complexion. Now, as you can see, both the Negro woman named Isabel and her child, John, are listed as having dark complexions. All right, so moving on to the second example, and this one is from the Augusta Daily Chronicle and Sentinel, dated November 6, 1860, page 2, column 5. All right, so the title is ad is $20 reward, and it goes on to read, Runaway from the plantation of the late Edmund Beaudry of Columbia County, two Negro boys, Henry and Gary. Henry is about 20 years of age, 5 feet 10 inches, well built, and is very active, of a dark complexion, is probably lurking about Augusta. Gary is about 16 years of age, 5 feet 10 inches high, rather slender in his build, and of a dark complexion, no other mark recollected. So we can see two Negro boys, Henry and Gary, both listed with dark complexions. As I always say, I have many more examples. However, I'm doing my best to condense these videos down to a digestible amount of time. All right, so I hope you're seeing what I'm trying to explain to you regarding dark complexions, light complexions, swarthy complexions, and ruddy complexions. These are all complexions that describe people of color. Okay, so let me wrap up this video with some quick insights to help you get a better understanding of where I'm going with my video series. All right, so I'm going to give you the 1,000-foot view of this video I've produced. The United States of America prior to the late 19th century, meaning the late 1800s, went into high gear with white supremacy. This was not by coincidence. This was a plan. There was a white supremacist group called the White League, which formed starting in Louisiana, along with the Ku Klux Klan, that sprang up and started taking hold all over the South. Why? Because many whites were poor and tired of people of color running things. Now I realize if you haven't seen my other videos leading up to this one, the statement I just made regarding people of color running things will not make any sense and may even sound foolish. But that's only because you haven't seen my previous video. Please do me a favor before you start commenting saying things like, this guy's crazy or this guy's a few sandwiches short of a picnic. My videos build on each other, so go check them out. Okay, so back to what I was saying. Because of Reconstruction, not only did Europeans of color retain power, the other people of color, i.e. the Negroes, meaning the indigenous and the indigenous from the Caribbean, now were able to vote, acquire land, sue white people in court, and have protections under the Constitution. People of color outnumbered whites in many of the southern states. You might be asking yourself, how could people of color outnumber white people? Well, it was the combined populations of Europeans of color and Negroes, aka the indigenous populations. Because of these large majorities, voter suppression tactics were developed and utilized. The poor white people did not plan this takeover. The wealthy white people did. The poor whites just executed it and provided the muscle. They used violence, intimidation, and corruption to make it happen. The white elite no longer considered white a status. Now it was all about skin color. If you even looked like you had the blood of a colored person, or you were known to have come from a family of colored people, you were colored and considered the enemy. This takeover happened over a 25-year time period. Based on news articles, I estimate the timeline to have occurred towards the end of Reconstruction around 1875 to approximately 1924. This takeover included the reclassification process that was spearheaded by Walter Plecker in Virginia with the Racial Integrity Act, categorizing into two categories, white or colored. This way of thinking was pervasive and spread among the states. I will be producing some videos on the creation of the White League and the KKK in the future so that you can see that I'm spot on with my theory. Of course, as I've mentioned in previous videos, Woodrow Wilson and his administration put the final nail in the coffin for people of color. If you've seen my video called Prominent Americans You Assumed Are White, towards the end of that video, I touched on some of the damage Woodrow Wilson did to millions of US citizens of color. I also showed how Princeton University remarked on the serious and long-lasting systemic damage Wilson did to people of color in the United States. I personally believe that historians at Princeton and other institutions of higher education understand to what extent Wilson and his sycophants went to suppress not only Black people as a group, but their wealth and their role in European and American history. If this is the first video you've watched on my channel, please check out my other videos so the information will make more sense to you. One last thing, I didn't cover all of the Confederate leadership and soldiers of color in this video due to my own self-imposed time constraints. Also, I'm sure many of you are wondering, what was the deal with the Union Army, and did they have any generals or soldiers of color? The answer is, of course they did. If you study the Civil War, you'll come to understand that frequently there were members of the same family on both sides of the conflict. I'm going to produce a video on the Union Army in the very near future. I encourage you to start conducting your own research. Now that I've explained to you which complexions are attributed to people of color, you will start to understand who people of color were and the huge role they played in our history. Well, I would like to thank you for watching this video. I have many more coming your way. So please like and subscribe to my channel so you will not miss any of my new videos.
Okay. Damn, hey Jay, I sent you the link back, man. I sent it to your email, man. You can hit back up. Before I let Sister Sharice go in, and cause she gonna go after she go in, I'm gonna let her go in straight into her video. Heru, what you think about that, bro? Informative or not? You learned something from it? Heru, you're my dog. My dog done been on all day, all night. My dog don't sleep for real. Now I can sleep and shit. You know what I mean? And hey, King Haskell, man, listen, I've been getting your messages, bro, in the comments. Listen, hit the link real quick so we can exchange info in the private chat real quick, because I've been seeing what you've been sending me and stuff like that, but I'm not gonna put my email or nothing like that in no comments. You know what I mean? Sister Sharice, what you think about that? What we just got through showing?
Just another example of them trying to whitewash history and covering up the lies, covering up their tracks with, you just can't really cover your tracks anymore, especially when Pop said it best when they said that they didn't, describe the ethnicity of these people. So y'all just describing them as light or dark complected, and that says a lot.
Right. And see, I'm not one of them ones that say, okay, because they fucking melanated or they swarthy or that they're Black or they're American Indian. I'm not one of those types. You know what I mean? Like once they say that, like I would like to go into if we can find somebody else in their family or something like that. Like how he did. See, he just didn't do John Jefferson. He just didn't do Robert Lee. He went into other people in their family too. So that's something I would suggest people to do, man, because let's be for real. The same way they whitewash stuff, we had some of these people out here blackwashing stuff. The whole trans-African movement comes from blackwashing. Not saying that they haven't done nothing great over there. I always give the greatness to what they did over there in Africa, or the place that they call Africa. I got to give their greatness up to what they did. I'm not taking that from them, but we got our own greatness over here, dog, that we didn't know nothing about. Well, we knew about it, but they just hid it and didn't teach us. So yeah, I got you, Jay. I got you, Jay. You know what I mean? Oh, who's the ruler? Oh, okay. All right, bet. I got you, my dog. Oh, that ain't Jay. That's another dude. Okay. What's up, the ruler?
Nah, whenever I log into it, it switched the name to it like say log in with YouTube. This King Haskell, this the same.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Y'all about to say, goddamn, boy, I just seen goddamn RTGJ. I just clicked on that, and then I see your picture. I'm like, hold on, that ain't fucking Jay.
Yeah,
That's
it
what
keep
I go
on.
to.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
It be switching it. My bad.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
nah,
was gonna do
everything good.
your. I was gonna send my email in the back chat and stuff. I was just doing what you had told me. Feel me?
Yeah, everything good. My number right there, bro.
All right. Yeah, I definitely. Yeah, I need to get up with
Hey
you.
Jay, hey, listen, Jay. I had to delete a bunch of shit off of my computer. But listen, Jay, go onto your StreamYard. When you get in the StreamYard, keep mashing the back arrow. Or if you see an arrow in the corner and you see a bunch of numbers in that arrow, you gotta close out all those fucking windows on the phone. But just keep mashing the back arrow, man, and that shit'll keep taking you to another StreamYard and another StreamYard and another StreamYard. Because sometimes we don't exit out of them shit. And that's something that you taught me how to pay attention to that shit. You know what I mean? Cosmon, what's happening, man? Check your email, dog. Back that shit in the back chat. You know what I'm talking about? Super Friends back chat. For real. Yeah, but the ruler, man, I put my number inside there, bro. Okay, all right, bet. All right, I'll be waiting for that, man. Yeah, so we can build on what you was finding and stuff like that, man. And whenever you feel comfortable, you know what I mean, we can build on live. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, bet. I wanted to have like the whole thing. You know what I'm saying?
That's gonna be. See,
No, I'm
you know
talking
what?
about the
That's what I was
movement.
trying to do too. Trying to get the whole thing. But after I got deep into that shit, bro, and then when people telling me like, yo, hold up, the whole thing, boy, listen, cuz by the time you get to the whole thing, all that shit will still be new coming out. Like that's how much it is. And once I started realizing that, bro, I really see that. I really see that. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, I feel you.
genealogy by itself is a motherfucker. That's a motherfucker by itself.
Yeah, see, bro, it's like I've found so much. I was just like I said, I don't really know the history on like the Saponis. Like I know the names from like studying, you know, like the Saponi or the Catawba, the Tuscarora. But from what I'm finding in mine, it's like I have a mixture of all of those, you know, like but I remember I told you I had like a European ancestor that came and he was a lawyer for the Chirin Haka Nottoway. And then I looked more into that and he actually set up it was a program for their chiefs to like indenture themselves to like I don't know like I don't know the details of it, but if you go and you look up like Dennis McClendon, Chirin Haka Nottoway Indians, it pops up that he was the lawyer for them and he made some type of indenture program. That's why I'll be saying, like when we talked before, I think we don't give ourselves enough credit because we was like leading the pack, like with like making our own laws and counties.
Right.
And,
You know why,
know,
bro? Because we get scared of what we gonna find. Like, dog, not everybody gonna have the same story. Some people is gonna find not what they want to find. Some people might not find nothing.
Yeah.
Well, I ain't even gonna say that. If you American Indian or Aboriginal, you gonna find something. You gonna find something. You know what I mean? If you do your genealogy and you do your research, and you know what I mean, you're gonna find something. So let me take that back. The thing is, some people don't like what they find. Everybody want to be on the good side, or everybody want to be on the top. Uh, but you know what I mean. We got to take the good with the bad, dog. You know what I mean. But see, the thing is though, it's not about what happened in the past. It's about what's going on now. What we gonna do now? Now that we know better. You just heard them just now that people with the same bloodline was fighting on both sides of the war.
yeah, that's real. And I can see all that with my family. You know, I was like showing my people because I'm trying to wake them up to it.
Right.
Like I can see if the dude got shot, it'll say it in the book he died in the war.
You think these people is that was family that was fighting on both sides, and damn sure wasn't the African.
Man, they the tributary Indians that
All
made
right,
the treaties with the British and got
all
wrapped up
right.
and lost their tributary status. That's from what I'm seeing. That's what happened to the Saponi, some of the Nance Mound, the Nottaway, and I
Yeah,
have this mixture of all these people within, like, you know, my families that I grew up with. But hey, bro, the crazy thing is, bro, you can look up Catawba Nation, Anson County, 1750.
uh-huh.
It say the Catawba Nation moved to Anson County in 1750. And I
Mhm.
can see where all these Virginia Indians they're aligned with King Blunt of the Tuscarora Indians.
Oh yeah, go ahead, talk. Hold on, real. I got a
Yeah.
phone call real quick. Go ahead, that's my wife.
But I can see where these Indians came from Virginia. They went to Indian Woods Reservation. They were aligned with King Tom Blunt. And they got royal land grants in Anson County starting in 1746. And it shows that the Catawba Indians came to Anson County in the 1750s, 1740s. So it's like you can see it on both sides of it. It's just right now I'm on some stuff like, do I go and holler at these people? Like if I got all y'all bloodlines, why y'all ain't come find me? You feel me? So that's where I'm at talking to my people, because you know we grew up like in the streets. You feel me? So like we finding out we Indians. We were like, what? Hey, why they over there on a reservation? And we reading about our stuff getting took and like being labeled as Tories because they was aligned with the king, but they had treaties with the king. You feel me? So it's like it's crazy. Cause like my last name, it traces back to the Okanichi. I didn't even know the Okanichi existed till like a year or two ago, bro. You feel me? Cause we was hearing Cherokee when I was growing up. So like
Yeah.
all this other stuff, Catawba
You
and
spell that.
Saponi.
You spell that OCHENEE. With a C in somewhere in between there.
Yeah, it's
CC.
like like O C.
Yeah, Okanichi. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's like I said, like they have a tribe for that. Like it's like I've looked into it, but like I haven't reached out to none of these people. You feel me? Like,
Yeah.
because I'm
Let me
still
ask
trying.
you this, bro. Let me ask you this. When did you like start like really getting deep? I know you probably come from a bloodline who tell you that, you know what I mean? yeah, we Indians, you know what I mean? We American Indians, you know what I mean? We such and such, and we this right here. You know what I mean? When did you like start wanting to do the research on it, like your genealogy, your background? And the reason why I'm asking because this video right here that my sis got up is gonna
Mhm.
go into your answer. That's why I'm asking you this because I'm trying to put it back on DNA real quick.
Well, actually, it was something with school. My sister had did like our grandpa had passed away at like 10, 11 years old, and he's a Griffin. You know what I'm saying? So they already have all these people who, like, I don't know, they have pictures and different things. They have all these stories. But all of them do. Like I'm saying, it's like all of the big names that you hear, like within like the Tuscarora or the Saponi or any of those tributary Indians who signed the treaties with King James or King George, any of those people, all of the descendants, those people with those names, I grew up with them, so we all like knew we was Indian. So it's like, it was just like something you heard, like my grandma told me, what I'm saying? Like, and it's in all of our lines. Like, yeah, like my pops is, darker skinned than me, but I look like my mama. You feel me? So it's like, that's the community. Like, even you was talking about the Lees earlier. I grew up with the Lees, bro. You know what I'm saying? I grew up with the Chavis and the Bennetts and like all the names that you hear like within the history of this stuff, like the Turners, you know what I'm saying? And they're all colored black people, whatever you call it. Like, we all black right now. Like, ain't nothing changed on our paperwork or nothing, But we actually can trace back descendancy to these people who are saying they're, you know what I'm saying? Like, but really, we don't know what to do. It's like all of them got different stories tracing back to something, but like, what we supposed to call like the government or something? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we grew up in the streets. We like feel like, dang, this it makes sense why growing up the neighborhood is broken, all this different stuff. Like, we probably the generation or maybe 2 generations past all the stuff that was going on in the streets, like people being on drugs and the crack era and all this stuff like that happened in our communities. So now it's us that's sitting back, and like I said, all my cousins, like, we're all related. Like I told you the thing about the McClendon. When I looked these McClendon people up, they were like kings of Ireland and Wales and all this crazy stuff. And they came and mixed in with these Notaways. You feel me? So it's like, that's my grandma last name. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. Like, I would have to show you.
I feel you, bro. I'm just letting you go ahead and vent, man, because you always be inside the chat, man, and you know what I mean?
Yeah. I
And
just wanted to get it.
I'm definitely so. Hold on. So you say the matter of fact, let's let sis go in and bro, stay up because I'm gonna build with you real quick on the Saponi, okay?
All right. Hey, and you can Google that name, that Hasco. Just put Okanichi
Put it
Hasco.
inside the private chat real quick. I'm gonna write it down that way I can look it up while I'm writing. And let me let my sis go in because this gonna be this powerful right here, and then we can jump right back on in.
All right, bro.
Sis, you done got I done gave you time to roll up and sis and relax. It's on you. You know I love you.
All right, cool.
Hey, sis, check it out.
Well, initially I was going to show this.
Make it big.
So initially, hold on, before I start, I still want to show this one, but there's only a few points that I want to show in that one. But it's an hour and 35 minutes long. So
you already got that one time stamped up. You got that other one time stamped up.
all I have it too is when he first comes on, and when he first comes on, he says a lot of interesting things, and then like I mean, it's just like little things that he goes into that I kind of want to highlight. But before that, I
Okay.
felt like this one was just a little bit shorter, and we were supposed to
Well,
show it the
sis,
last time I
good,
was on here,
sis.
but I don't think we showed it.
When I go in the house, you can keep rolling.
So we.
When I go in, you can keep rolling. You know what I mean? You can keep showing. So if you do want to do that hour one, you can. Be like me, shit. I'll put the fucking video on and go to sleep. And when I wake up, I'll cut it off. Fuck it. You know what I mean? The information got out. All I do is wake up to shit. Your video got blocked or you can't be monetized. But shit, I ain't monetized any goddamn way. Keep y'all cash apps. I got my own money. Hey, sis, blow that up. Hit your square button right there so you can, yeah. So everybody stops seeing your sides and stuff like that. You feel me?
Acting all weird every time you play it. It acts like it doesn't want to play clearly.
Okay, go to your settings. Go right there to your settings real quick, sis. Go right there to your settings. Remember, lower that down to the lowest it can go with the quality.
With the play, the quality.
Yeah. Okay.
Was that
140? Yep, 144. Yep. And now, what else do you have open?
All right.
Yeah, if you got stuff open too, sis, you got to close those out. Or at least downsize them.
There is a new museum in North Carolina.
All right.
Yeah,
well, I
I
only
know,
got 2
sis.
tabs open. Video.
Yeah, that's how it is, sis. We just got to get me and you. We just got to get some more goddamn data and more goddamn memory.
That's all.
All right, let's go.
That's all.
That's all. Let's go. On you, sis. Whenever you're ready, babe. Oh, did my sister freeze? Don't tell me they put my sister in the Matrix. Wow, they put my sister. Okay, she not unpaused it now. Yeah, sis, is it stuck or what? Oh, okay. Damn, she dropped out. Is it stuck? Damn, okay, she coming right back. She coming right back. She coming right back. She coming right back. Yeah. Man, I got yeah, I definitely definitely do something on that with you with the Sapomi, because I think I found what they came out of. I think I do. I think I found where they came out of. What was the bigger tribe? Okay, there goes sis right there. All right, there goes sis right there.
Shit.
Everything good. Now we good. Let's go.
Okay, cool. Let's go. All right.
But you're going to get all the context in it.
What arguably is the best illustration of full context is the Museum Center
Hey sis, go ahead and get out of that other link that you got up there too, the one with the slave ships, because that might be a big link. Go ahead and close that one out too. The one with your slave ships. I know you can bring it right back up. Yeah, I know you can bring it right back up. Yeah. All right, now that you just came back, make sure your thing is turned back down, baby girl. Your quality or whatever. Like, yup. Okay, we good. All right, bet. Let's go. Is it just me? Put an arrow in the chat. Is it playing or is it not playing? Is that just me on my side?
Joining us from the university.
Oh, it keep kicking her out. You know what? You know what? Let me go ahead. I can do it. I can do it because I sent that to her. So let me find it real quick. Let me find that real quick. I should be able to find that real quick. Yep. Oh, hold on. That's my sister coming back. It's all good, sis. I'm gonna try to find it real quick.
Because it's I don't know what's going on. She's gonna kick me out.
Already, man.
You want me to send it to you?
Yeah, send it to me email real quick. That way I can easily find it. I can start it up. In the meantime, man, I'm gonna go ahead and
I'm gonna send both of them.
Yeah. Yup.
That's some wild shit.
Yup, and I'll go ahead and goddamn and I share it because I know I gotta look for it in my email. I think I got it saved in a playlist too, though. But I'm gonna show this in the meantime.
Freestyle.
We sit sideways. You can catch me sitting sideways. It's something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped because I always keep a package on me. Dirty, you get serious niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. I'm dirty, moving coke through the turnpike. These niggas call me Michael Jackson cause they know the dawn turned white. I live the goon's life and move with the moonlight. 100 bricks in the dark to turn the room white. Greenville, we grinding around here, sitting sideways with guns inside the diamond sawtails. Step your swag up, I only move with smart dudes. And my trap pump more than your heart do. Fish scale, yeah, I'm scarred for life. Slanging bricks in the jungle, got a Tarzan price. Plus the money longer than the vines he swing on. While y'all niggas breaking buds, we cutting bells with the chainsaw. Dirty, that's the clip when the cop man carbon 15 got more drums than a rock band. Riding the drop man, I got plenty wrong. White on white being the same color as some dinner floor. Fuck bad fish, scared of the big fish. I'm so bready, you can call my money fish sticks. You can catch me sitting sideways and something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped because I always keep a package on me. Dirty, it gets serious, niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now. This is my year. Okay. I'm dirty and my eyes sitting real low. And the coop doors up like I just kicked the field goal. And hop off in the Tahoe. I blow so much color purple, you can call me Hoppo. Y'all niggas can't get close to the door. Yeah, I got more straps than your mom stole to the dogs. Bloody dollar make the fatal, homie. If I kill you, only way they find you is they gotta cut a couple gators open. I've been gangster since I've been born, and these pussies niggas phonier than a 3-cent coin. I'm up in the game. I blow your fucking head off. Chopper so big that I can pull my fucking leg off. Sitting sideways. I gotta kill the track. I swear to God I got my white the opposite of black. This game been mine, and y'all trying to get it back. And plus I love how y'all hate this shit. Opposite of track, and I got a red flag, and I got a red hole, and I'm grinding off in China, so I'm getting red dough. Fuck a little beaner, gotta whip a red roll, in the inside Rudolph, outside red nose. I keep talking money, you heard, I'm dead rich. They mean I got more fish and bread than Jesus fed with. You can catch me sitting sideways, and something pretty with the ratchet on me. I stay strapped, so I always keep a package on me. Dirty, it gets serious, niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now, this is my year. Okay, homie. Dirty. Now shit's about to get wicked. And bullets jumping out the chopper like some motherfucking crickets. Greenville, that's my home, nigga. Dirty Hill. Ain't nothing for a nigga to get murdered here. I'm moving quick fast for this quick cash and keep a package on me like a nigga with a shit bag. Fresh out of jail, so the Don joined the Conway. Hit the runway and holler fam off in Conway. This the Don way, matter of fact the Don day. And I only move 2 blocks like a pawn play. This my day off and don't feel like touching nothing. But I got some cocaine that's jumping like she double dutching. You can catch me sitting sideways, something pretty with the ratchet on. I stay strapped, so I always keep a package on me. Dirty, it gets serious, niggas die here. Y'all niggas had it up to now, this is my year.
Yeah. Check him out.
Somebody put you on that smile and happy blushing. You'll be giggling. Grown man.
Niggas, introduce yourself first. Introduce yourself.
I already know who them niggas don't know me. They don't know me. Goddamn, by the time you finish.
Hey there, it's me.
Hey there. There you go.
This bitch trying to tell me to leave the streets, homie. I love this little horny hooker here. All right. You keep asking me to get up out these streets and leave this game alone forever. I keep telling you, all right, I'm married to this game, and I'm gonna love my bitch forever. You got to be crazy. Think I'm leaving the game in the streets where it made me. I shed blood and plenty tears in these streets, and you telling me to leave, and how the fuck you gonna eat? Love you to death. I fucked the street before I met you. Fuck both of y'all at once. The game needs sex too. I'm only being real mama. That's all I know. I'm gripping wood, bottom moving a lot of snow, talking a lot of coke. Move through banana boats, blowing on the cutie and fruity, tasting like cantaloupe. Upstate got them cupcakes. I got them wired in them 10 grade things, call them duct tape. That'll forever real. Y'all niggas stuck fake. I'm a blind man, don't gotta see the touch weight. 864 got 8 bricks 4, 15 a piece. Give me 120 in gold. The rim and the scope. Plenty of hoes and plenty of coats. Pop pills, dump real, plenty of smoke. The game my wife, that's my reason, homie. The streets fucking everybody, but I don't care if she cheating on me. Keep asking me to get up out these streets and leave this game alone forever. But I keep telling you, alright, I'm married to this game and I'm gonna love my bitch forever. Okay, they say I changed on them, didn't keep it real on them. Fuck changed out $100 bill on them. Cop the pretty coupe and put some big wheels on it. Pretty doors up like my car got big eels on it. It's real, homie, it's gutter, I hope you listen. Remember time when daughter didn't have no pot to piss in. Apropos Dawn got a mission strictly flipping the rest of my Pyrex, and they told me to turn my wrist in. I'm talking numbers, pure cash, man. My trap bumped like I done dry shaved on some bad skin. Dollar on everything. Plus, I'm getting plenty mail. All y'all can say that damn dollar hell when he will. Caramel, coupe, candy, sweating, raisins. Saying chocolate seats and wood grain, and side look like raisin bran. I play the game, lawyer stay high like raising hands. Play the streets with my music, so now I'm raising grands. I got a blazing plan, I'm stupid with Asian bands. I made the am to see cocaine really made my hands. Amazing man, Mr. Dun Dada Dada I am. Apropos Dun Dun Dada hotter than desert sand. I switched the painted the parrot feathers and set that bitch on my 30s, and I ghost framed the Chinese levels. Keep asking me to get up out these streets and leave this game alone forever. I keep telling you, alright, I'm married to this game and I'm gonna love my bitch forever. Somebody better grab it, but they gonna let me loose. Been up 6 days straight hustling, smelling like a moose. When I came back through, I copied your fruity coupe. Wiggle my dick in the bitches mouth like a loser tooth. Y'all see me pushing through, kissing on that cushion goose, dropping birds in the water and call it chicken noodle soup. That ain't your usual. Partner, my swag is beautiful. Blowing like a trumpet, the reefer smelling like poodle poo. Chevy sitting pitiful. 30s on my vehicle, drop black and white with the stripes. I call it Beetlejuice. Homie, if I beat with you, know what the heater do. Better go to church, I leave you holier than a preacher suit. Y'all niggas faking. $1 a full goon. I'm leaning off that cushion, high as a full moon. I'm getting crazy paper for moving this crazy pile. In the club with more bottles than 30 baby showers. I got so much money, I'm buying money. I got a meal in my homie, I'm crying money. Hey, your girl started liking the dog. I had her ass bent, don't like she hiking the ball. Don't like me at all. Hustler, my team major. You give me 4 winner, baby, I whip into a teenager like you.
I make half.
There is electromagnetic energy in that pyramid between 200 and 600 meter wavelengths.
In Atlantan times, we knew that everything was.
There is a new museum in Charleston, South Carolina, dedicated to hundreds of years of African American history. It's Black history in global context, and through.
Sis Sharice, you here? Or you had to step away real quick? Yeah, Tay, babe. Yeah, that I was just waiting for Sister Sharice, and that's why I just played those songs real quick, just to bring up some dead space till we could get this up and rolling. Okay. Yeah, hey, Tay, that I did this. I was playing those songs so I could have give Sister Sharice time to go ahead and get squared away, because she said she had to step away for a second. Sis, you back or not yet? Oh yeah, I know it's all love, Tay, and I appreciate your honesty, for real. I appreciate that fire. For real, don't worry, you be rinsed up. Chief, you still here, right, Chief?
Yup. Yeah, I had
Okay,
just cut my phone on. I was about to shoot you a text.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Sharice.
Individual stories too. To show off the expanse and residence of the museum's Center for Family History, researchers traced my genealogy. Now listen, as a Black man with deep roots in the American South, I thought I knew where my story was headed. I was very wrong.
Very few moments in my career have ever brought me to this.
This is, oh, man.
It happened at the International African American Museum in Charleston, South Carolina.
For one, people gonna have to explain this International African American Museum.
Which
I
opens
never
this
heard
month.
that before.
6 centuries of history packed into 150,000 square feet
It's
at the
in my
historic
city,
Gadsden's Wharf.
Above 40% of all enslaved Africans would have come in through Gadsden's Wharf. We've been referred to as the ground zero of importation of enslaved people into the United States.
Dr. Tanya Matthews is the museum's president and CEO.
Space of solemnity or celebration?
Yes. I refuse to choose.
Tribal art and contemporary fashion, relics of protest and reports of resistance.
It's this infusion of trauma and joy constantly that we like to talk about here. You get the full story, but you're going to get all the context in it.
What arguably is the best illustration of full context is the Museum's Center for Family History. It's a team of researchers with access to millions of records that can trace African American lineage, sometimes back to a slave ship that came into this very port. The expert genealogist here spent months tracing my lineage. And this was the day of the long-awaited reveal.
Make sure you got a box of Kleenex by you and sit there and enjoy.
That's the museum's top genealogist, Dr. Shelley Murphy, on the laptop. She's joining us from the University of Virginia.
This is a tree, just a snapshot of your tree, and I'm following your maternal line.
Wow. That's a lot just seeing the tree.
You see that box? Well, that represents David Venny, my great-grandfather's great-grandfather. He lived in coastal Richmond County, Virginia, on a farm with his wife, Judy, and their 18 children. And in 1871, he filed this claim to be reimbursed for livestock and supplies requisitioned by Union troops during the Civil War.
Another thing that is significant is that he owned the land that he's on, and it was 23 acres.
Where did a man in the 1870s, so soon after the end of slavery, get the money to buy 23 acres?
Absolutely. And the thing of it is, I would even question, he said he was freeborn.
Well, for some answers, we have to go back more than 300 years to my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother, Mary. She arrived on a ship in Northumberland County, Virginia in 1712, before America was America. Her granddaughter, my 8 times great-grandmother, Bess, was with her. That's according to this centuries-old deposition that Dr. Murphy's team uncovered. Why a deposition? We'll learn that a little later.
And Bess at the time was about 13 years old. Witnesses apparently said they looked like they were Indians.
Researchers believe that Mary and Bess were actually Matabani, like these people of that region of Virginia called the Northern Neck.
We're not sure where they came from, but Thomas Smith of Richmond County did enslave one of Bess's children, and that was Sarah.
And it's Sarah, my 7 times great-grandmother, who changes the trajectory of her children and all her descendants who followed.
There was a law back in 1705 that declared that all children that are enslaved or free, their condition would be based on whatever their mother was.
Remember, Sarah and Bess arrived free people.
So Sarah has a lawsuit filed saying we're free.
This is the actual lawsuit filed by Sarah, suing for her freedom and for the freedom of her descendants. And that deposition, it was from a witness who saw Mary and Bess arrive decades earlier.
So in 1791, the court agreed with Sarah and her children, the grandchildren, and all of those relatives who were descendants of Mary and Bess are going to be free.
That my ancestors filed and sued for their freedom. It is remarkable.
We're not done.
We're not done. We're not done. Okay. We're not done. Let me get a Kleenex, Doctor.
I told you to have a box there.
But not all of Sarah's family was free. Before the court's decision, Sarah's enslavers illegally sold her daughter, Rachel, and then Rachel was sold again. And for the next 20 years, unaware of the court's ruling, Rachel and her children remained in bondage. When she learned of the decision in 1807, more than a quarter century after her mother's groundbreaking lawsuit for freedom, Rachel filed this lawsuit against her enslaver, claiming that she was the daughter of a free woman, and therefore she and her children should also be free.
And guess what? The witnesses and things all came through and they were awarded their freedom. So, what do you think?
This is, oh man, to be an enslaved woman suing a slave master, to do it twice in one bloodline is
And
just
Virginia,
remarkable.
your line started out enslaved and became free to up until where you're at right now.
It became free because those women fought for it.
I'm going to tell you what, Victor, the women in your family is unbelievable.
It fills in a lot of gray, a lot of blank space. There was nothing there. There was an assumption. Now there are names, relatives, and places and stories. It certainly fills in more of the story of my family's place in this country.
I am so grateful to the people at that museum. They spent months researching my lineage, and they've given me this book. This has the documents, copies of the documents and maps and death records and military records. This is not what I expected.
It is remarkable.
It is not what I expected.
To ask you, what was your mom's reaction?
Oh, man. And my mother's reaction, first, I'd explained it a couple of times, right? Because no one expected this. And it then started this kind of scavenger hunt for details. Planning a trip back to Northumberland, LZ and Ron are still with us, to go and visit the Mattapon Eye. I mean, to know that these women sued twice and won.
And in that day and age,
yes,
for a woman, but for an
in the 18th
like a
century.
woman who'd been enslaved to sue.
Yes.
I can't even imagine. And the witnesses to come forward to support them. You're from strong stock. That's for sure.
And
the
we were
women in your
talking during
family.
the break, LZ, that it's so difficult to trace the lineage of African Americans because for centuries, enslaved people were inventory. They didn't keep accurate birth and death and marriage for as much as marriage was recognized or acknowledged, those records.
Absolutely. And because of the constant selling and reselling and loaning and bringing back, it wasn't possible to keep up. You know what's so brilliant about the women in your family? So that the law that you were talking about was designed because of all the sexual assaults. There were all these pregnancies. And it was like, what do we do with these mixed race children? They created that law so that those children would be born into slavery. The fact that the women in your family took that law
and flipped it.
And flipped it.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
Incredible research and incredible story. And I just found myself wondering, with all the restrictions on curriculum that are being imposed in about half the country, it will become extremely difficult, if not impossible, for many young people to kind of learn this story or its equivalent. I mean, it's quite a moment in the country.
Our thanks again to the International African American Museum. They have the resources on their website for you to start this journey of your own as they continue to grow. They will do this on a one-on-one basis, but this is a stunning display of African American history there at the port in Charleston. Again, thanks to them.
Fuck. Don't worry. don't worry, be happy type shit. Like, yo, hold up. Did y'all hear how this dude gets on there and say, you know what's crazy about the whole thing is that, with all the reselling and selling and taking away and bringing back and all of the bad sex stuff that was going on and the raping and all of that, and they had to make up a law for these mixed children and what? Man, and then the last dude comes on there and say it's crazy.
He a cool. Okay.
Right. Hey, listen now, and the last dude, he closed it out with a fucking bang. He said, basically, it's up to us to keep this shit alive because it's crazy that your kids wouldn't even be able to find out this history. Did y'all hear the news reporter telling that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Real crazy.
Y'all ain't. Hold on. Let me see. Let me make sure I wasn't tripping. Let me make sure this newscaster
one-on-one basis.
I heard Brandy first when I was in 7th grade.
And I want y'all to listen to how this dude with the dreads comes in and he's like, yo, goddamn, it's crazy how you're an African American. You know what I mean? Right there. This dude. Ain't nobody say nothing about Africa. Not one time in this story has Africa been mentioned. All I heard was free people coming on a boat from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Death and marriage, for as much as marriage was a recognized or acknowledged, those records.
Absolutely. And because of the constant selling and reselling and loaning and bringing back, it wasn't possible to keep up. You know what's so brilliant about the women in your family? It's that the law that you were talking about was designed because of all the sexual assaults, there were all these pregnancies. And it was like, what do we do with these mixed race children? They created that law so that those children.
Now, they're going to have to fucking prove to me about all these mixed race sexual shit what he's talking about. They're going to have to prove this shit. So now, fuck the slave trade shit. He ain't even talking about the slave trade narrative. He's talking about, you know what I mean, goddamn mulattoes pretty much.
Yeah.
But they didn't say nothing about that. They say this lady came free. How he just gonna go into some mixed shit and saying that they created this? Listen, I'm gonna kill this new.
And it was like, what do we do with these mixed because of all the sexual?
Oh, Lord.
Absolutely. And because of the constant selling.
Inventory. They didn't keep accurate birth and death and marriage, for as much as marriage was a recognized or acknowledged, those records.
Absolutely. And because of the constant selling and reselling and loaning and bringing back, it wasn't possible to keep up. You know what's so brilliant about the women in your family? It's that the law that you were talking about was designed because of all the sexual assaults, there were all these pregnancies. And it was like, what do we do with these mixed race children? They created that law so that those children would be born into slavery. The fact that the women in your family took that law
and flipped it.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
Incredible research and incredible story. And I just found myself wondering, with all the restrictions on curriculum that are being imposed in about half the country, it will become extremely difficult, if not impossible, for many young people to kind of learn this story or its equivalent. I mean, it's quite a moment in the country.
Our thanks again to the International African American Museum. They have the resources on their website for you to start this journey of your own. As they continue to grow, they will do this on a one-on-one basis, but this is a stunning display of African American history there at the port in Charleston. Again, thanks to them.
So I wasn't tripping, right?
They're trying to capitalize off of people doing their genealogy. Like, that's crazy.
Hold on.
They're gonna
Let
try
me
to flip
make
everybody
sure.
off on the boat.
Yeah, let me just make sure.
Y'all son, the rest of them boys love that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I got to go back. First, they got to describe a fucking international African museum, first of all. But let's go. Let me hear this again.
Enjoy.
That's the museum's top genealogist, Dr. Shelley Murphy, on the laptop. She's joining us from the University of Virginia.
This is a tree, just a snapshot of your tree, and I'm following your maternal line.
Wow. That's a lot just seeing the tree.
You see that box? Well, that represents David Venny, my great-grandfather's great-grandfather. He lived in coastal Richmond County, Virginia, on a farm with his wife Judy and their 18 children. And in 1871, he filed this claim to be reimbursed for livestock and supplies requisitioned by Union troops during the Civil War.
Another thing that is significant is that he owned the land that he's on, and it was 23 acres.
Where did a man in the 1870s, so soon after the end of slavery, get the money to buy 23 acres?
Absolutely. And the thing of it is, I would even question, he said he was freeborn.
Well, for some answers, we have to go back more than 300 years. To
Yeah. Anytime y'all want me to pause, man, just go ahead, man. We can build on this. Go ahead, bro.
He didn't hear the fact that he was requisitioning to be reimbursed for livestock taken from the Union Army during the Civil War. So he's like, well, where did in 1870 did this man get the money to buy his farm? He wasn't listening to his own story. He didn't catch that. He wanted to get reimbursed in 1871 for his livestock during the Civil War. That's what was said. I'll land.
My bad, bro. I had to go outside real quick, man, and check on, make sure my puppy was all right. Well, she ain't no puppy no more. She almost a year. She a year, some change now. But say that last part real quick. You say that they didn't say what now? Before I left out.
What was said to him was in 1871, his great-great-grandfather was requisitioning to be reimbursed for livestock during taken from by the Union Army during the Civil War. But he only heard the 1870 and he said, where did this man get the money to buy his farm in 1870? He wasn't even listening to his own story.
And that's his great-grandfather.
Great-grandfather.
Right? And they had a wife named Judy.
Correct.
Right. Let's go. That's why we do this, man. That's why I do this. I don't know for everybody else, but that's why I do this, man. The power of rewind. You feel me?
And this was the day of the long-awaited reveal.
Make sure you got a box of Kleenex by you and sit there and enjoy.
That's the museum's top genealogist, Dr. Shelley Murphy, on the laptop. She's joining us from the University of Virginia.
This is a tree, just a snapshot of your tree, and I'm following your maternal line.
Wow. That's a lot just seeing the tree.
You see that box? Well, that represents David Venny, my great-grandfather's great-grandfather. He lived in coastal Richmond County, Virginia, on a farm with his wife Judy and their 18 children. And in 1871, he filed this claim to be reimbursed for livestock and supplies requisitioned by Union troops during the Civil War.
Another thing that is significant is that...
Damn, how old will this motherfucker be? If he was born in 1815, 1812, I think that was the first fucking document. Right here.
Well, that represents...
Boom. Judy is 1821. David is fucking 1815. 4 times great grandparent. Okay. All right. So he was 30 years old when he had his first child in 1845. So shit, this motherfucker was like goddamn 56. I mean, like what, 46? Or something like that. What the fuck was he like? Nah, he would have to be like, 56. He would be 56 in 1871. Okay.
David Venny, my great-grandfather's great-grandfather. He lived in coastal Richmond County, Virginia, on a farm with his wife Judy and their 18 children. And in 1871, he filed this claim to be reimbursed for livestock and supplies requisitioned by Union troops during the Civil War.
Another thing that is significant is that he owned the land that he's on, and it was 23 acres.
Where did a man...
Damn, 18 children.
Check.
In the 1870s, so soon after the end of slavery, get the money to buy 23 acres.
Absolutely. And the thing of it is, I would even question, he said he was freeborn.
Well,
hold on. See, that's the thing. Now he's asking how the fuck so far after slavery, so close to after slavery, which would be 65, so 7 years. But this man was born in fucking 15 and he had his first child at 1845. He was already free. So all right, this is all right.
For some answers, we have to go back
My bad.
more than 300 years to my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother, Mary. She arrived on a ship in Northumberland County, Virginia in 1712, before America was America. Her granddaughter, my 8 times great-grandmother, Bess, was with her. That's according to this centuries-old deposition that Dr. Murphy's team uncovered. Why a deposition? We'll learn that a little later.
And Bess at the time was about 13 years old. Witnesses apparently said they looked like they were Indians.
Researchers believe that Mary and Bess were actually Matabani, like these people of that region of Virginia called the Northern Neck.
We're not sure where they came from, but Thomas Smith of Richmond County did enslave one of Bess's children, and that was Sarah.
And it's Sarah, my 7 times great-grandmother, who changes the trajectory of her children and all her descendants who followed.
There was a law back in 1705 that declared that all children that are enslaved or free, their condition would be based on whatever their mother was.
Remember, Sarah and Bess arrived free people.
So Sarah has the lawsuit that's filed saying we're free.
This is the actual lawsuit filed by Sarah, suing for her freedom and for the freedom of her descendants. And that deposition, it was from a witness who saw Mary and Bess arrive decades earlier.
So in 1791, the court agreed with Sarah and her children, the grandchildren, and all of those relatives who were descendants of Mary and Bess are going to be free.
That my ancestors filed and sued for their freedom. It is remarkable.
We're not done.
We're not done. We're not done. Okay. We're not done. Let me get a Kleenex, Doctor.
I told you to have a box here.
But not all of Sarah's family was free. Before the court's decision, Sarah's enslavers illegally sold her daughter, Rachel, and then Rachel was sold again. And for
so Indians being caught up in the slave trade, that was free. This is the classification of Negro, colored. Once they classified the Indian to that after 1708, it made it legal to enslave them again. All right.
For the next 20 years, unaware of the court's ruling, Rachel and her children remained in bondage. When she learned of the decision in 1807, more than a quarter century after her mother's groundbreaking lawsuit for freedom, Rachel filed this lawsuit against her enslaver, claiming that she was the daughter of a free woman, and therefore she and her children should also be free.
And guess what? The witnesses and things all came through and they were awarded their freedom. So, what do you think?
This is, to be an enslaved woman, suing a slave master, to do it twice in one bloodline is
And
just
Virginia,
remarkable.
your line started out enslaved and became free to up until where you're at right now.
It became free because those women fought for it.
I'm going to tell you what, Victor, the women in your family is unbelievable.
It fills in a lot of gray, a lot of blank space. There was nothing there. There was an assumption. Now there are names, relatives, and places and stories. It certainly fills in more of the story of my family's place in this country.
I am so grateful to the people at that museum. They spent months researching my lineage, and they've given me this book. This has the documents, copies of the documents and maps and death records and military records. This is not what I expected.
It is remarkable.
It is not what I
I
expected.
ask you, what was your mom's reaction?
Oh, man. At my mother's reaction, first, I had explained it a couple of times, right? Because no one expected this. And it then started this kind of scavenger hunt for details. Planning a trip back to Northumberland, LZ and Ron are still with us, to go and visit the Mattapon Eye. I mean, to know that these women sued twice and won.
And in that day and age,
Yes.
for a woman, but for
In the 18th
like a
century.
woman who'd been enslaved to sue.
Yes.
I can't even imagine. And the witnesses to come forward to support them. You're from strong stock. That's for sure.
And
The
we were
women in your
talking during the
family.
break, LZ, that it's so difficult to trace the lineage of African Americans because for centuries, enslaved people were inventory. They didn't keep accurate birth and death and marriage for as much as marriage was recognized or acknowledged, those records.
Absolutely. And because of the constant selling and reselling and loaning and bringing back, it wasn't possible to keep up. You know what's so brilliant about the women in your family? It's that the law that you were talking about was designed because of all the sexual assaults, there were all these pregnancies. And it was like, what do we do with these mixed race children? They created that law so that those children would be born into slavery. The fact that the women in your family took that law
and flipped it.
And flipped it.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
Incredible research and incredible story. And I just found myself wondering, with all the restrictions on curriculum that are being imposed in about half the country, it will become extremely difficult, if not impossible, for many young people to kind of learn this story or its equivalent. I mean, it's quite a moment in the country.
Our thanks again to the International African American Museum. They have the resources on their website for you to start this journey of your own as they continue to grow. They will do this on a one-on-one basis, but this is a stunning display of African American history there at the port in Charleston. Again, thanks to them.
I bet if we look them up, they funded by the Mormon Church.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it.
He still didn't catch on that they said that she arrived free.
Right. Like that was the whole thing. That was the whole thing right there. Like, yo, they came free. And let's be for real, bro. This ain't something we're saying. This is something that they're saying. We just trying to make it make sense. You feel me? But this is coming from their mouth. Correct?
Yes.
Yes, we didn't come up with these claims. They came up with these claims and they got the evidence to back it.
And the evidence is just as shady as they story.
Right. So why we can't listen to it and give our own observation of it?
All I was doing is just listening and finding the holes in the story. And the first hole was the man said he was free. He wanted his money back for the livestock that the Union took for his, from his farm. Him and his wife and 18 kids. That's food out their mouth. He wanted his money back. That was the first thing I heard. And the first thing he heard was, how does a black man earn that kind of money to buy 23 acres in 1870? I'm like, man, you're not even listening. And then they go way back. He got off the boat free. His great 8-time great grandmother got off the boat free. But all he heard was she sued her slave master. Yeah, because he was enslaving her illegally. Because she wasn't supposed to be a slave. That's the part that he's not getting. The fact that she was able to sue and win was only to prove the point she arrived free. If I can guarantee you, if they said that she arrived and was sold off the boat, there wouldn't nobody have said nothing. But she wasn't sold off the boat. She came on the boat off the boat on her own free will with her kids. I really don't know if anybody else heard that, but that's what I heard.
Nah, I feel you, I did. But the thing they said at the end, I wonder, like, is it hard for everybody to like research their family? Like, I don't like know everyone's experience with it, but like I wonder, like, can people find, like, can they trace back that far? Because I've been, lucky enough to like be able to, and it'll be articles and all this stuff that's already almost like they're looking for these people anyway. So it's like the information already be there. Hey, matter of fact, OTK, that's why I was rocking with you when you told me what your last name was, and I was like, bro, I done seen that shit in my line, nigga. Like I done seen your name with some of my people. So I was like, okay, yeah, I'm a fuck with OTK. But as far as the whole community, like I don't really, I don't know everybody. I don't really get up here and talk all the time. I'll be jumping around trying to go check out different channels. But bro, like I'm trying to tell you, if I say in the chat, oh, I know this for sure, and it got my family names on it. So it's like if I say I'm Indian, it'll be people like, oh nah, the Indians. So it's like that's why I rock with you and like one or two other people, because I'm not trying to knock anybody. I see certain stuff in this McClendon line I told you about, like, you know, there's somebody who last name is Mormon. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I know that. Yeah, I see that. But they came here and associated with some Indians though. So it's like if they came here and associated with the Indians, then it's about the Indians, right? Like what, you know, like, so I don't know, like that's why I don't really get up here and talk, because you feel me, like I don't know everybody else experiencing this. Like some of the names I see and the history I see is American history, bro. You feel me? Like this whole congressional Congress thing, like, I got people in that, bro. You know, like Claire was saying that it used to be at Hillsboro, North Carolina, right? When y'all watching something about the congressional record earlier?
Yeah, the congressional record. Yeah, when it was talking about Robert E. Lee, the description of Robert E. Lee, that came out of the congressional record.
But what I was saying earlier, bro, all these families literally live together. Like this is the community I came from, you know. Like I know Lees, I know Turners, I know some Douglases. You feel me? I know like all these people. It's around this area, but the little historical placards that's in my area, like with the American Revolution, all of this is initially taking place in North Carolina, and well, in Carolina, North Carolina, and this is where my people get knocked out. There's a whole, it's the battle at Colson's, whatever, you know, I don't know, at Colson's Mill or something like that. My people get knocked out and considered Tories and stripped of all their lands and stuff. The land where I grew up, I didn't even know it's called the PD National Refuge Center or something like that. Bro, that's my land, bro. That's my family land. So, you know, up until I start looking into this.
So that's what I was gonna build on you with, because I found them. You know what I mean? I found out the name that you was talking about. You know what I mean? I found them, and and shit. Where the fuck did I find them at again? Was it right here? Look, not that one. But yeah, I found them and shit like that. Yeah. So it was a former tribe of the Sioux or the Siouan who lived in North Carolina and Virginia. Soon after 1780, check this out. Check out the bullshit. They disappeared from history due to treaties, wars, and smallpox. So what you were saying about the wars and all of that.
See, they don't want to put the other history.
I also see them in the language. Yeah. Hold on, Bubba. Let me. I also see them in the language family of the Siouan. So where I see them at in the language family, they right next to the PD, the Santee, the seaweed, the shikori, or the shikora, the figgery, the wakama, the waxaw, the watery, the winya, the tutelo, ofolo, or the okanachi, or the okenchi, yeah, the okenichi, or the nahasan, or the manatan, or the manatan, or the lumbi, or the Uyawi, the Congaree, Jerwa, the Catawba, Cape Fear, and the Bioluxi.
Yep.
So,
or the Eastern Siouan Confederation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a lot of us went to goddamn North Dakota That's where you will see North Dakota and South Dakota. So I'm still looking for it because somebody tell me and they directed me and say, man, try to find the original of North Dakota or the Lakotas or the Nakotas, because they saying that coda period means supposed to mean like suing. It's like another way how you pronounce suing or suex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
and
I'm trying to find that, you know what I mean? So I've been looking, but somebody told me that. So, you know what I mean? We find that trace. Which I see them over here first. The when they deal with language families, I see them over here first and then going over there to the you know what I mean, to the Midwest. Which, you know, it all depends on what age and what period we talking about. You know what I
yeah,
mean? If we talking about the woodland culture, or we talking about the mound builder culture, you know what I mean? So depending on what time we're talking about, that's when we can say, yeah, okay, yeah, they could have moved like that, yeah.
yeah. See, I have like that's the good thing about you know with this community I'm talking about. They move together and they are associated with certain names that you can like follow the trail of how they went. So literally, like I'll look up like I think it's like Halawa Saponi or something. There might be another word to it, but I don't know. And I know that I had families, and they are like pulling descendancy from those people, but the actual people didn't stay there. Like the like the majority didn't stay there because in 1746 you have this royal land grant on the PD River at the confluence of the PD and the Yadkin River, and this
Uh,
is the Saponi, the Occaneechi, the Nance Mound, the Tuscarora. Like these are all the Indians
uh,
that left from Virginia and went to stay with the Tuscarora during the Tuscarora War, and it's even in like
hold up, they went down south, correct?
yeah,
The Tuscaroras,
eventually, yeah, in
yeah, they was
1740s.
already up top, yeah, and then they went down south. Yeah, okay, all right, bet, yeah, that
So
because
it's like right,
that's what I see them doing too. But I see them doing that after a war
yeah, yeah.
when the
These are the
Yamas,
ones that
yeah, when the Yamasees came up. They got into something, man. Family, them boy, they, you know, well, up to take the sides of the goddamn other people, and them boys wasn't trying to have that shit, so they got into something, you know.
yeah,
And that's when you see the Tuscaroras move down south, then, and they start pretty much dealing with the Seminoles that already had left over there. That other band of Seminoles that split up from the Seminoles from where their origin point was from, like the Midwest, Alabama, out that way area.
yeah,
Going towards that area, and then they split into two, and one band went like uh the Timacuan area, right above like the Timacuan. So when you got the Tuscarora coming down, plus the Yamasees, all that right there, you know, multiple wars, the Yamasees going up there, and they came down, and multiple times you see the group getting bigger and bigger as they coming up. So you know everybody was rolling with them. So once they came back down, you know, hey, things was happening. People was you know, going with each other and everything like that. So yes, you would see things getting bigger, all that. Tribes getting bigger, all that type stuff.
yeah. But the thing I was trying to hit on with it is that
Mm-hmm.
you have all of these people coming to basically like because they're already allied with the crown, so they're getting land grants. They're up there. They had the Tuscarora split where Tom Blunt was like the one in peace with the English or the but then you had the other one. I can't remember his name off top. It start Hancock or something, who was like warring with everybody. So there was like some type of neutral zone in Bladen, Robeson, Bertie, these different counties in North Carolina that these people went to escape the wars or, escape what was going on. Because, like, the same name that I told you about the Haskell, his descendants' names, like, after he's already dead or whatever, his descendants are still being called Okanichi traders. So I can trace where these Okanichi, they go and they unite with the Saponi and the Tuvalu and the Niacin, and it's crazy because they say about the Powhatan having all those confederacies, all those tribes together, but really that's what happens with the Saponi. The Saponi turns out being all these remnants of these different tribes, and they all moved to Anson County.
Bless you,
Yeah,
baby.
bless you, baby.
Bless you.
So they all
Yeah.
moved to Anson County, and it's like some of the names, bro. Like whenever I look up like Nottoway, the descendancy of whoever their lady, like the lady chief, it goes into a descendancy into the Turners, So it's like you have Turners that move down there. You have like the Scots and all these different names like the Halls and all these different people, and even like the Gibsons. Like I haven't been able. I want to holler at you because like with the regulators and the loyalists, and you have like Gibson, like the Gibson. There's a Gibson that's a Tuscarora chief, and then his maybe him and his descendants end up being the regulators during like North Carolina, South Carolina, like American Revolution. So it's like all these families end up right here in like Anson, Bladen, Rowan, like South Carolina, North Carolina areas, and they spread out, because I have people who left on like the Trail of Tears, I have like that history with Cherokee stuff too, that I haven't really got into all of it, bro. But when I heard that video though, and it said it's hard for people to look it up, that's why I asked that question, because I literally, it's not that hard for me, bro. Like I can trace back like 1600s on majority of all the names, and it'll be documented. It'll be in books and all this different stuff. But I asked you the first time I met you, I was like, bro, what do you do if you do trace back to something? And that it's other people out here claiming something when you might be like someone that married into a family and you up there on a reservation or getting whatever. But it's the people who was dying in the wars and dying with this and changing this and working in, like, because I'm telling you, the people in that congressional Congress, those was Indians up in there too, bro. Like I got one that's, like I said, this Okanichi who is on the Congress thing, bro. Like, so it's like, you feel
Oh,
me? Like,
listen, bro, I got it too, bro. Like I trace some of my lineage, family crest, castles, fighting with certain kings. Like on some real shit. Like, you know what I mean? Man, I mean, matter of fact, I just go ahead and do a goddamn bill on my bloodline, on one part of my bloodline, and this will pretty much be my bloodline that I truly believe that got taken from South Carolina, maybe Virginia, maybe New York, got shipped out of Charleston and got shipped down to Barbados, and then ended up their bloodline coming back. You know what I'm talking about? Like that
oh yeah,
type of stuff. You know what I mean? Because out of 4 lines, immediate lines, which is my mom's mom and dad, and my dad, mom, and dad. Uh, my dad, mama is mixed, but she's a full blood. When she's a mulatto, her mom is full blood, so that will be part of my mixture. That's the French, because they was here down there in Shim Creek at this time. We know them for sure. And then you got my on my mom's side, where her dad is Narragansett, so that's Boston, so that's in the States. But her mom, my great grandfather, he's from Barbados. So out of all that, everybody else is strictly like pretty much in South Carolina, except those three I just said just now: Boston, Barbados, and goddamn the mixture with French, for real. Word. So like majority of my line, like right here from where I'm still at. You know what I mean? Yeah, so it's all about it, man. It's fun though, man. It's fun to get to know that history. You know what I mean? Just to know your family history. You know, it's fun to me, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's fun to me. Word. Mic check 1 2. Y'all hear me? Mic check 1 2. Y'all still here with me?
You good? You good?
Okay. Yeah. It's fun. It's fun to me, man. I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. Fun. Sis Cerise, you back yet, sis? Okay. All right. What's up, Ron? What's up with you, brother? How you doing today?
What's up, bro?
What's going on with your fam? How you doing today, man? Peace and love, man. Hope you and the family is okay first and foremost. You feel me?
Peace, love, Islam, everything, bro. Shalom to all the Hebrews. You know what I mean? But yeah,
Hey,
bro. I
man,
was in the chat.
yeah,
Called me
say
out, bro.
Hebrews.
Yo, I started off with them. Yeah, I mean, when I was 20 years old, they the first
Yeah.
ones to get me out of the so-called white man religion, all that type of shit. Yeah, I mean, they the
Yeah,
first
if
ones,
I'm not
bro.
mistaken, me and you was the one that was talking that night, and you was like, "Yo, your other people you have wanted me to talk to or something?"
Yeah, no. I went across that brother, that I guess he brother, Mike TV.
Oh yeah. I seen that in the chat. Yeah.
Called Curry and stuff and all that. He
Hey,
called Curry, but
the screenshot of that card. That shit said 123 Main Street.
that's what it's called, say?
Where's his address?
I knew it, yo. I knew he was a rotten son of a bitch.
Oh my! Y'all ain't look at that shit close enough.
Hey, listen, we've
Yo,
been catch him up on Top Cat's channel though. Shouts out to Master Chief. We've been catch him up. Man. He was trying to troll right after he did the shit with brother Umar. When he called up there, when Umar been on there, he called up there with that shit on that channel and shit. And then he kept rewinding that shit, and then them boys, oh shit.
damn, bro. I feel sorry for all those 2K people he said he got listed this channel.
Hold up, let me see that spelling. Hold up, let me see that spelling real quick. How do they spell that Muskogee? Muscoge. Muskogee. Okay, I bet. Thank you, sis. Muskogee Creek.
Hey, sis, that lipstick look good on you too, sis. That purple, it go good with the chocolate. It do.
Watch. God damn it. God damn. Yeah, the only way we can get some information done here, Surreal, is you got to keep your camera off. No, I'm just tripping. That's a beautiful thing, man. You know that.
No, I'm trying not to flirt. I won't do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
I'm just
Yeah,
entering the community. I don't want to mess it up and go too far, go too hard on the top. But yeah, you know, that chocolate with the purple lipstick, that's like, wow. Yeah.
Thank
You know,
you.
a lot of people listening to this right now and they thinking the same thing. I'm just saying it out loud for the rest of the brothers that's looking at you. Just, not to pump up your ego, but damn, you got an ego. You should have an ego. Yeah.
Man, they've been getting down on me because of it. You know, just looking the way I look, it's been it's been some contention around here, but we're here. Yeah, I'm here to bring it to the rest though, because I love everyone, so I don't want it to be like that.
I told the motherfucker stop hating, yo. Shut the fuck up.
I said the same thing. Hey, OTK, did you know Witcher is making posts about me again?
Ah, fuck him. Hey, listen,
I'm not gonna give him his name.
Hey, listen, man. His shit is spelled Moscogee. That shit supposed to be MUS. I was just making sure. I had to go and check. MUSKOGG.
Hold up, you want to put it back up there? I was gagging when I saw this because I'm like, wait a minute, that doesn't look right. And then, I don't know. I believe that you can fabricate anything these days. You could definitely fabricate an ID card.
He is that type of dude.
I don't know how they didn't catch it. He was cool at first until you start coming for Top Cats. Oh, you don't come for Top Cats, baby.
Nah, That's when I started. That's when I started going at it. I ain't lying.
No,
you don't. Hey, the crazy shit is he's claiming the fucking he's claiming the fucking Southeast. You know what I mean, dog? You can't claim us like that. You can't claim us like that, yo. For real, for real. You can't do that, man. You can't misrepresent us. The only way somebody that looks like him could get a fucking Muskogee or a Muskegon tribe fucking ID, nigga, he have to say he came from up north somewhere. Cause ain't that
say Oregon on it.
You know what I mean?
Where you supposed to be from? You ever heard him say where he was from? Has he ever said he's from Forest Grove, Oregon?
Man, I'm just saying, man, that's a far reach. Definitely if you saying way over there. Now, we know they got two types, two. You got an upper and you got a lower creek.
His blood quantum is 1 out of 30, is 132.
Well, who the fuck taking blood tests at this time, sis?
Hey, that's what it's called, say.
Man.
Theology consultation.
Man, in that case, we wouldn't be having to wait for no fucking DNA right now. I got you, D. I got you, baby boy. Yeah, right now, we wouldn't be having to wait for no fucking DNA right now. We would have been knew what the fuck DNA was. They would have already had all of the genomes, all of the clades, all of the goddamn A1, B2 fucking battleship called remember that old battleship game? A1, 3-2, fire. You know what I mean? That dog, oh my God. And then nothing.
I think we got a video.
Because I don't want nobody coming at me because I'm telling you I'm dangerous. I'm dangerous. I'm serious. I'm dangerous. I don't want nobody coming at me with that DNA stuff, man, because I don't mind.
Might come at us with DNA though, twin. We just keep showing the video. Don't keep coming at us about this shit.
But I mean, they good though. They can come with DNA. Now, am I gonna say I'm not the best at the DNA? Now, you might can get on here and you might can explain it and all of that. Yeah, I don't got nothing wrong with that. Yes, you might be more gifted and talented than me in that subject. I can agree with that. I don't have no problem with saying that. But one thing you're not gonna do is pull no wool over my eye. No, you can use all of this and all of that. I'm just gonna ask the right questions. That's it. That's it.
Hey, bro, can I say something?
Yeah, definitely. Go ahead.
All right. Only now, just a quickie. Because he says up north. Because a lot of people think Maryland or Baltimore is up north, bro. This ain't north. This is Maryland is under the Mason-Dixon line, if we want to go by that. But I'm just saying, Maryland, Virginia, D.C. This is technically speaking, is south. We like southeast, bro. And he could have got away with that.
Definitely. If they can call
He ain't
Memphis,
from no up
Tennessee,
north, bro.
yeah, if they could call Memphis, Tennessee the South. Why y'all can't be called the South?
I'm just like, yo, we grew up off bro,
man.
we grew up off Wu-Tang and Hot Boys. Let's be clear about that.
As well. And I love Lil Wayne. I'm from DC as well, so
Any of Mayan. And he kept that. What song was that when he was on with Drake? Drake talking about he's the Mayans and all that. That nigga's a Mayan. Do he got the dreadlocks and the tattoos on his face and the chocolate skin? That nigga Mayan. Let's be clear about some things. Yeah, I mean, that nigga's a Mayan. That's how the Mayans look. They the real Mayans. Yeah, I mean, like let's just be clear about that. Yeah, I mean,
I'm
yeah,
saying
Maryland.
they came up here too.
The
They
Mayans
came through Florida. Yeah, they came through Florida.
Well, Mama, the one that gave me that name, Pico. She, my grandmother raised me. She is from Pensacola, Florida. You know what I mean? Pico, as in black orange tea, and T for teacher. Like that's what I do with my spoken word, bro. I just did some spoken word at at a at a a spot down here, the Motor House. I actually got paid to do comedy there before, but I did some spoken word. I ain't in the right mind state to do comedy right now, but I've been doing my spoken word, and they was a little shook. But at the same time, I knew I was going to get the response I wanted to because we just now, as a people, starting to wake up to certain things. So, yeah, I mean, I'm talking, death to the corporation, but it was different than anybody else because I'm talking about us, fighting about being Moors or Indians or whatever, but at the same time, death to the corporation because, yeah, I mean, the corporation was guys thinking that, we Negro, black, and colored or some stupid shit like that, African Americans in this day and age, whatever. But yeah, I mean, I came with that, and they was, I got a pretty good response, but I just keep it moving. Like I'm only gonna come with more, and the next thing I'm gonna do is gonna be about toxic what's it masculinity, whatever, because we all about the sisters and what I mean the what's call it the matriarchy over here. So I am gonna be killing that too. That's gonna be something else. It's already written. It's already out there. I'm just grabbing out the ether. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm riding with the movement. I'm trying to my best to do what I can, and it's a slow process, but it is a process.
Check it though, bro.
It is a
But check
process.
it though, bro. It's not a movement. I know it feels like that, right? It's not a movement. It's a bloodline. It's forever, bro. That's why we tell you do your genealogy. That's a must.
That nigga Sway, he talked about some genealogy shit too, bro. I'm like, yo.
Even if you do the DNA test, they still gonna tell you gotta have a paper trail.
Bro, we know that DNA test or that the other shit is cartoon shit, yo. You know what I mean? I'm trying to say you from Africa and all that shit. Like get the fuck out of here, yo. I mean
with the trees and all that though, but the reason why I say that because I know some people who have done found some of their family, but from the trees though, not from the DNA test, from the tree, the ancestry tree. You know what I mean? Like that, you know, but you still got to go through it and make sure that's the right person. But I would tell anybody, dog, DNA is last, genealogy first. Talk to your peoples, do your genealogy first.
Bro, that's what I said when I was on the show. I said, yo, we the fucking source. Like, yo, mama told me, well, her mama, she knew her grandmother, who knew her grandmother. Like, yo, I don't give a fuck about no fucking test that you go with the government. Motherfucker, the government is the one that's telling us that we Negro, Black, colored, and African American. Fuck that shit. Yeah, I mean, I talk to the source. I'm the source, nigga. Who the fuck you think you talking to? Like, yo, like I'm some type of clown or dumbass or something. And all the people that just follow him, I feel sorry for them, bro. I really do. Like, yo, damn, it's good. It feel good to be a gangster, yo. Yeah, I mean, it feel good to be a gangster. I'm out here. I don't, yo, all these.
Yeah, Emmanuel.
Drop
Hey,
gangster.
listen.
Damn, it feel good to be Aboriginal.
Hey, Emmanuel.
Yes.
Check it, bro. If you want, no, I talk about Emmanuel R. He said he hit a brick wall in his genealogy search, only able to confirm my third great grandparent. What year was that?
And you might gotta go.
Don't tell me you got stuck in 1860s too.
Yeah, keep going. Keep going.
You might gotta go there.
Yeah, I'm waiting
Gotta
for
go
him.
there.
To that city or state, whatever it is, you might gotta go. And the third great grandparents.
Hold on, sissy. Hold on, sissy. Yeah.
I was gonna say
1860s. Okay, well, hit the link, bro, and we'll shoot you something in the back chat, and then you know, we come in.
Gotta keep looking through them census records too, man. Because sometimes they might have been on somebody, you know, with another family or something. You never know. Because I see ancestors like that too, where they ended up on somebody else, under somebody else.
Damn, I got my mic on.
My bad.
Yo, they play so many games where as though they keep trying to like erase shit or mix shit up, yo, and fuck with us, yo. That's why you got to go to your actual family and talk to people. You know what I mean? That genealogy shit they got, that's cool. We can keep doing that, but at the end of the day, talk to your actual bloodline because the government, they want to take our identity away. So what the fuck they really look like giving you the actual truth? Yeah, I mean, we could get what we could get from them, and that's fine. But talk to your actual bloodline because they didn't mix up so much shit, or they trying to. At this point in time, right now, where we really actually doing the work and trying to take back what's really ours, they are starting to fuck around, yo. So it's coming to a point now that, yeah, I mean, we actually gonna have to start going off of who we talk to, what we know, and fuck what they put out there, and fuck the people that believe them too. Yeah, I mean, because you're talking to the enemy at the end of the day, and they will
But
fuck
the
with
thing
shit,
is,
and they are about to start fucking with shit because now look at the conversation we having right now. They don't have no choice. Time is up. They don't have no choice but to try to start fucking with shit. So at the end of the day, it's gonna be our word against theirs. Who you trust?
and the thing is, been changing everything, and the way that they're getting away with it is that the elders are dying, and it's not enough of us left that's passing on the information, the real information. And if the elders are gone to be able to pass it on, they can say whatever they want. They already
Yo,
in
that's
control
what
of your
that
stuff.
punk. I'm sorry, bro. I don't mean to cut you off, but that's
You believe
that's
it.
what. All right, my bad. But that's what that punk was saying to me about. I got something from my aunt at the family reunion at the cookout. Like, yo, you's a fucking whole clown, bro. My aunt talked to her. She knew her grandmother, and you know what I mean. This is what we do. Like, who the fuck is you to come in here and say that these people are lying about who the fuck they was? They know where they came from. They got timelines. We know who the fuck we are, bro. I don't give a fuck what's documented in the so-called census, bro. You know how many people was lying on the census and all that shit? The census was lying and taking records and line and putting shit up there and all kind of laws getting passed around talking about these people are this and these people are that or whatever the fuck. How the fuck? I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, you can trust them to a certain extent, but that's to a certain extent. Yeah, I mean, like what the fuck, yo.
But it's not that you trust them. The problem is that they was killing off people for telling who they was, and
Bro,
so
what
the
happened?
people stopped telling. No, listen. So the people stopped telling who they was, right? But you get your, like in my case, I knew not only my mother's mother, but I knew my mother's mother's mother. I knew my great grandmother. I lived with her. I stayed in the same house with her more than I stayed in the house with my mom. So I knew her, but she died when I was 8. So that information that I would have gathered, like that I would really know now, was gone with her when I was 8. But all of that information wasn't passed on to my mom. So when I do the hunts, now that they've changed the records because she's gone, they could change the records and say whatever. And what most people do nowadays is they buy into what the records say instead of looking at the intricacies of what they did. Most people don't understand that. The younger kids today, they don't really understand that. The ones that listen to us do, but the majority of them, the ones that are fighting and saying that, no, we African, no, we come from Africa, they don't understand that the government is lying to them constantly, and nothing that they say about the people that were originally here is actually correct. And I'll land right there.
Bro, this is going to be a fight, bro. This is going to be a sure enough fight, yo. They not just going to give it up. Yeah, I mean, it's just that simple.
I just text you
It
back,
is what
sis.
it is.
All right.
And I think
check this
one
out,
last thing.
y'all. Hey, check this out, y'all. Hey, I'm gonna set my sis up real quick. While y'all talking, y'all can go ahead and talk, but just check these shit out while I set my sis up real quick while I get my shit together to go to the spot.
See, I just wanted to share a couple things while they was talking about like the census and shit.
Oh yeah, you got the slave ship though shit, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, okay, all right, yeah. So check this out.
Nah, because I want to be able to pause it and shit.
Huh?
I said I want to be able to pause it and shit.
Yeah, you will be when you share it. Yeah, not mine. Mine gonna be cool. You gonna be able to share your own screen. Yeah, bring yours back up. Mine ain't about slave ships. Mine not about slave ships.
Trying to get back to them slave boats.
Hey,
yeah, mine not
don't forget about this. I think OTK said this before, or somebody else said this. Don't forget about when you got killed for saying you was an Indian. When they was killing people for saying, yo, I'm an Indian, my family, we Indians, you know what I mean? We did this is our land. Don't forget about that. When they actually was killing people for trying to know who their identity was, or remembering who their identity was, or whatever, all that. Don't forget about that part neither.
It was putting hundreds of people on one of them.
And listen, so I'm setting it up for my sister. These are the 15 advanced ancient fucking ships, seafaring. Sis about to kill this shit. What does she go in?
Hold on.
Oh, y'all, I can play the volume on that shit.
Play an instrumental role in Britain's naval strength. Classified as a first-rate vessel, which is the equivalent to the super dreadnoughts of recent times, it took 6,000 trees to build the main structure.
Hey,
Efforts of
go ahead,
150 workers over 7 years to complete. Now docked as a museum ship in Portsmouth, England, HMS Victory is the oldest naval ship that's still in commission, with an impressive 243-year service record. Measuring 227 feet and 6 inches long, she's a fully rigged sailing ship that has a maximum speed of up to 11 knots. Designed to change the face of any battle she was involved in, she was armed with 102 cannons of various sizes and had a crew complement of 850. After being involved in several battles for the first 35 years, HMS Victory established its place in history by acting as Lord Nelson's flagship during the Battle of Trafalgar in 1803. It led the British Navy to one of their most famous victories against the French, and despite being severely damaged, there was public outcry at the suggestion of her being scuttled. So she was instead repaired and used as a harbor ship and a museum ship, once more powerful vessels took the waves later that century. Number 14, Viking Longship. The Vikings were once a much-feared warrior civilization that controlled regions across Scandinavia and ventured further down into coastal regions around Europe, and based on recent evidence, were able to travel as far as North America. This wasn't just possible because of their sheer determination to plunder enemies, however. They relied on their ships and were far ahead of everyone else's in the region at the time. The longships that they used had their origins as long ago as the 4th century BC and continued to be improved with each one that was built. In fact, every longship was different to the next, with features depending on the particular designer and shipyard that built it.
Welcome to your personal port, Captain. Choose a ship and click on the battle.
Yeah, right, Emmanuel. I'm glad you catch that. 7 years to build that big ass ship they first showed. Yep. Let's go.
In Norway and Sweden were made of pine, and those from Denmark were oak. There were 5 main designs that are considered to be long ships, each of which have the trademark long and wide design.
Hey, sis, this shit 20 minutes, but by I think at the end of 10 minutes, they'll be done go through all the ships, and then I'm through.
Were built from wood, had cloth sails, and had their hulls decorated with elaborate carvings. They were stable, light, fast, and nimble, and there were simply no other ships at the time that could compete against them in any way. By using oars and sails for propulsion, they were effective in virtually any conditions that they experienced. And stories from the time often mentioned vicious enemies arriving under the cover of storms before vanishing back into the sea at night. Long ships were so efficient and advanced that many of the techniques and design philosophies are still used in shipbuilding around the world to this day. And without them, there's no way the Vikings would have been anywhere near as successful as they were. Number 13, the Syracusia. Archimedes is generally regarded as being the greatest mathematician of antiquity, and one of the best scientists too. Living in the city-state of Syracuse, he was renowned for developing a number of inventions that helped defend his home from invasions. But in 240 BC, he was asked to design something a little different. The city's leader at the time, Hiram II, wanted a vessel that could be used to transport huge loads throughout the Mediterranean, and the result was the Syracusia. Believed by researchers to have been the largest ship to have been built in ancient times, details of the exact design aren't known, but records suggest that it measured 180 feet long and 46 feet wide, supposedly having the capacity to carry up to 1,800 tons of cargo, along with almost 2,000 passengers. It would have been an incredible sight to see at the time, and said to have so much interior space that it featured an indoor garden, a bathroom with hot water, and stunning decorations made from ivory and marble. There were mosaics throughout, and even a gym, a library, and a temple dedicated to Aphrodite. The size of the Syracusia did, however, come with a downside. It was apparently far too big to fit into any port in Sicily, and so only actually completed one voyage when it traveled from Syracuse to Alexandria in Egypt, where it was given to Pharaoh Ptolemy III as a gift. Number 12, the Flying Cloud. Designed and built by Donald McKay in Boston, Massachusetts, the Flying Cloud was first launched in 1851 and would go on to set one of the longest-lasting sailing records of all time. It was a clipper ship, which is a type of vessel specifically designed to carry cargo at fast speeds, and measured 225 feet long and 41 feet wide. These were the early days of the California gold rush, and one of the problems the prospectors faced was how long it took for them to transport their valuable product elsewhere in the country. It took a standard vessel around 200 days to make the more than 16,000-mile journey from New York to San Francisco, around Cape Horn at the southern tip of South America. But within 6 weeks of being completed, the Flying Cloud managed to do this in just under 90 days. 3 years later, she managed to beat her own time by doing it 13 hours quicker, and this became a record that would stand for 135 years until it was beaten in 1989. Of course, the construction of the Panama Canal that opened in 1914 meant that the route around the Cape was no longer used in a commercial way, but the fact that it held this speed record for so long was a phenomenal achievement. Number 11. Quinqueremes. First designed on behalf of Dionysius I, the ruler of Syracuse during the 4th century BC, as a naval upgrade for their war against the Carthaginians, quinqueremes would become the most powerful and heaviest types of warship over the next few centuries, used not only by the Greeks but also by the Romans and the Carthaginians too. Known as fives, they were warships that were rowed by oarsmen who were arranged in groups of 5. It's believed that they usually had the oars in banks of 3, whereby the top 2 were pulled by teams of 2 men, while the lower ones were pulled by just 1 person. And because of their superior size compared to the triremes and quadriremes that were more commonly used, they were able to carry far more troops, weapons, and boarding bridges that made it much easier to capture enemy ships. During the First Punic War between the Romans and Carthage, Rome at the time had a relatively small navy. After discovering a quinquereme shipwreck, however, they replicated the design and soon had built 100 of them. According to records from the time, the Roman version was around 150 feet long and had a crew complement of 420, of whom 300 were oarsmen, and they became the backbone of their fleet and were crucial to Rome's military might. Number 10. Chinese treasure ship. In the 13th century, during China's Ming Dynasty between 1405 and 1433, Admiral Zheng He led 7 missions around the world, as far away as East Africa and the Middle East, which would become known as the treasure voyages. Rather than plundering destinations for valuable items, the idea behind these voyages was that the Chinese would take vast riches to coastal states to project Chinese wealth and power, and in return these communities would pledge their allegiance to China. To do this, a series of enormous treasure ships were built to carry the valuables, and although no direct evidence remains, it's believed that they were up to 440 feet long and 180 feet wide. During the first voyage, 63 of these ships were said to have set sail with almost 28,000 crew members. They were accompanied by a further 200 warships and support ships, which makes this one of the largest ancient fleets to have ever taken the seas. As well as serving as gifts to foreign kings who often sent ambassadors back in return, the 7 treasure voyages were also credited with destroying the Chenzui pirate fleet at Palembang in 1407, for capturing the Sinhalese Kotte kingdom in 1411, and for destroying a number of other harbor kingdoms. It was a huge display of power and wealth, and as a result of the advanced shipbuilding, brought countless countries under the influence of the Chinese Empire. Number 9. Khufu ship. Egypt is one of the most archaeologically interesting countries in the world, thanks to the burial practices of the ancient Egyptian Empire. And in 1954, a researcher made an astonishing discovery at the foot of the Great Pyramid of Khufu in the Giza Pyramid Complex. Within a pit that had been carved in the bedrock around 4,500 years ago, there were a series of wooden planks and parts that were the pieces of an Egyptian solar barge. After extensive work, all the pieces were put back together again, and the result was the best preserved ship from antiquity that you'll find anywhere in the world. Measuring 142 feet long and 19 feet wide, it's in such good condition that experts are sure that it would still be able to float if it were put into a river or lake today. Based on the designs of the boats that ancient Egyptians believed the sun god Ra used to travel through the sky and provide light to the world, this one was probably used by Khufu to visit holy places, or that was used to carry his body.
EVE Online is a vast universe.
My bad. You want me to go ahead and stop right there, sis? That's 10 minutes. And they stop at the Khufu boat. Yeah. I go back in and get on that. I just wanted to show them ships because that's what those are what we would call schooners. So if y'all look up what kind of boats that they say that was carrying the slaves, the so-called slaves, they would tell you schooner boats.
Yes. Real quick before I go into my video, I just kind of wanted to touch on this. I know they was talking about the the census, and we was talking about how our records get messed up a lot. So this is the Wikipedia page of one of my ancestors that they put up. So right here, it says Harrison J. Pinkett was born in LaRae, Virginia, in the Shenandoah Valley in 1882. Civil War veteran Charles Pinkett, which is my 5th great grandfather. They have him described as of Indian and Black ancestry, and Columbia Kemper, a white woman, which is my 5 times great grandmother. So anywho, so I just wanted to show that, right? And so then boom. So this is a census with her on it in 1930. She was of late age. And right here we see a lot of, you know, a lot of colored being crossed out here.
Damn,
and
that shit said Lithuania up top. Is that Lithuania? Is that Lithuania and then Virginia up there? Yeah, is that Lithuania? Am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's like down here, Columbia Pinkett. So this is in 1930, and has her as mother-in-law. So she was staying with somebody. She was old in age here, 80.
Right.
So my great-grandfather, my great-great-great-great-grandfather, he had already passed away in 1926. So it's just, I'm just showing y'all, like right here, they got all of their shit crossed out here from colored to Negro. So we can see constantly like manipulation of the census. So anywho. And this is another little interesting presentation I found. This presentation came out shortly after they completed the slavevoyages.org website.
Event.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. I think.
Oh, that's earthy, that bitch loud, sis. Oh, shit. That shit loud as hell.
I'm sorry. Let me put it down.
No, you good. Like the nature.
And they did this presentation at Cornell University.
Of course they did.
Blue Sea, that looks like a title of a movie. And Who Built America? The Many-Headed Hydra.
Of making presentations like this. That's as high as it goes. Okay. How's that? Is that better?
Get his name, y'all. I'm sorry.
Okay, very good. Okay, I want to speak with you about this book that I published just over a year ago called The Slave Ship, A Human History. And I'd like to begin this discussion with an image that is known to many of you. This is an engraving by William Blake, the great English poet and author.
First of all, y'all, they had to have some real strong ass steel to hold this motherfucker up here.
All right, sis. You're gonna have to hold it down until I switch devices and stuff. Just don't stop sharing your screen. That's all.
Okay.
All right. You want me to put it like this?
Yeah,
So
put
you
it like
can
that.
see? I bet, no problem.
If they want to comment. But I'm about to get on this. Look at that, y'all. Ain't no look at
Hey, Lois, what's going on? What's going on? Yep, go ahead.
Yes. Peace to everyone. Peace to all the Aboriginal Indigenous Indians. Shout out to OTK. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Shout out to the people who's listening on my side. Yes, shout out to y'all. Hi, Cosma.
Artist. And it's depicting Suriname around 1776. Very powerful image. And the reason I want to begin with this is because this image prompted, was in some way the most profound question I had ever been asked in almost 30 years of making presentations like this. This was at Rutgers University in the year 2000. And this image was shown because it was kind of the epitome of a book that Salah mentioned called The Many-Headed Hydra. which I wrote with Peter Linebaugh, a book about the origins of Atlantic capitalism and the many-sided resistance to it. One of the themes in that book was the terror required to build this new Atlantic capitalist system, but also the resistance thereunto, and you can actually see both of those things in this image. So this image was being projected on a screen just like this when an older man who introduced himself as Reverend Taylor asked a question. Reverend Taylor looked at the image, and he looked at me, and he said, "Professor Redeker, can you forgive the people who did this?" Now, I must admit, my mind started to race. The first thing that came to it was that Reverend Taylor knows that I am a lapsed Baptist, and he wants to have a conversation with me about Christian forgiveness. And so, not knowing what to say, I did what probably most of us would do in that situation. I said, "I don't know, Reverend Taylor, can you forgive them?" And his answer, I will never forget. He told a biblical story, a parable, which was quite long, but the gist of it was this. He said, "I try very hard to forgive them for 5 minutes each day. That's the best I can do." Now, what I loved about that answer was its insistence that this history is still with us. We're very far from having gotten beyond it. And Reverend Taylor said, "This image, this history haunts me like a ghost every day of my life." Now, I want to submit to you that it haunts all of us, whether we are admitting it or not. This extreme and violent history associated with slavery on this planet is with us every day. So it was with this in mind that I decided to study the slave ship. To tell you a little bit about the origins of that book, I was visiting a man on death row in Pennsylvania who may be known to you. His name is Mumia Abu Jamal, a political prisoner. There are seats down the front for you folks. Come on in. A political prisoner who has been on death row since 1982, falsely convicted of killing a police officer. And in these visits, we would sit in a small cubicle with plexiglass in between us. He would be in the orange prison jumpsuit with his hands manacled, his feet shackled. And on one of the visits I made, he was actually under a sentence of death. He had a date to die. And so we had a conversation about race and terror, and about the ways in which the history of race in the United States and in many parts of the world is a history of terror, of violence of the kind that you see in just this image. And it occurred to me in these extreme circumstances of sitting with this man on death row that I might be able to make a contribution to the understanding of that relationship between race and terror. Because it occurred to me that one of its most profound moments was on the slave ship. That in some ways, an origin of race and terror began right there.
Listen to him, guys.
So that's why I wanted to do this study.
Carefully.
To think about that relationship. Well, as Salah said, I think I spoke about this project at Cornell in 2003. when it was really just beginning. The book was finally published in fall 2007. I've learned a lot since then, so I have some new things to report. Briefly, what the book is about, to summarize it, it's a book about British and American slave ships for the period roughly 1700 up to 1808. The slave trade was abolished by the government of Great Britain in 1807 and by the government of the United States in 1808. Last year, we passed the 200th anniversary of the abolition of the slave trade with very little discussion of this historic human achievement. That's one reason I wrote the book, to try to contribute to a discussion of that event. Anyway, this is a big and much studied subject, the history of the slave trade. My small part of this particular study is to concentrate on the 18th century British and American slave ships who transported, probably in this period, roughly a quarter of all those people transported out of Africa to the New World. So we're talking about a very large percentage of the total. We're also talking about the period, the 18th century, when more people were transported than any other. Now, what I learned very quickly is that the slave ship had a cast of characters, beginning with the slave merchant, the slave ship captain, the officers on board the ship.
A cast of characters. Listen to him very carefully when he's speaking.
The sailors who ran the ship, and then those people who were captive and being transported to the plantation system of the New World. Now, what's important to realize is that what we know of each of those groups is precisely inverse to their numbers. The most about the merchants, second most about the captains, then about the officers, much less about the sailors, and vastly less about the enslaved. And let me just give you one example of the problem of sources.
Hold up, y'all. Y'all gotta really listen to him. Y'all gotta really listen to him. Hold up. He about to say it. Hold on. Hold on, Cosman.
Who were captive and being transported to the plantation system of the New World. Now, what's important to realize is that what we know of each of those groups is precisely inverse to their numbers. The most about the merchants, second most about the captains, then about the officers, much less about the sailors, and vastly less about the enslaved. And let me just give you one example of the problem of sources. The slaving port called Ouidah in Benin was a place, I'm sure some of you know, where roughly 1 million souls were loaded onto slave ships to send to the Americas. Guess how many first-person accounts by Africans we have of that 1 million? 2.
Hold up. Hold up. What did he just say?
$1 million souls were loaded onto slave ships to send to the Americas. Guess how many first-person accounts by Africans we have of that 1 million?
2.
The number of sources that we have for the entirety of the slave trade is very limited. At least from the point of view of Africans who suffered the most. This project is how to write this history, which is literally a history from below. That's the kind of history I do, people's history. In this case, history from below decks. How to make the documents of repression disclose the history of the people who are suffering extreme repression. That, in a word, is the challenge. What I decided to do in this book was to talk about the slave ship and the experience of transoceanic transport as a social and cultural process.
A what?
Did he say social?
Yeah, he did.
Did he say a social process?
Yes, he did. That's why I wanted y'all to hear this motherfucker. Ooh, it's gonna be
Sis,
good.
I ain't gonna lie to you, sis. I swear on everything I love, I was on my way out the door, but when he was like, yo, guess how many eyewitness account, I had to stop and back up. And all I could think is, boy.
They try to tell us we African.
Word. And sis, you definitely did this. Right.
Woo!
Carry on, sis.
I'm not coming to play with them no more. Let's keep going.
Or to put the same thing another way, to try to write a human history of an inhuman technology. I saw the slave ship as a machine. In fact, it was called so frequently in the 18th century, and an unusual machine it was. It was one part warship, one part prison, and one part factory. That combination is its malevolent genius. And you might wonder, what did the factory make? I've argued that the factory made two things in particular. The factory made labor power, which would essentially move the world economy in the 17th, 18th, and early 19th centuries. And in the process of creating labor power, the bodies of the workers that you see in this image, the slave ship also created categories of race. Woo! Let me just illustrate that briefly. A motley crew of sailors who might be English, French, Dutch, some were African, would board a slave ship in its port of origin and sail to the west coast of Africa. When they got to the west coast of Africa, guess what they became? They were called, no matter what the actual phenotype of skin color, they're called the white people. They're called the white people because they are in control of that technology, that ship. So there's a kind of racialization of identity. In parallel fashion, the multi-ethnic Africans who are being forcibly boarded onto these vessels consider themselves to be, in many cases, not African yet, but Mandingo, Fanti, Igbo. But at the end of the voyage, they are going to be unloaded as members of a so-called Negro race. And they're going to discover on this ship that they have a lot of things in common, most powerfully common enemies. So I was very interested in the way that the slave ship created categories of race. But what I want to talk about today is not something that I've already done in the book. That would kind of be boring. I want to talk about a question I did not address in the book, but one that I'm still thinking about and one that I would like to invite you to help me think about. It is a curious sort of matter. In fact, I regard it as a mystery. And it involves a relationship among several things. First of all, social movements, historical sources, scholarship, and mentality. So what I want to address today is really a
Cosmon, did you want to comment on that?
Did he say scholar shit?
No, I just knew he was gonna tell it.
Yeah.
I knew he was gonna tell it. How many times have I told everybody it's niggas getting off them boats in Europe, and they are called white, right? And irregardless of skin color, what we gonna end up finding out in the end of the day, the people that are being enslaved, these quote unquote Africans, right? Remember, just if you back it up a little bit, he said these Nigerians, these groups come up out of here with this mixed up understanding of Negro.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to
down in the end of the day, right? Because notice they not describing none of these Africans.
Nope.
They ain't gonna show you what damn African look like or how they know when that you're an African descendant when you're admixing with. How can you automatically tell if both people are dark brown? How would you be able to tell the Indian from the African if both are dark brown? They're not. People got to understand from the 14th, 12th, the 11th, 12th, 13th, 1400. Pale skin Slavs from Europe, right, have been shipped out by the Ottomans, the Romans, even Carthage and Egypt, and have been enslaved in northern and western Africa for hundreds of years. It was whole groups of these people. As a matter of fact, they still there today.
And they're even shown last on the Bonham Park murals. They're the last people that you see.
Y'all, this joint an hour, and he only been cooking in the last 16 minutes of this shit. That's what I'm
trying to tell you. They told the story totally in reverse.
Yeah, they did.
Everything is reversed. Whoever you think is white is a nigga. Whoever you think is a nigga is actually white.
They was going over there with that shit.
Think about it. How could a bunch of pale faces from Europe go into blue black ass Egypt, step up in there, tell these niggas, oh, here go a pot of honey and some rum. You dig what I'm talking about? Give me 300 slaves real quick. Nah. You wouldn't even have dealt with them. That'd be like a white man coming to your door right now talking about sell me your kids. You dig what I'm talking about? But if you had a whole bunch of what you seen as dogs, troglodytes, cavemen, right? And you was trying to get them out of your land anyway, if you was dumb enough to buy them, okay, let me get some of these guns from you. Got some gunpowder? You like rum, OTK? Yeah, I like rum. Let me get some rum. You see how that go? I'm getting rid of my issue and my problem, right? Who are the free people, the cave people in my country, by selling them to people who look like me, who I already know, who I trust. Many of us got the same religion. Uh-oh.
All right. I rounded it back to where I think I rounded it back right there. Hold on, let's play.
So I was very interested in the way that the slave ship created categories of race. But what I want to talk about today is not something that I've already done in the book. That would kind of be boring. I want to talk about a question I did not address in the book but one that I'm still thinking about and one that I would like to invite you to help me think about. It is a curious sort of matter. In fact, I regard it as a mystery. And it involves a relationship among several things. First of all, social movements, historical sources, scholarship. So what I want to address today is really a problem in the sociology of knowledge. It has to do with the ways in which the slave ship is a ghost ship.
I thought I rewinded it back to what he said. Fuck it. Let's just keep rocking, y'all, because it's kind of long. We're going to get through it.
I know he just
How it functions that way.
Hey, sis, did he just say that the slave ship was a ghost ship off the Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yeah, he did.
My God. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, let's keep rocking.
Several things. First of all, social movements, historical sources, scholarship, and mentality. So what I want to address today is really a problem in the sociology of knowledge. And it has to do with the ways in which the slave ship is a ghost ship. How it functions that way in the present.
Let's go.
Okay, the ghost ship. Let me begin with the mystery, or puzzle, you might call it.
I'm trying to move that thing, y'all.
I'll begin this way. We have, as I'm sure many of you know, a very rich historical literature on the slave trade. We know a lot about the slave trade. We know a lot about its origins. We know a lot about its timing. We know a lot about the flows of people. We know a lot about the rates of profit. We have very important works done by people like Philip Curtin, Joe Miller, Hugh Thomas, Robert Harms, David Eltis, and of course now we have the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, which is quite a remarkable achievement. And yet, within this impressive scholarship, the slave ship itself has been strangely neglected. It flits in and out of the historical literature like a ghost.
Come on. Yeah, come on.
This, by the way, as I'm sure many of you know, is an image of a slave ship drawn by the abolitionist movement to try to make real to people what was going on aboard these ships so that they would lend their support.
Come on, come on, come on. Come on. Come on, y'all. Y'all better listen to me.
You cooking, sis, and you better play this whole video. I don't care if you get tired. You better leave this son bitch playing.
Come on, y'all. We got to stop with this fuckery. Woo! He white boy up here cooking. Hold up, man.
Actually neglected. It flits in and out of the historical literature.
It flips in and out of the historical literature. Let's go.
Like a ghost.
Like a ghost.
This, by the way, as I'm sure many of you know, is an image of a slave ship drawn by the abolitionist movement to try to make real to people what was.
And guys, that's the Brooks diagram that he is showing. That diagram is from like the 1700s, maybe like mid 1700s. And he is absolutely correct in what he stated. Like they were trying to make this thing a real thing to people. Even then, y'all better wake up.
Going on aboard these ships so they would lend their support to abolishing it. I've written a chapter about this particular image, and it's quite profound. This is an actual ship. It's called the Brooks, the slave ship Brooks, out of Liverpool. We know a lot about it. Carried about 10,000 African people into bondage. It's actually drawn to scale with bodies in relation to space. And believe it or not, folks, this is actually a graphic understatement. You've got 482 men, women, and children here. We know for a fact that on one occasion, the slave ship Brooks carried not 482 people, but 609. And on another occasion, 638. And on yet another voyage, 740, which is 252 more than you see right here. And I defy you to tell me where you would put them.
In the fucking picture.
Piled on top of bodies.
Listen, y'all. I'm gonna let it play. I'm sorry. This shit got me hyped.
Well, this vessel, as is very widely known, the slave ship, was the mechanism for history's greatest forced migration. It was literally an engine for an entire phase of globalization. It was part of what is often called commercial revolution, meaning the origins of plantations and empires, eventually industrialization, and crucially the rise of capitalism around the Atlantic in the 17th and the 18th century. Everybody knows the slave ship is critical to that, to all of that. And yet, we have 4 books on the slave ship. 2 of them published in France, one by a man named Jean Boudriot, which is a book about one particular slave ship for which he found the plans of the naval architect. We have another book by a man named Patrick Villiers, which is a rather strange coffee table type book. We have a book that I've actually only fairly recently learned about, published in the German Democratic Republic in 1981 by a man named Heinrich Loth. And the only American publication dates from 1927. A man named George Francis Dow wrote a book called Slave Ships and Slaving. It's kind of a mixture of primary sources and some sort of stories, analysis. So why only 4 books? Or let's put the question in an even more provocative sort of way. If we think, as I do, that the 2 main institutions of modern slavery were the plantation and the slave ship, why is it that we have hundreds of studies of plantations and plantation systems? I mean, hundreds. And 4 studies of slave ships. Why is that? To add another dimension to the ghostly problem, novelists have made the slave ship quite central to work that they do. We think of Toni Morrison. We think of Charles Johnson. We think of Barry Unsworth. We think of Fred Daguerre. Manu Herbstein, a Ghanaian novelist. We think about the way in which the slave ship has functioned in terms of not only literature but art. J.M.W. Turner's great painting called Slaver Throwing Over the Dead and Dying, Typhoon Coming On. This is actually a painting representing the story of a particular slave ship called the Zong, you may know, which in 1781 threw 132 people overboard while living in order to try to collect insurance premiums on them. This was denounced by an African sailor named Alauda Equiano. It became a great cause in the abolitionist movement and actually, I think, was a formative event in our opposition to the slave trade. We have, is Cheryl Finley here?
African named Equiano.
Well, Cheryl Finley is actually writing on the use of the slave ship in more or less contemporary art. And of course, this is very important work, and I'm very glad Cheryl's here, because if you have any really hard questions, I'm just going to address them to Cheryl. So we see that the slave ship operates within literature, within art, also within poetry. So what's going on with the historians? Why have historians been reluctant to treat this question? That's the mystery. Okay. I want to put that aside for a moment, and I want to talk now about not a mystery, but a drama. A drama. I want to begin by talking about a famous quote by the great African-American scholar activist W.E.B. Du Bois, who said, "The slave trade was the most magnificent drama in the last 1,000 years of human history. The transportation of 10 million human beings out of the dark beauty of their mother continent into the newfound El Dorado of the West. They descended into hell." This is what Du Bois wrote. Well, this particular passage has been very influential to me, because what I've tried to do in my book is talk about the decks of the slave ship as a place where human dramas were enacted. The greatest drama that Du Bois talked about was made up of many hundreds of thousands of smaller dramas. And I want to talk about it here today. I want to talk about the case of a slave ship called the Polly. This is a case from 1791, the Polly. It is based on a document that I discovered tucked away in box 43, folder 24, in the Newport Historical Society of Newport, Rhode Island. There I found a handwritten document by an 18th century court scribe, which said at the top, "John Cranston's testimony to the grand jury, June 15th, 1791. Unremarkable at first, but then the next line immediately makes it more interesting. Information against James DeWitt, master of the bark Polly, concerning a Negro woman said to have been thrown overboard the said vessel while living." John Cranston, a common sailor, went to the grand jury of Newport, Rhode Island, and accused his captain of murder. Who was John Cranston? We know very little about him. He was a sailor, a common sailor, and I would add a courageous common sailor. We know quite a bit more about James DeWolf. James DeWolf was a member of America's leading slave trading family, the DeWolf family of Rhode Island. He was both a slave ship captain and a merchant. So Cranston is going up against a very powerful man. Everybody knows it. The document itself is interesting because it takes the form of an interview involving the foreman of the grand jury and this sailor, John Cranston. So part of the interest of it is that we can actually hear the voice of a common sailor talking about what happened aboard a slave ship. Cranston makes an opening statement describing the voyage, which sailed from Rhode Island to what was called then the Gold Coast of West Africa, present-day Ghana, where a human cargo was picked up and then transported to Havana, Cuba. The foreman asked Cranston, quote, "Did anything uncommon take place on board the vessel during her passage from Africa to the West Indies?" Answer, yes, there was something that happened more than common. Question, what happened? Answer, a slave was taken sick, which we took to be the smallpox. The captain ordered her to be put up into the maintop for fear she should give it to the rest. You see that platform? That's the maintop. She was actually hoisted up there to isolate her from the many other enslaved people on the lower deck. Okay? She's tied up there on the ship in the high seas, which is rolling and rolling. Okay? Cranston continues, she was there 2 days. Then, at 4 o'clock in the morning, one night, Captain DeWolf, says Cranston, called us aft and says he. Now this is literally Captain DeWolf speaking. Captain DeWolf says, if we keep the slave here, she will give it to the rest, meaning the sickness. He will give it to the rest, and I shall lose the biggest part of my slaves. In other words, he's going to lose his profits on this voyage. Cranston says, he asked if we were willing to heave her overboard. We made answer, no. We were not willing to do any such thing. Then Cranston says, this is a quote, upon that he run up the shrouds. You see him on the edge here? Up the shrouds to the foretop, or the main top, and he's saying, he's quoting him here, she must go overboard and she shall go overboard. And he apparently ordered a ship's boy to go with him up to get her. Then, says Cranston, when he was up there, he lashed her into a chair and tied a mask around her eyes and mouth. And there was a tackle hooked upon the slings and in the chair.
This is him talking about the turn. This shit that they said. Listen, man. Y'all gotta listen.
Was lowered down and she was dumped into the ocean. Now, is everybody with me? An African woman comes down with the smallpox. The captain tries to isolate her by putting her up in the maintop. He calls a meeting of the crew at 4 o'clock in the morning. He asked if they will assist him in throwing her overboard. They say no, and so he basically does it himself. Cranston said, as the captain started to do this, he said, quote, we went right forward and left them, meaning they turned their backs on the captain and walked to the forward part of the ship. The questions from the foreman of the grand jury continued. Was the slave a male or a female? Answer, yes, was a woman slave. Question, was she young or old? Answer, about middle-aged. Question, had she any victuals while in the maintop, meaning food, provisions? Answer, yes. Question, was she alive when she was let down? Answer, yes. Did you hear her speak or make any noises when she was thrown over, or see her struggle? No. A mask was tied round her mouth and eyes so that she could not. And this was done to prevent her from making any noise so that the other slaves might not hear, lest they should rise. Note this. The captain is going to kill this woman quietly because if it's known what he's doing, he knows that everybody else on the vessel will do what they can to come to her defense. And then this question. Do you recollect to hear the captain say anything after the scene was ended? Answer. All he said was he was sorry he had lost so good a chair. Now, I'm going to come back to this, but let me summarize what happened after Cranston gave this dramatic testimony. The grand jury indicted Captain James DeWolf for murder. DeWolf, however, saw it coming and quickly left Newport on another slaving voyage, off again to the Gold Coast, and he began to prepare his defense. In October 1794, more than 3 years after this incident, he arranged for 2 members of the crew of the Polly to go before a judge to give depositions. Not in Newport, but actually in the slave trading port of St. Eustatius in the West Indies. I found evidence to show that Captain DeWolf actually bribed these sailors. You know how I found out? I searched for their names in the DeWolf family records, and guess what? One of them turns up as a captain of a slave ship. He got his just reward. So the captain's strategy apparently worked, but so too did the extraordinary political power of his family, who were working behind the scenes in order to get the charges dropped. They were dropped. Okay? So that's the story of the Polly. Okay, now, let's go back to the mystery that we started with. Why there have been so many studies of the plantation system and so few studies of the slave ship. Or, to ask the same question a different way, what is the logic by which we have written the history of the slave trade that do not, by and large, include dramas like the one I've just described? Why do we leave those things out? Well, I don't pretend to have solved this puzzle, but I would submit 4 reasons why there have been so few studies of the slave ship. I will be very curious to know what you think. One reason why I think historians, at least, have been disinclined to study it is because of the extreme violence and terror that took place aboard these ships. What happened there was really very hard to contemplate. I think people instinctively turn their heads away from images like the ones that we've seen, the idea of a woman bound, gagged, masked, lashed to a chair and lowered into the ocean and thereby murdered. But I want to insist that historians have faced other human catastrophes and situations of extreme violence and terror, so this cannot be a sufficient explanation. But I mentioned it as one factor. Second, why there have been so few studies of the slave ship. The problem of sources. Now, it is true that this is a problem, and I must admit that my own ability to do this subject or study the subject in the way that I did depended on about 30 years of experience working in maritime archives. So this was a great advantage. The body of sources about the slave ship is highly fragmentary and dispersed. But what struck me as really important is that many of the sources I used, and many of the most important sources I used, were already very well known to a great many scholars, but they had simply never been used for this purpose of trying to describe the human reality of the slave ship. So I conclude that this cannot be a sufficient explanation. As a third factor, I would mention something that I call the dialectics of scholarship, which begins with the abolitionists who created images like the one we saw earlier of the slave ship books. The fact that the abolitionists were successful in abolishing the slave trade meant, I think, that a new common sense about the slave trade and the slave ship was fairly broadly established in political society, causing many people to think, well, we know what happened on those slave ships. We don't need to look any further. So in a way, you could say the victory of the anti-slave trade movement made some people disinclined to study the matter further. But that's only one part of the story. The other part is when professional historians came along to study the slave trade, influenced, I might add, by modern social science, they were distrustful of what the abolitionists had written. They considered it to be propaganda, and indeed it was propaganda in certain ways. So they wanted to escape the emotional charge of the study of the slave trade and of the slave ship in particular. So their response to count the numbers, the bodies, the mortality rates. I think Philip Curtin's book, The Atlantic Slave Trade, A Census, 1969, inaugurated what must be regarded as the dominant way of studying the slave trade, and that is a statistical way. Now, I regard this scholarship as extremely valuable, but I also regard it as extremely partial.
What?
With a predominantly statistical approach to the slave trade comes something else, something that I call the violence of abstraction, in that we no longer think about what happens on those ships in human terms.
All right, Cosmine. Or if the other person on the panel wants to comment. Did you guys
I
want
would
to
just
comment?
say back it up about 10, 20 seconds and let him repeat that again.
All right. Shit. There we go.
Well, we know what happened on those slave ships. We don't need to look any further. So in a way, you could say the victory of the anti-slave trade movement made some people disinclined to study the matter further. But that's only one part of the story. The other part is when professional historians came along to study the slave trade, influenced, I might add, by modern social science, they were full of what the abolitionists had written. They considered it to be propaganda, and indeed it was propaganda in certain ways. So they wanted to escape the emotional charge of the study of the slave trade and of the slave ship in particular. So their response was to count the numbers, the bodies, the mortality rates. I think Philip Curtin's book, The Atlantic Slave Trade, A Census, 1969, inaugurated what must be regarded as the dominant way of studying the slave trade, and that is a statistical way. Now, I regard this scholarship as extremely valuable, but I also regard it as extremely partial. with a predominantly statistical approach to the slave trade comes something else, something that I call the violence of abstraction, and that we no longer think about what happens on those ships in human terms.
All right. The violence of abstraction, and we don't think about what happened on the slave ship in human terms. How y'all feel about that?
Puts it in the realm of fairy tale. It allows for things that are not true to be able to creep into the story to give it validity. Right? We know it's a horrible thing. You dig what I'm talking about? So now we lowering women into the sea. We're stacking them 400, 500, 600 deep in the ship. It makes things that are utterly humanly impossible seem as the norm, while nobody has seen this happen.
Exactly. There we go. And no one's accounting for this.
Fact.
And then not only that, they're not even looking into it because they're just like, oh, well, it happened. Well, it must have happened if they're saying it happened.
Right. And then, like you said, they went straight mathematic and cold. They just looked at numbers.
Yep.
Regardless of who did what or what did what. So basically what they're saying is you could have a Nigerian crew, right? Along with other different quote unquote Africans along on the ship. And irregardless to whether they were with the crew or quote unquote enslaved or indentured, they would count them all as Africans. So you see how the numbers could go skyrocketing, right? The numbers can go skyrocketing, but then it also works in the other way. It allows you to be able to hide other people. It's a problem.
Oh my God. Like no other.
But that was deep to understand, to learn. I didn't know who had invented that famous slave ship picture.
Yes.
Find out it's the abolitionists.
Yeah, you must have missed my build on that one. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And remember he brought up the dude named Equiano. Now we know this dude said he was a slave from Africa, but yet he also turned around and changed his name and said he was a native of South Carolina. All right, let's go.
Ooh. Yeah, they did a number.
Nah,
and partly my book was written.
They thought they did. They thought they did. If they would have did a real number, a number's supposed to be infinite.
Against that sort of tradition of writing. So that's the dialectic the abolitionists had done, producing a new kind of study of the slave trade, but not a study of the slave ship, which was the locus of terror. And then finally, a fourth factor I would submit to you to think about, why there have been so few studies of the slave ship. And this one is admittedly complicated and hard to explain, and I think it may be the most important reason of all. Primarily because it operates subconsciously. I think most people, in this day and age especially, have a view of the oceans and seas of the world that thinks of them basically as unreal places. kind of as voids between the real places which are landed and mostly national. And therefore, we are not accustomed to thinking about oceans as places where history happens. Oceans are historical voids. History happens on land. Now, of course, there's a very powerful counterpoint to this. I think a lot of Caribbean writers have known for a long time that history happens on the water. And of course, I would mention the famous poem by Derek Walcott, "The Sea is History." Where are your monuments, your battles, your martyrs? Where is your tribal memory? Sirs, in that gray vault, the sea. The sea has locked them up. The sea is history. We need to think of history as happening at sea on places like slave ships. I think lots of people don't think of it that way. Okay, now let's come back to the DeWolf case, the John Cranston case, and let's talk about what is lost by not thinking of the slave ship as a place where history happens. Because in fact, crucial historical processes were taking place on the decks of the Polly. Now, this is an unusual case, and I want to emphasize that, but it's also one that reveals a lot about what is happening in the slave trade and in the abolitionist movement. The first thing to emphasize about this case is its moment in time. 1791, the most intense agitation about the slave trade, against the slave trade, happened between the years 1788 and 1792. This event is happening in the middle of that moment. The peak of agitation. And this matters in several ways. One way it matters, notice the limits of the captain's power. Calling a meeting of sailors to ask their consent. Now, folks, this was most uncommon. Captains did not usually ask their sailors to do something. They simply ordered them to do it. And sailors did not usually resist when they were ordered to do something, because to refuse to do it could be mutiny, which could be something to get you hanged. Such was the concentrated power of the ship captain. For the most part, sailors would have complied with an issue to throw overboard enslaved Africans, and in fact, they did that on numerous occasions. The Zong being one very, very good example of it. But we also have to ask, if this kind of thing had been happening for a long time, how was it that in 1791 it might appear to a common sailor as murder? Well, here we have to go back to the case of the Zong. Because when it became known through the work of Alauda Equiano that 132 people had been murdered, Granville Sharp and another large number of abolitionists took to the press, took to the courtrooms, and said, this is murder that happened on this ship. 132 people were murdered on this ship. These are human beings. They were murdered. This is not cargo. This is not property. This is murder. Now, what's fascinating about the case involving Cranston is that it shows that the ideas of the movement opposing the slave trade are getting into the minds of the people who are charged with carrying it out. And folks, you know what this is like? This is very much like the effect of the domestic peace movement in the United States on soldiers fighting in Vietnam. It's the same kind of thing. Soldiers with peace symbols on their helmets, refusing to do what their officers told them to do. It's part of the hidden power of social movements.
That's fascinating.
And that's part of what's significant about the way history is happening on this vessel, the Polly. And another major point, which is profoundly historical. Note how the crew and the captain feared the enslaved people on board the voyage. Folks, this here was every slave ship captain's greatest nightmare, an insurrection. You see, people have gotten free of their manacles and shackles. The crew have retreated behind a barricado, as it's called. Every slave ship had one, a defensive bulwark that you could get behind and fire down on the people rising in insurrection. You see some jumping overboard. This is why Captain DeWolf wanted to kill this woman quietly. Note his assumption that all of the others on board would come to her defense if they could. Note the assumption of self-defense, which then required a secret execution. And here, one of those testimonies given by another sailor from the Polly after DeWolf bribed him was extremely interesting, because this sailor said, in his testimony, he said, the people on board were all Coromantee, a nation famous for its insurrections. This basically is a group of people, Akan speakers on the Gold Coast, who were in fact loaded on board the ships and would then, from the period roughly the 1740s and 50s up till the end of the century, play leading parts in practically every New World slave revolt that takes place. The crew knew it. Many of these Coromantee people had military experience. They knew how to fire guns. Some were warriors who had been trained to fight in difficult circumstances. The crew knew it, the captain knew it, and that's why they had to execute this woman secretly. So, what we see on the Polly is that three forces that will end up bringing the slave trade to an end have intersected: rebellious enslaved Africans, dissident sailors, and middle-class abolitionists who were producing these images of the slave ship. Each an independent vector, all intersected on that vessel in the middle of the ocean. That's how history was happening there. Now, to conclude, let's ask what happened to the players in this drama on board the Polly. John Cranston disappeared into the waterfront. I'm sure he did it quickly. Going up against someone like James DeWolf would be a little bit like going up against a mafia don. They will kill you, just as he did that woman aboard his ship. I suspect he was probably smuggled away by some abolitionists in Newport. I suspect that he was willing to give his testimony in the first place because some abolitionists heard the story of the murder circulating on the waterfront, and they helped him to go to the grand jury. Can't prove that, but I suspect that's how it happened. What happened to the people who were on board the vessel? Well, the woman we know, the enslaved woman whose name is lost to us, she died struggling against that chair that Captain DeWolf loved so much. Her shipmates were delivered to Havana in early 1791. They would have carried on their tradition of resistance. And James DeWolf went on to gather great riches in the slave trade. He remained involved for the rest of his life. He became one of the richest men in Rhode Island. He became one of the richest men in New England. He became one of the richest men in the new nation called the United States. He used his wealth to build a family mansion called Mount Hope. Get that. And then Captain James DeWolf became a United States Senator. So here's what I want you to remember. The hands that tied the mask around that woman's face and the hands that lashed her into the chair were the same hands that crafted legislation, no doubt in an elegant hand, in the United States Senate.
You said he looked like a nigga.
Yeah. Look at his hair. See, a lot of people ain't figured out the iconoclasm. You ever seen those old pictures with where they got the split down their hair? They got this split down there. They got this big puffy, long type hair, and it goes over their shoulders like Louis, like King Louis. Right? These are all black folks, and that's nigga hair. And it's funny that they just brought up the Garamanti, right? Because they said it's a story of a guy named Cotton Mather, right? Who was a Puritan preacher who they say found the cure for smallpox, but actually he got it from an Indian. He got the cure from an Indian, right? And they say that Indian was a Garamanti, but they saying he come from Africa. But the proof that he didn't come from Africa is that the style of how they cured smallpox in Africa is done one total way, in Asia is done one way, and in India is done one way, and Europe hadn't caught up yet. But the way that the Americans did it is totally different than everybody else, and that's the process that this so-called Garamanti slave named Onesimus, right, taught Cotton Mather, right? But come to find out, this nigga Cotton Mather, who owned this slave named Onesimus, is a nigga. He a nigga. Cotton Mather is a nigga. And he was trying to kill, what's your boy in them, the Quaker niggas, William Penn and all them. Mm-hmm. He had it out for them niggas. He was trying to kill them niggas, right? This is Cotton Mather. Y'all look this man up. And the crazy part is his picture is one of them pictures that didn't get whitewashed. It's a nigga.
Yeah, that's what this whole bill been about. Most of these men is niggas. Being Robert E. Lee being described as a dark complexion.
You're gonna have to learn something one day, Shah son.
Yeah, man, this shit is crazy.
I don't say nothing I can't prove. I'm way smarter than you. You dig what I'm talking about? I am light years ahead of you. So if I'm saying something, just go back and study it, little boy. In his pictures, he's still a black man with nigga skin. Yeah, that long, tough type hair that they've been wearing. That everybody, many of them was wigs, but the tough hair is a style of King Louis that they've been copying since the 1400s. You dig what I'm talking about?
The picture came.
Y'all boys gotta learn, man. Y'all gonna learn. When the teacher talk, y'all just shut up and listen.
Period. The fuck? Oh shit. Let me unmute it.
This man has a very hard look, and we know where it came from. And as a very final thought, let's talk a little bit about the ghostly image of the woman in the mask, the almost unspeakably powerful symbolism of her struggle for voice, the muffled cries of this woman, as symbolic of the many voices lost to us in the slave trade, the many millions. My friend, the brilliant playwright Naomi Wallace, wrote to me about the story of this woman And here's what she said. She said, "This image of this woman will always stay with me. This woman tied into a chair and lowered into the ocean. In my mind, she is suspended there in that wide water. She is not yet. She is not ever drowned. She resurfaces over and over. She lives on. She refuses to die as long as we tell and retell her story." So, folks, this is the reason why I think in the end we have to study the slave ship in order to find the ghosts and let them live again. Thank you very much.
Some questions.
So now it's your chance to ask.
Yes.
Could I ask the questioner to please introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Robert Harris, Chief of African American History here at the Africana Studies and Research Center. And I believe in the study that was done at Brown University that Du Bois was a major benefactor of both Brown and Harvard universities. In fact, there's the Wolf Hall at Harvard right now. But in your, well, two questions. One, what do you think of the work of Eric Williams, Capitalism and Slavery, of Maddox and Cowley, Black Cargoes, and Davidson? Seems to me that all of them address this issue of what happened aboard those ships. And then secondly, the reference to them as slave ships. I have a question about that because the apologists for slavery basically, I guess it is on, basically try to justify enslavement by saying that all they were doing was transporting slaves from Africa to the New World. It seems to me that it would be more appropriate to call these individuals captives. They weren't slaves yet. They were later enslaved in the New World. And I just wonder what you think about that.
Yeah, first, as regards earlier scholarship, I'm well aware that there have been certain aspects of the story of the slave ship told and told very well. Okay, so I do not wish to diminish in any way the contribution of works like Black Cargoes and the rest. But what I guess I wanted to emphasize in presenting this mystery about the slave ship is why we never actually studied it as a social world and tried to study the relationships of all the people involved in it. So that's kind of my question. Yeah. With regard to Eric Williams and others, I regard Capitalism and Slavery as one of the truly great books of modern times. I think, in fact, it was Williams and C.L.R. James and several others who kind of invented the Atlantic history that lots of people are now pretending to have just discovered. So that's a different conversation, but one we might have. I am actually very much in agreement that the people on board these vessels are captives. I think they are technically enslaved, even though they are not actually working to produce value on plantations as yet. So I would think that this matters. I am keen to say that they are, in fact, not inclined to accept this designation about themselves, and that the resistance on board the ship, which takes every conceivable form, is crucial to the experience. This, too, I think, has not been adequately studied. In other words, there were vastly more slave revolts than we've known. There were many kinds of resistance going on aboard the ship, so that must become part of the story. And in fact, that's the only redeeming part of the story. The fact that this reality was never accepted by those who were forced to experience it. So I think in talking about the slave ship, I don't think that reflects the view of it that all people had, but I think that does describe its place in an international system of capitalism. And that's something I also wish to emphasize.
Right, move along. The fuck.
Alfred Phillips. Think of this is America. Two questions for you. Now, let me get back. Why the enemy writing for the most intellectual books about the African experience? And I give you Dioxin, who wrote slavery by Anthony. I give you Larry Time, who wrote those on the Confederate rights and way. Now, this novel, maybe it's very closely written by Black people.
I don't know what could.
My second question is this. I have listened to your book, Dear Author. Oh, good. Very interesting. In fact, I don't think you about it since read it. All right. But my question is this. You know, in the end of your book, you point out that after 6 white sailors were on islands such as Barbados, it was African people enslaved who gave you help. Not the captains nor the companies. Now, you think this is because of capitalism or because of the intrinsic part of Black people?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Good questions. In terms of why sympathetic accounts of this history are now being written by white people, let me just say that I am keenly aware that there is a politics of race involved in my speaking about this subject. In this sense, I am freer to say things than any Black writer would be. Because any Black writer who says the kinds of things that I emphasize in my book would be accused of exaggeration, special pleading. I think there's a very real issue here. And I do agree with you. I've known some very good work by Black writers on this subject which have not been published. So I think this is a very serious question that we may wish to discuss further. So, I mean, I can speak about my own motivations for writing the book. They have to do with, well, the instance I recounted at the beginning of the talk of knowing a man on death row and being involved in a struggle to abolish the death penalty and understanding how race and class operate in the contemporary criminal justice system. Understanding that concretely. That's another thing about the book, which is to emphasize there's a great difference between abstract knowledge and concrete knowledge. Yeah. For people to say that the slave trade is bad is one thing. To understand what it actually did to people is something quite different. So in a way, it's about modes of knowing. How can we best know? I believe we need to know what actually happened if we are going to ever overcome the legacy of slavery in this country. I think that's crucial. We need to face it. I think it's a very interesting moment in the history of our country in terms of whether we can face it. I'll tell you from my own experience that in writing this book, I've received many different kinds of reactions, including a fair amount of racist hate mail from people who are angry at the suggestion that slavery might be an injustice that we have yet to overcome. So I think this is just part of the force field of trying to discuss this issue at this moment in time. So I think that is certainly part of the story. Now, remind me, your second question was about?
The question was, is it because of Black virtue?
Yes, okay.
Capitalism
Okay.
that Black people helped the white
Okay.
white sailors who were sick?
The,
whereas captains and
Gotcha. Yes, thank you. What Mr. Phillips is talking is that at the end of the book, I discuss the way in which sailors on board the slave ships who were frequently sick, and once the human cargo, so to speak, as they called it, was delivered, the captain suddenly had, a much smaller need for labor. So captains actually tried to drive these sailors off the ship to make them desert to save on wages. Many of them were in such bad physical shape that they couldn't work anyway. So they became, in practically every Caribbean port city, beggars. Very ill. They became beggars. Well, I came across this really extraordinary evidence from several different sources that these poor sailors were being taken in by former or current enslaved people and nursed back to health. And African women were given a special notice in this evidence, that they were taking care of these sailors. Now, I think there are many things to be said about this. I think it represents compassion that I find.
Huh?
Dodge the hijack. Talking about African women was over here, had all the medicinal knowledge of a place they knew nothing about.
You know they gotta keep the extra bull. You know they with that extra bullshit.
Remember that Negro, that Black, that African is also the Indian. I'm just saying, who else had knowledge of the herbs, the roots, all this stuff? This, you got to remember, this is before petroleum-based apothecary even existed. You dig what I'm talking about? This before pills as we know it. So how was you was nursing these men back to health? Where? With what? That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. You've always been the shaman. You've always been the priest. You've always been the medicine man and the medicine woman. Dodge the hijack. These people ain't always African.
Nope. Shoot, they about to wrap this shit up.
Find just extraordinary, because these people who took in the sailors, they knew who they were. They might have known some of them personally, and yet they had the humanity to do it. And even when those sailors died, it is noted that they were frequently buried in the African burial grounds. I find this to be just extraordinary. It's the most hopeful thing I found in doing all the research on this book. Now, is there another part of this? I think there was something else going on in addition to compassion among those who took these sailors in. If you were an enslaved person in Jamaica and Barbados, and you managed to save the life of a sailor, then suddenly you had someone with a lot of freedom who really owed you something. That person, that sailor, might then smuggle someone to freedom, get someone on board the ship, might do something that would be necessary based on a relationship of trust which came out of.
There's also another reason as to why these so-called men, they think that they just putting them off the ship just for no reason. No, this tie into the head right system too. You got to remember, everybody that they bring in from Europe and Africa, right? Especially from Europe, has a $50 acre bounty. You did what I'm talking about, that comes with them. And so, for instance, let's say we bring over 40 slaves, right? The captain many times reported his crew as slaves, and also maybe a couple others. So I may only brought 40, but I told you I brought 75. So now the extra 3,500 acres, that would be 50 acres a head. You dig what I'm talking about? Or 750 acres or whatever it is. They would be split between these men. You dig what I'm talking about? You part of the crew. These boys is going off. Now they got 300, 400, 500 acres. You dig what I'm talking about? And this is also a reason as into why these people would be in helping these people, because they would have been the same people bringing them over as slaves, correct? And then they would have been able to benefit from dealing with this man, because now he got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 acres to get you, for you to help him get himself together.
That's all it
right?
says.
So trust me, it's an incentive behind it. So these boys is getting off these boats, dealing with the Virginia companies, dealing with you know, all these different facts and sections going on in chattel slavery. You dig what I'm talking about? They was scamming legitimate business. So these boys was coming out paid. You dig what I'm talking about? With land. So yeah, if you got a grandmama and you see a white nigga just pop up in there out of nowhere and suddenly you got 100 acres, I'm just saying, make it make sense to yourself.
I'm telling you, I'll probably let this play for 5 more minutes, or maybe let him answer another question, and then we could probably wrap this up.
The care, the medical care given when that person was sick. So there is a political side to this, as well as what I would call a sort of compassionate side. But I think what I say in the book is that I think that some of the African people who found these sailors in this desperate condition knew that the slave ship was so horrible for everybody involved that they were big-hearted enough to show sympathy.
Questions?
My name is Mark Washington. First, I want to say it's very difficult. I can't say it's not enjoy reading, but it's extraordinarily powerful and take this aspect of slave trade, about the traders and the captives, and sort of reverse it so that the bottom is on top. But you put the human face on it in terms of the resistance that takes place. There's no place that you read about slave trade, you get this sense of tension and struggle every step of the way on the front of captives. That being said, I want to ask a couple of questions. One has to do with what Professor Harris mentioned, but more specifically about the abolitionists. Because one of the things that run through is the significance of global capitalism during the era of the commercial revolution. And the abolitionists struggled for the end of that to penetrate. And yet, in both areas, they have a motive. And it's not all that altruistic.
That's true.
It has to do with setting up something we call industrial capitalism.
Yes.
And, you know, I'm not going to criticize them who did it right, but I would like to see some kind of connection there. And so I'm interested in I thought I presented them pretty sympathetic, and I think they're more complex than that. Even some of the people, such as the Wolf family, which Professor Harris mentioned to be big donors to Harvard, but then you have the Lois Brown family in Rhode Island as well, who are the biggest traders in New England, and of course the biggest donors to Brown University. So, and also big abolitionists. So, you know, I think they have another agenda other than black freedom and Indian trade.
True.
The other point I wanted to make was one, I guess this is a different place to draw Rhode Island, it's any place. And it may be my own parochialism, but to refer to African captives as migrants seems to me to be a little strange. And I noticed, I don't know who said that anywhere in the book. And I was so happy that I didn't see that word. But I noticed you said it in the presentation.
Okay.
Because to me, people who are brought over in chains are not migrants. And it's another way, in my opinion, of historians sort of absolving the world of struggle to use that word instead of saying what they really were. In the same way that Paul emancipated people in this country fugitives. So I'm just curious as to what your take is on that word, because it's very common in historical analysis
Okay, thank you. Marty, with regard to your first question, let me answer the question this way. What I wanted this book to contribute to in terms of the study of abolitionism was basically to suggest that people think about that movement differently. Not just as William Wilberforce and a few gentlemen in England who are forming the society to effect the abolition of the slave trade, but to think of it as a very complex social movement. I think scholarship is certainly moving this way. That consists of rebellious Africans, dissident sailors, factory workers who sign anti-slave trade petitions, strategic people like Alauda Equiano who makes connections between different parts of the movement, and to talk about this kind of these groups of working people as ones who essentially put the middle class abolitionists in motion is what I wanted to say. So I was not really very concerned with what is traditionally understood to be the abolitionist movement, meaning those upper class or middle class white men. Now, you're absolutely right that they had another agenda, and that agenda leads to both imperialism and capitalism. No question. Industrial capitalism. No question. I would agree with you 100% there. But at the same time, I think it's important for us in the present to know that abolitionism was something much bigger than those people, which is one reason why I hated that movie, Amazing Grace. I don't know how many of you saw it, a movie about William Wilberforce and the abolition of the slave trade. Well, William Wilberforce is this saintly character who loves servants, he loves poor Africans, and the abolition of the slave trade was an aristocratic gift of grace. Well, I'm sorry, it wasn't. Millions of people died in that battle, and we have to remember them. So I'm completely sympathetic to the way in which you say that the abolitionist movement, or to use Chris Brown's term, the accumulation of moral capital, which is then used to other ends, is extremely important. But you'll notice I concentrated only on the abolitionists who were in touch with the sailors and the slaves. That's what interested me. I wanted to know how those two groups on the front lines of this war were educating everybody else, especially through Clarkson. That's how we can recover part of their agency in bringing the slave trade to an end. So I agree with you, and maybe I should have done something a little differently, but I wanted to try to, in a sense, recenter the gravity in studying abolition to include a much broader mass of people. With regard to your second question, you're absolutely right. I don't use the term migrants. I wouldn't think it appropriate. I think anybody who understands concretely what that trade actually meant couldn't conflate it with migration that other people made. I use the term forced migration simply as a way of getting people to recognize the massive number, the millions of people who traveled on these ships or who were forced to travel on these ships.
And out of the millions, only
in terms of the politics of migrant movements, I think this is actually a very interesting.
Okay. Y'all, because I'm getting tired. Do y'all want to finish it out? Because I'm getting there. And I just wanted y'all to really, like, his first few talking points was really what I cared about the most, though. And this fabrication has gone too far.
It all sounded like fabrication.
Okay, the chat want to finish.
Area of activism right now. I have a number of friends in Europe who are working on it, so I think they would probably have more interesting comments than I on the use of that term. Do you yourself have any? What would you put in the place of migrant?
And if I agree about the abolitionist movement, once it's no longer within that urban realm, and it's taken over by the
Yeah.
But I think that it's really important to not get caught up in transposing words so that it makes you feel better about the historical period. And I don't know, ways you do need to come up with another word. I don't think it's I don't be calling enslaved people migrants or referring to the domestic slave trade as forced migration. Conveys the same reality as families being separated and never seeing each other again. And forever.
I hereby strike forced migration from the record.
My name is Sarah Ponzi. I'd like to thank you for writing your book and giving us an opportunity to think about slave trade. Thank you for writing about the slave trade. To just mention my own experience with exploring the slave trade, reading the archives. I find it interesting that the most, when I look at social construction, that the most equality, the sort of unmotivated accounts came from young boys, white boys, going to the slave ships. Boys of 13, over 14, 15 who are writing to their mothers. I do want to say that I have never shared what I read at that time because of the trauma of the way the is constructed, but also the fact that it's young people who are looking at it done by adults. And writing, you know, the way you write one, it just touched me so much. I know that after reading that, when I came out of the basement, as we was in the execution state, I was just so traumatized. I agree with what you are saying that the slave trade was traumatic for everybody who was on the ships. I just want to ask if you did work on these narratives of your books.
Yes, I did. I think it's the youth of many people involved in this horrendous trade is an important part of the story. I think it's very significant to know that about a quarter of the enslaved were children. I think it's also important to know that many of the youths who were working aboard the slave ships were not there by choice. This was actually one of the big questions I tried to wrestle with in this book is knowing, as many people did, that the mortality rate for the sailors was as high in many instances as the mortality rate for the enslaved. Why would they go? Well, I found that a lot of them didn't make a choice to go. A lot of people who ended up working on slave ships had been tricked into spending money and falling into debt, sent to jail, and the slave ship captains would turn up and agree to pay their debts to get them out of jail if they would agree to go on the slaving voyage. This is very common. Quite a few of the boys that of the kind that you mentioned are apprentices. They're not there by choice. They're sent by their families as an apprentice in order to learn a trade, to learn a line of work. They frequently die. One of the most powerful descriptions of the slave trade was written by a young boy who was actually crippled by a beating given him by one of these slave trade captains. He talks about how naive he was when he went away to sea on board the slave ship, and how once he left that ship, he was a bitter, crippled man. So it's the question of youth and trauma, I think, is very important to this. Of course, we don't have very many sources with which to understand the interior experience of all that. But the other thing that I've emphasized, which I think does speak directly to your question, is that the tortures and terrors of the slave ship were all staged in public so as to maximize their psychological effects on everyone, including children. So slave ship captains were very conscious in inflicting this sort of damage on everyone, which they thought made them more governable, less inclined to resist. I think they were deluded about that, but I think this was part of their strategy of ruling on board the ship.
No questions or comments, because we have to wait to recombine.
My name is Indy Asir Mumbai, Chair of the Canal Center. I would like to make a comment and ask a question to emphasize. It is quite significant that the person, the case to illustrate the argument was a woman, and he had to tie that bow or that piece of cloth on her mouth. Yes. It's quite significant that the African woman from the African soil across the ocean to here never accepted a situation she fought, and in all that period, all the way to the informal colonization period, to the colonial era, or the recently fight against apartheid, the African woman had always faced that white man who controlled everything. And when you were saying that, I was thinking of this book by Lucille Marjorie about the Caribbean.
Yes.
And so this struggle, what it represents in the contemporary scholarly works, we talked about this abstraction and the refusal to acknowledge that reality. That the African woman who was a powerful woman refused, many of them jumped, but they chose to, because they refused to make that trip and see what happened up there. But if they didn't decide, they would not go overboard without a fight. That's why we put that on. So that represents a powerful statement by the African woman and the Black woman in general. And so the articulation, Western feminist work, some of us have been marginalized by articulating that there were different realities, objective realities, historical realities that existed. And many of us have paid price when you say that, because you're supposed to have been that submissive woman. You have a common history, and you have to align yourself with the articulation of the history of the Western European Union. That's my first comment. The second one.
Yes, one of the things I didn't talk about here, but one of the other common features of a slave ship was that the captains would put netting all the way around the rails to prevent people from jumping overboard to commit suicide. So common was this desire to do it that netting became a common part of the slave ship. And there are these really moving descriptions, by the way, of people who somehow managed to climb up the netting or cut the netting, get through the netting, and get into the water, even though they're surrounded by sharks and they know they're going to die. They are exultant in happiness that they have escaped, laughing that they have escaped the slave ship. So one of my arguments in the book is that the very structure of the slave ship reflects the fact that resistance was assumed and was constant. So, please.
The second aspect is the slavery dividend. In so many ways, we were talking about Harvard and all that, but there are many ways.
Yeah, because, child, they questions, these accents, taking me out right now. Shoot. All right, so go ahead, OTK, whenever you're ready. I really hope y'all enjoyed that. Nah, I'm ready. I'm ready because I'm gonna fall asleep right here. Is all he doing is asking him questions. And yeah, like, but I just wanted y'all to get the gist of that and those key critical points that he made. These motherfuckers be lying. All right, Cosmo, you want to close out? Hello? Hello?
Yo, yo.
I was about to say, y'all want to go ahead and close out.
Man,
Cause
that was a dope live though. That was dope. You dig what I'm talking about? I think people are now more able to see how the idea, and the crazy part is that nobody is stating that slavery didn't happen. We're not saying that, right? But the idea of it has been believed and conceptualized to the point to where many of these atrocities being applied to this thing aren't even real.
Mm-hmm.
The painting of
the bricks
stacked on top of each other and others, it's not real. Nobody knew, or they don't teach, or they've never taught that the captains were in fear of the slaves. My thing is, if you're just chained down to the floor, you dig what I'm talking about, stacked on top of each other, how do you ever even get to the captain, period?
Mm-hmm. At any point.
At any point. Yeah, how you get upstairs, how you get out the chains. See, it don't start, it start to make less and less sense the more you actually look at this thing. You know what I mean? It's a, like he said, it's a drama.
Yep.
It's it's a soap opera.
Mm-hmm.
General Hospital, or
they're not looking at
our lives.
And the human side of it is what he said they failed to neglect. Like that, the terror is so horrible that instead of them focusing on what actually might have occurred on the slave ship, they just started going on to statistics.
Right.
So, like, cuz went in.
Yeah. One thing I noticed that I didn't see, we ain't got a description of these slaves yet.
Still.
Odd. Out of 400 or 500 years that you've been telling us you've been bringing these people here, there's only 4 sources, right? 2 being French and 1 being American, that actually say any of this happened.
The 2 eyewitness accounts is what took me out. I was like, child, this is going too far. Like, he really was cooking with a lot of that stuff. And I think a lot of people will still overlook all of that to try to still validate some type of African slave narrative, just based off those. To me, what he was, displaying were like ultimately just narratives, nothing that was actually proven. So
also, what was interesting to me was how he said the slave ship flitters in and out of the historical narrative like a ghost, like it ain't even there, right? Or maybe it's done, maybe it's not done in the way that we think it's done. What if, like he said, the slave ship is the slave making ground right? What if it's and hence a school, right? A way to literally break a man, right? Because we don't for the most part see any fighting back. And when we do see any fighting back, they make a huge deal out of it. So the fact that we don't see it is very telling.
It is what they leave out when they're trying to create these narratives and these stories around what they claim happened to us. They leave out very detailed parts. And what's sad about it is that he basically said it. No one would even bother to look because they're so scared of how horrible it might have been. Ain't your job is to study?
Yeah, like he said, man, that ain't no excuse.
Yeah, that shit ain't no excuse, but that's that shit they was doing.
Because you sure told us worse stuff than on the plantation than we've ever heard about in a slave ship. That so what about her tied to a chair? Like that's a blessing. To what y'all was doing to them people, man. You got stories where you let dogs tear men apart, tear their genitals off their bodies.
Yeah.
Man, you got stories on that slave plantation so cold. So it's no excuse, especially literarily or as a scholar, to where you could duck this. And this is why I think he said that two-part. What he's missing in the whole thing, and that he is suffering from, so he can't even speak to it, is white guilt.
Yeah.
Right? And the fact that you did this, bro. It was you. Your barbaric, heathenistic, godless people of little knowledge and no learning who went around copying people, right? This is why they say in European circles, those with the highest IQ are those who can readily repeat what they've seen and what they've been taught. That proves to them you have a high IQ. Huh? So we even see this play out in the Bible. It's called the Levitican. Somebody who was around you, but was a barbaric, heathenistic nigga. But he seen you working, and he wanted to be like you. So guess what they had to do? They had to create a book to teach them how to be you. Same thing.
Same fucking shit. Shit. But I guess on that note, I guess OTK not gonna close out. He about to go to sleep. So
yeah, man.
I'm about
to look, y'all go over there to Cosmon Cal TV. Sub, like, share. Y'all go to Sharice the Realist.
Yeah.
Sub, like, share. You dig what I'm talking about? Hit that thumbs up button for you get up out of here. Y'all go over there to Jehovah Chronicles. Get y'all some of this higher Ethereum light. Your boy been dropping. You dig what I'm saying? But with that, hey, Sharice.
Yes.
I need you to do one thing for me.
What is it?
Just need you to breathe in. Let that light in. Because I'm Cosmon and I'm out. Peace.
Right. Peace. Yes, family. I hope you have a great night. Man, I just wanted y'all to see that and just understand how this shit is rocking, how this shit been. And we not taking it no more. And on that note, I'm out too.